Ah, haha, there it works. Is that better? Is the quality much better now? Is it quality? You know, like eucalyptus tea. Koalas love that shit. Oh man, God, I haven't listened to this playlist in forever. This song is possibly the best one. This is like a 2.5 hour mix of John Carpenter style horror songs by Carl Casey, aka White Bat Audio. Speaking of which, I gotta remember, I'm glad I mentioned that. I forgot. I gotta credit him in the video description so I don't get a copyright claim, because that will 100% happen. Can I? You fucker! Do I have to pull it up? Oh, okay. Let's duplicate that window and then go to Create Live. Click on this. Dead Exhale. So, the game we're playing tonight, well, most likely 2 games. Okay, where's my edit option? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Here we go. Yes, title and description. Sorry, y'all. I thought I was much more prepared than I apparently was. But, you know, after all, it's already been determined I am indeed a dingus. Okay, so intro music by Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. And that finishes, I think, what the sentence is stuff that I was saying before. This is like a 2.5 hour mix of John Carpenter style horror music by Carl Casey, who usually goes by White Bat Audio. Awesome. Great copyright free music. Not the clincher. What's the, I don't know. If you like what you're hearing and you want to check out Carl Casey, he's got a lot of different like industrial and electronic music, like a lot. And he's kind of like across the spectrum with it too, and really, really good. It is free to use, but make damn sure Twitch isn't, I've never had any issues on Twitch, but on YouTube, if you're using Carl Casey's music, make sure to credit it or you will get a copyright claim. Little pro tip. Didn't used to be a thing, but then they started, like actually enforcing the Creative Commons license, and this particular kind, requires attribution. Been brainstorming a roguelike hockey game, and I think roguelike sports could breathe some necessary life into an otherwise dim genre. What? How would a roguelike hockey, how would a roguelike sports game work? That sounds really cool though. You could do some fun shit with a hacky game. Yeah, refiguring OBS stream, anything always breaks everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm still coming off of a relatively fresh Windows reinstall, and being on hiatus for what, three or 4 months, almost 4 months, I think. So like I'm completely out of practice. It definitely took me less time to set up tonight than it did whenever the hell that other day time was. Where were we? Oh, speaking of game development, I got to play test very early build of a game that Cage is working on, aka Krauser's Lab. You can find him on Itch, and he's got a YouTube channel. I don't know how many videos you've got up public, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so I was playtesting something really cool that he's working on right now. We've been spitballing neat ideas back and forth about it. Come back from a snack run and drift practice in a snowy parking lot to find the boys streaming. What's up, Jesse? How you doing? 100% solid. Metal Gear. White Bat is indeed goated. Love the industrial cyberpunk Judge Dredd energy. Yeah. Yeah, Nightmare Fuel. Nightmare Fuel is gonna be the stuff of nightmares. Imagine that. Kind of a more complex version of Iron Lung. Nate's feedback. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad, man. I'm glad I can help. I'm pretty excited about this one. So we are gonna play, as far as games go, indie horror and all that jazz. Also, welcome to Friday Night Frights. We get to do a horror stream on a Friday. How long has it been? Unfortunately, little personal life update. So, I can't remember where I was at as far as like shifts and coverage and all that before I went on hiatus, but most recently we had 3 guys on my shift, 3 mechanics, 2 mechanics on the other night shift, and then a new maintenance supervisor training, and to like he's actually been working on nights a little bit since we've been doing training this week. But long story short, the most experienced guy on the other shift quit. So I already knew that they were gonna need the most experienced mechanic on night shift to go to the other shift to help the green guy. So I basically volunteered because what was the alternative to me going, if I just like, no, I'm not going to that shift. And one of the other guys, who capable but not as experienced, it would be tougher for them to help train someone who had only been there like 2 or 3 months. Anyway, he had a lot of like important family stuff going on and had to take a lot of time off very early on for good reason, but for whatever reason he got fired the other day. So I'm now alone on this shift, and we only got 2 guys on the other one. So we have changed our production schedule to, instead of running balls to the wall 24/7, basically 7 days a week, except when the damn machines break down, or the sporadic times they schedule downtime, they have moved production to 9 to 5 type. So Monday through Friday, 8.5-hour shifts, 3 shifts. So it runs 24 hours Monday through Friday, and then most weekends it's going to be down all weekend. But the mechanics, we stay on the 12-hour shifts, alternating 3 or 4 days a week. And so basically we have a whole weekend of downtime every other week. Each shift does, to work on PMs, to get any repairs done that can't be done when the line's running, stuff like that. Fired for jorking and on the job. Stranger things have happened. The previous night shift maintenance supervisor got fired for the sexual harassment. So that was interesting. Didn't see it coming, but in retrospect probably should have seen it coming. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not been good about reading chat. I've been blathering on, but you don't need to be prepared when you have lots and lots of hair. Well, you certainly don't have to be prepared as far as like wearing a hat. My head stays nice and warm. I have natural hat coming out of my skin now, coming out of the skin on my head, my scalp. All right. Oh, I see. Okay, I was decently caught up. I just missed that one message from you, Cage. I'm surprised you can even give me feedback without that long, luxurious hair getting in the way. You ain't seen nothing yet, dog. Let's see. Yeah, playing whatever this is, That's what we do. That is what we do around here. And just wait till the video essays start coming out. It's really going to be whatever this is. You know what the first one's about? MGS2 and AI. You know what the second one's probably going to be about? Andor. I don't know. Usually people who do video essays stick to kind of, you know, pigeonhole a particular topic unless you're like Papa Meat, but I don't give a fuck, man. I just want to make interesting videos and see where it goes. But I don't know for sure if we're going to be putting them on this channel or a new one. It might be beneficial for the algorithm's sake to start fresh with a new one. At the same time, this is whatever this is. If I'm making random video essays, you know, with varying levels of serious, interesting, hopefully insightful, and hee hee ha ha, you know, that whatever this is literally the perfect name for that still. Maybe even more so. So it might, I might even change the YouTube channel name, this YouTube channel name, to Nate Nefarious. I mean, my handle on YouTube is already Nate Nefarious. Of course, I'm Nate Nefarious on Twitch. But I may start a new channel and name that whatever this is actually kind of where I'm leaning right now. But I think the first few videos we do, I will test them here on whatever this is first, see how they perform, and then you know, private them or delete them, whatever, and test them out on a new channel, see how they do. You do have to be careful doing that because sometimes YouTube doesn't like it because it's like reused content, or repetitive content, whatever it is. However, I've seen plenty of people, you know, kind of do the same thing that I'm doing. It's like, do I put this on a new channel? What do I do? And I've heard about a lot of people doing that, and you know, some people do have the video blow up on the other channel. So I think it's worth the risk and the experiment. But I feel like I got off on a tangent and forgot what the hell I was saying. Did I forget what I was saying? Creeps are decent at blending in most of the time, unless you're me. I don't blend into shit. I stand out. I don't know, maybe I'm not a creep. I'm kind of a creep. Kind of creepy. Oh yeah, I was talking about work. So now that production is Monday through Friday and they have the weekends, you know, for other things, important things that are not running the line balls to the wall until the brakes fall off, they want me, the most experienced, to be able to help the other two guys because they're taking one of the two guys on my original shift and putting him on the shift I'm working on now. So we're gonna have one guy on each shift, one maintenance man for 4 injection molding machines, like 10 laser guided automated vehicles. Now they have help for that. They do have a tech for that. An entire Aquafina bottling line and an entire fucking soda bottling line. One person. So they are using me as the floater. I know I am a piece of shit. So, you know, it counts. It counts, right? I'm not a piece of shit. I'm kidding. I can be a piece of shit sometimes, but I think that's just being human. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, so anyway, long story short, I'm going to be working Monday through Fridays now, 50 hours a week. Just trying not to think about the stress and the trauma that's coming and just think about the money instead. But I don't know, you know, as long as we can get our turnover situation, as long as we can get that ship righted, it'll be temporary. But you know, I mean, I always reserve the option to quit, you know, if something's killing me, because I'm You know, you can only take so much. Got this negative feedback loop shit going on. BRB, I'm almost done editing my episode. Nice. I'm assuming we're working on the next Dead format. I think I saw you playing that on Steam earlier. You look like a character in something I saw but don't remember much of. Oh, me? I do? Oh yeah, I guess because I look kind of different with the hair. Just kept grabbing my balls. I had no idea he was a predator. Natural hat energy. Jank mechanics. Well, yeah, except for me. I'm not jank. I'm not a jank mechanic at all. I am professional and know exactly what I'm doing and when to do it at all times. I walk up to a machine knowing how to fix it before I even diagnose the problem. I'm that guy. I'm not that guy. New channel for that, I say. I don't know. I'll ask around. It might be a better idea to test it on the new channel first. I mean, either way, I do run the risk of, you know, because I'm posting the same video. Even if you delete a video, YouTube still has some data somewhere saying, hey, this is a video that's been done before. Like that, to my knowledge, their systems and the algorithm work that way. But same for Andor. Yeah, the Andor especially, since it's not a video game at all, and this has always been 100% just a gaming channel. Oh, I just saw the Uwu and the Hydrate. Cass, Frost, apologies. Still, I don't know why I have trouble noticing the activity feed. It is right there to the right of chat. Yeah, I don't know. It might be more beneficial to test things on the new channel first. Only thing with that is, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can wait till they run their course and, you know, kind of hit a plateau, private them temporarily, and, you know, see what happens when I upload them on the main. The main thing is, I mean, it's not that huge overhead or input at the end of the day, but, you know, if I start a new channel, I got to make a new logo and banner, and by make I mean I gotta, you know, probably commission someone else or just find some bullshit to just as a placeholder. But, you know, so it's a little bit of extra work, but it's not a huge thing. Also, you know, it would be nice because I'm already monetized on this channel. But I mean, watching other people who make quality curated, edited content, some of these, you know, new and, you know, relatively new channels just take off and hit monetization off of 1 or 2 videos. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen with me, but if I'm doing it right, or if I get good enough at it, that's, you know, likely, I think, to eventually happen, hopefully. Yeah, you know, I mean, again, at the end of the day, I've said this before, for me, I want to eventually be able to make content a full-time thing. Therefore, the money is important in that aspect, because I need to be able to replace my income with something new. But as far as, like, you know, watching the dollar signs on my YouTube and Twitch payouts tick up, I don't care. You know, it's just, I'm looking at it as data of, like, okay, at what point would I need to get to where I can afford to, like, live on this in Thailand or something? You know what I mean? But yeah, anyway, it may also be 2 entirely different audiences for the streams versus something more serious or thoughtful. The 2 audiences may not get along. That's very true. That's very true. That's actually a fantastic point. I didn't even think about, like, as far as, you know, introducing completely new viewership and possibly even like demographics of viewership with the videos. And then, you know, if they come to the streams and it's just like not completely different vibe, but you know, it'll be a different vibe. It's a new community, new faces and stuff, which, you know, face value is a good thing, but you never know when you have people of very different viewing interests, or even slightly different viewing interests. You would be surprised, like small differences in taste can equate to very large differences in like overall demographics, you know, especially like age and gender and stuff like that. Already said hi, but hi again, Libra. Oh, Libra's got to get at least 2 highs, at least 2. I think I said hi already, at least once. So hello again, Libra. Sushi, how you doing? Greetings. How are you? You have the audience here, though. We're here for whatever you do, Nate. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Sydney. Off topic, but I like the design of your shirt. Oh yeah. This is cattle decapitation. Oh god. I'm hung up. It's cattle decapitation. I don't know what. I'm still not really sure exactly what genre to label cattle decapitation as. I mean, it's metal. It's basically death metal, but they got like kind of traditional death metal combined with like technical death metal, deathcore. It's weird. Really good band though. Went to see them and a couple other really good bands live a year or two ago with my late friend Cheo. Rest in peace, buddy. This dude, like, I was paying off a lot of debt at the time, and this dude made less money than I did. At every fucking show we went to, all I did was drive, you know what I mean? Drive and covered gas. This motherfucker would goddamn buy me a shirt at every show we went to without me fucking asking. It was just like, he was a really good dude. He designed a couple designs for the merch as well. Yeah, I don't. He was passing too young, man. He was in his 30s too. Not even really sure what happened. He just woke up one morning struggling to breathe. And I think they declared him gone by the time he got to the hospital. Gonna get you a desk plaque that says Nate most experienced. Working day shift? No, I'll still be on nights. So I'll be working 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. So unfortunately, I don't know when we'll be able to do another Friday Night Frights, but eventually, one day, I was wanting to, you know, do it every other weekend, you know, on the previous schedule when I'm off for 3 days every other weekend. But alas, we could do a Friday morning Fright. So I'm going to be working a lot more hours. I'm going to be overall more tired and more stressed, but I'm also going to have a more regular schedule, which could be beneficial and maybe balance some of that out. I'm hoping, but it would be a lot easier to squeeze in a weekday stream here and there, on a, you know, a 10-hour workday than on a 12. I mean, on and around work days, the number of times I've actually like felt capable and also had the time and energy to do a stream on those work days on 12-hour shifts, probably like twice in the last year, if I had to guess, 2 or 3 times. I usually do them on my days off. But okay, next dead format episode. That's what I thought. I still gotta check that out. I think I neglected to do so in the first place because I was thinking about playing it, but now that I look at how much time I'm actually going to have versus all the games I want to play, I don't know, man. I don't know. Also, apologies, y'all. I'm sitting here fucking yapping like hell, and I don't know if I'm even keeping up with chat at this point. I'm trying to catch up. It's so good. Awesome. Well, I will look forward to watching it here soon. What's up, Vince? Wait, is that a little ghost face with popcorn? Is that ghost? Is that ghost face with a bucket of popcorn? What the hell? Oh, you're on Twitch. Okay. I was about to say, is that a new YouTube emote? Defo good episodes. Need alert sounds for the redeems to get your attention. Yeah, you know, that's a good idea. So I gotta figure out how I want to approach alerts moving forward. I know a lot of y'all seem to love the alerts, and you know, like I do too, but it's a lot to keep up with for someone who's just like the worst executive dysfunction, and on top of that, just being busy all the time, most of the time. So I want to scale back on that, and I also want to make it like, you know, for like when we're doing gameplay and stuff, like yapping streams actually would be worth looking into. You know, maybe getting a little crazier, little livelier, but you know, for like gameplay, I'd like it to be a little bit more laid back, and just a little less intrusive, I guess. Let's see. Love video essays. Used to make them all the time in college. Very nice. Those channels seem very lucky, but then again, some people do put a lot of, oh yeah. I mean, you know, there's always going to be, you know, a large component, possibly even the largest component of luck on YouTube. You know, I mean, one thing about the algorithm is, you know, like a lot of times, you know, you just got to keep throwing something at the wall until it sticks. Also, I still haven't done those redeems. And cheers. Don't forget to hydrate, everybody. Thank you, Cass. Thank you, Frost. I'm 48 and 42 minutes late on those redeems. You're welcome. Fashionably late. A specific day for the video essays. Yeah, true. And then that new audience knows when to show up. Yeah, that's also a possibility. But from what I have seen, video essays, even very simple ones, as long as they're like well thought out, and you know, just engaging enough to keep you there, like even if there's not the most entertaining or even interesting thing, if they get you with a good hook that gets you thinking and start talking about something, especially if it's a topic, you know, you're like familiar with or interested in, you know, like Metal Gear, like Andor, you know, stuff like that. I have seen a lot of you know, really successful channels doing that kind of stuff, and I think they just get a lot more reach. And a big part of that, I think, you know, a lot of people talk about how like the gaming thing is saturated, this, that, and the other, and that's true to an extent, especially with Let's Plays. But a big component of it is they just don't prioritize it in the algorithm, period, because gaming content does not get as much money from advertisers. Because for whatever reason, I guess gamers are broker. For one thing, I think you've got a younger average audience because you've got a lot of your like 13 to 18 demographic and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Make sure I'm properly. Okay. Damn, you got all the ghost face emotes. That's what's up, Vince. What was I saying? Yeah, I do very much feel like they have better reach. I feel like it would be much more likely if I make even a half decent video, and work my way up to something well crafted that it, you know, I can really be proud of. You know, I think it would be a lot more realistic to get, you know, maybe 1,000 views on a video instead of 1,000 organic views being the most I've ever gotten on a Let's Play. You know what I mean? Which that was awesome. Don't get me wrong. I was happy with that video. It was a great game, but a lot of that traffic was because it was SCP. SCP is one of those niches that will draw people. Like if you want to build something and have them come, not like that, get your mind out of the gutter, but SCP shit. I have toyed with the idea for some time. I think SCP is really cool. I like it a lot, but because of the nature of what it is, you know, it's like a, what would you call that? Like a open source or whatever, you know, it's like open source storytelling, you know, it's like, it's a near limitless universe. So a lot of times it feels like very like disjointed, compartmentalized, segmented, whatever, you know, it's not like a cohesive horror narrative. You know, there are people who tell stories within the whole thing. But I don't know. It doesn't. I don't want to be I don't want to try and become the SCP guy. You know what I mean? I don't want to pigeonhole myself into something that probably would only sustain my attention for maybe months to a couple years. And then I'd be like, well, what the hell do I do now? Audience matters most, and different tastes lead to whether they will stay along with the other content. Yeah, very true. R.I.P. legendary bro. Cheo was a good man. Good fucking dude. I mean, I barely knew him at the time. We were like pretty new friends, good friends fast, you know what I mean? But like, we'd only known each other for a few months. And this dude, it was just a kind motherfucker. That was a bro. That was a real one. Gotta charge my headset. I'll be back. All right. Happy charging. Make sure to charge your crystals while you're at it, everybody. If you're JOing with a bro, if you're not JOing with a bro, then why are you even trying to charge your crystal? It's not going to work. But keep your crystals handy at all times, because you never know when you might run into an impromptu opportunity to JO with a bro. Got to keep those crystals charged. Hair's looking sick. Smellsy, my dude. What's up, man? Sorry, I am taking forever to catch up on chat, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm happy with it. I like it shaggy. I used to hate it when it would get like this length and kind of where it's been for like the last month and a half. And maybe it's just because it matches better with the mustache, like, but I like it. I'm happy with it this time. Skill issue. I have this one too, so be careful. I'm judging you. All right. Okay. Heard. I'm being judged. Now I have that pressure on me. I've returned. Time to work on my puzzle and enjoy my snacks. So what kind of puzzle? What kind of snacks while we're at it? Questions that need answering. Yes, Miku, Metal Gear. Yeah, that's another thing. So, we gotta get to MGS2. I have finally started recording B-roll for the MGS2 AI video. I have it set up so I can make little chapter markers that will show up in my editing software. So I'm like using my mic while I'm recording it. That way, if I need to make a marker, bam, just, you know, tell myself. I don't have to like sit there and write it down or type it out. I can just be like, hey, yo, future Nate, dipshit, hey, do this thing with that right there, you know? And I've got my little replay buffer on, so I can, you know, if something would make a good clip, even if it's not specifically for this video, like something that would be just a good little, you know, clip. Like I've already picked a couple that would be good little funny memes to reuse over the life of the channel and the videos. You know, I can just hit a little button and the replay buffer saves back to a certain amount. It stores all that in the RAM so it doesn't interfere with too much. So been doing that. So, you know, working on getting the B-roll footage at least, and just thinking, trying to drum up ideas. I have a bunch of free horror keys that I missed deadlines on, content deadlines on through like Keymailer and Lurkit. So my goal is to catch up on these. We'll start streaming MGS2 again with Snake, co-stream with Snake. Probably immediately after that, or splice it in once. What are words? Oh my God, what are words? Oh yeah, once I finish all the recording sessions, you know, playing it solo, and then at that point, well, okay. First and foremost, tonight, we are playing 2 games by O'Dale Studios. Seth at O'Dale Studios. Some of y'all may remember I played, I did a video on the game Habilis, and I streamed the game Mother Hub. Mother Hub was the one that I did a couple small voice roles in. My first official voice acting gig. Yeah, so anyway, you might remember Norman and his delicious rat juice. Some of you I'm sure will. Oh my God, y'all, my brain! What is wrong with my brain? For one thing, it's time for a caffeine pill. Oh yeah. So we're playing Dead Exhale. This is the most recent full release from O'Dale Studios. And basically the concept is he built a monster. I believe this might actually be in the Mother Hub universe. No, yes, it is absolutely in the Mother Hub universe. I don't know exactly how it fits in. I think it's kind of ancillary, but it's in there. Habilis was great. Oh, I loved Mother Hub. Mother Hub was so good. It had those old school FPS vibes, but was also like really good just as a horror game on its own. So Dead Exhale, you've got a monster that's following you. I believe this is like at least it's got a story. I don't know how story rich it is, but it's got a story, it's got a narrative, but we're basically trying to escape this monster. Similar to my understanding to like Alien Isolation. He tweaked and tuned the AI on this thing to be, very reactive, creative, adjust to strategies that maybe aren't working for it, or really adjust to your strategies so that it might succeed in killing you. But sound is a big component. So I'll have my mic on. I'll have to keep quiet. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I think there is actually a mechanic. I can't remember if it's optional. It's probably optional or toggleable. But if it is, we'll use it. But I think there's something about breathing. There's something about the breath. I don't know if I'm gonna have to like adjust my mic gain input in the game for that or what, but basically the monster's supposed to be able to be able to hear you breathe if you don't disable that feature. Yeah, we're gonna check that out, and then after that we've got the demo for Seth's next upcoming game called Face Interrogation. This shit looks fucking wild. I don't even know what the hell it's about, and I kind of don't want to know. I know you're like an investigator or something for like a crime or something like that. That's about all I know. But it's just, it's like a whole host of weird looking freaky people and characters, and it looks really good. And you know, with demos on Steam now, you can actually review them before the game actually releases. He's got 31 reviews on it so far, which is more reviews than he got on Dead Exhale. Again, it's the demo, but every single one of them is positive, 100% positive off of 31 demo reviews. That excites me alone, but just this one looks really unique. Everything Seth has done so far has been very unique, but this one, you'll just have to see it, you know what I mean? And if any of y'all can't stick around for the whole thing, you know, once like any changes that need to be processed, you know, cutting out the beginning of the starting soon scene and everything, this VOD will be back up. Well, it'll be on Twitch, period. And it'll be back up on YouTube, you know, sometime in the foreseeable future after the stream is ended. So if you do end up not being able to stay for the demo and you miss it, feel free to come back and check out the VOD, or just go to the damn link right now and go wishlist the game. That's another thing. Even if you're not a horror person or you don't plan on playing this particular game, I actually do request that you go in the video description if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, just search for Face Interrogation on Steam. Wishlist it. Ain't gonna cost you nothing, but it helps with the Steam algorithm, and it's a big help for indie developers, because it's, you know, unless the algorithm just randomly, you know, taps you on the head and it's like, you're it, your turn, and just, you know, throws you out there because reasons, you know, wish lists really help with that. I mean, more or less like likes on YouTube, except I feel like wish lists probably hold more weight because a certain percentage of those are almost always going to turn over into sales, which Steam likes money, as we've seen. I have been like idly scrolling my mouse wheel up and down, so I lost track of where I was in chat that I don't think I ever properly caught up with, did I? Sorry about that. I'm yapping like fucking hell. Okay. It's nice to have something to talk about, though. It's nice to have y'all to talk to about it. I don't know about talk with, but talk to. Talk to a. Problem putting everything in one game into one game is that when that game dies out, that's your whole audience. Exactly. Trying to pivot from super specific games is hard. Yeah, very, very difficult. That's why I've always felt like I've spread myself too wide from the very start of the channel. But as you said, if you niche down really hard, it's personally, I do not have the passion and attention and focus to stick to a very narrow subject for long at all. I got too many interests, and I'm just too goddamn ADHD and too indecisive. I mean, I have trouble picking what game I want to play when I have some free time to play a game. It's like that, you know what I mean? Chat is super delayed. Yeah, sorry, I still haven't caught up. Let me try and tone down my responses and cut down on the tangents a little bit and see if we can catch up. Puzzle of Saint Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. Okay, it's that famous red orange one with the pointy onion domes. Nice. That's very cool. I haven't done a puzzle in so long. Unless you're talking about horror game puzzles, which I'm real good at them. I'm really good at puzzles. If you're familiar with this channel, those of you who have been here a long time, don't say anything. And if anyone happens to be new, believe what I say. I am the puzzle master. Yeah, I get why they did it, and overall I think it's a good thing, but it's very disorienting now that YouTube doesn't use your channel profile name, whatever, and instead uses your @ handle in chat. I've been wanting them to do that for a long time, but it is kind of like, when I'm used to seeing Jesse and and Miku fan number is now Papa's Cheeseria, which is equally fantastic name, but it's like you have to train your brain like, oh, that's that person, and I still call y'all Jesse and Miku. Let's see. It's a beautiful painting. Let's see. All right. Talking about band. Yeah. Meeks, how has band been going? I did see you mention earlier about possibly going to New York in the future, which would be dope. Okay, I read that about Habilis and Mother Hub. Sounds like I should head over on Twitch and prank you with some blurps. So I have, on that note, I haven't set up any, alerts or anything like that. I don't think we have any alerts enabled right now. I was gonna kind of start to piece things back together a little bit, stream at a time, just start out bare bones, the base, back to basics. I did mean to have separate. I was gonna try and do separate canvases. So have on the YouTube side, we can have YouTube and Twitch chat, because YouTube doesn't have a rule about that. And then on Twitch, I want to figure something out, man, because I don't like the discrepancy, but I do want you to at least be able to see you and your platforms chat on the screen. So like Twitch, the plan is to have Twitch chat on the Twitch feed, and preferably both on YouTube, but we'll see where we get. That's my goal after the stream. It didn't end up happening before. Because I am just the greatest at time management. Don't know if y'all have noticed that by now, but if you haven't, it's time to learn. If you ever need advice on prioritizing tasks and like organizing your life and being more efficient with your time, don't come to me. Don't do it. Bad idea. I can tell you what not to do. Don't have ADHD. Here to prank you with blurps when the time comes. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, and I am sorry that we do not have blurps. As far as the blurps go, like with sound alerts and stuff like that, I want to kind of look at that stuff and like keep it somewhat limited. I know some of y'all like enjoy that shit, and I do too. But it's a lot to keep up with. Thank you for the uwu redeem, Vince. What do y'all think? I feel that was like a 7.3 out of 10. What do you guys think? But yeah, anyway, I want to tone back. I love all the alerts and stuff I had. I loved Andrew WK alerts. I loved having the blurps, my custom, sound alerts, the point redeems, the Macho Man and Monty Python stuff, things like that. But I don't know. It didn't feel cohesive. It didn't feel, I am a very eclectic person, so maybe that in and of itself is on brand, but I don't know. Even with my emotes, I always feel like it's very scattered. It's not on brand. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the charm. I don't have a fucking brand. I have like a million interests that I can't ever fucking focus on. I'm passionate about one thing, and then the next day I'm passionate about something completely different. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know. I do want the, viewing experience for like game, at least when we're doing gaming and stuff, to be a little less intrusive. So The question is like, how do I want to implement that? You know, what do I want to use? What limitations do I want to place on things? So on and so forth. Being able to play a good variety of games is good. Being too wide or too sporadic with games is also often also a detriment. Exactly. Changing of all the handles threw me too. Yeah, I feel like Casper today. Like, no offense, Cas, love you. But Casper's chat will fucking pop off sometimes, and then she'll look over and she'll be catching up on chat or like get a raid. She'll be fucking catching up on chat for an eternity. Wish listing. Thank you, Sydney. Appreciate it. Me when my name is chat and I'm super delayed. It's like this and like that and like this and that's right. Being able to play a good variety of, oh no, okay, I read that already. How am I skipping around? I think we all know the answer to that. I love Papa Cheeseria. Brood, yeah, Brood will forever be Brood indeed. Band teacher not so much, but band good. It sucks that the teacher's hard to get along with, but hello, princess. What's up, Columbia? How we doing? Time management is why I'm an hour late despite having 3 hours notice. Well, at least you're fashionably late. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Well, hello, Draconic Coral. Thank you for the follow. Big Preach. Big Preach. How you doing? How's it going? Oh, I see that, Vince. Look what I can do. That was when you did the Uwu Redeem. 8.5 out of 10. Oh, okay. Even better than I thought. Well, thank you, Mika. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is Vince on Twitch? Yeah, Vince is over on Twitch. Vince, Meek said, hey, if you're into a game, don't do it. If it's a night of giggles, go for it. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'd also, I don't know if there's really a proper way to implement it, but you know, I could always do like, you know, regular breaks. You know, so like if there's, you know, reduce the different types of like, you know, video and sound redeems, blurps, whatever. Find a way to like reduce it or whatever. You know, so it's not like a million things popping up all at once, but then when we take a little break, you know, but I don't know, that kind of ruins the whole timing aspect of it. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go along. We're rebuilding. We're building back better, stronger than ever. If you build it, they will come. You guys were curious about the painting I'm doing the puzzle of. Look up Eurographic's St. Basil Cathedral. Okay, 1,000 piece. Maybe Nate will show it on stream. Wait, show. Oh yeah, I could do that actually. Do I have a, I think I do have a browser scene. If anyone else is like me and for some reason, like very dark contrast on my camera bothers you, we can play around with it, but otherwise I'm just going to ignore it. No, okay, I think we're good now. We got the mic, we got the cam, got St. Basil's Cathedral pulled up. Oh, that's right. So you said it's a painting that you're making a puzzle of. Sure. You got too close to the cathedral and the Russians killed him. Is that what I just read? Okay, auto scroll is paused. I don't know why it keeps jumping on me. All right. Let's see. Really wish you could turn channel point redeems on and off easily. Do you know where to do it? Yeah, I mean, I wish, to my knowledge, I don't think there's. It would be nice to have a widget for it on the stream manager page on Twitch. I don't think there is. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know where that came from. Surely it would be a toggle, right? Yeah, it is. There's a toggle in the it's like viewer rewards, power-ups, channel points. But it would be really cool to have it, you know, right there on the stream manager. Unless maybe there is a widget for it that I don't know about. Of course, you know what? Come to think of it, I think you can do it for StreamerBot. And the other programs that are like StreamerBot. I bet you can probably toggle them externally. Huh. That would be worth looking into in the future. That's my conundrum, trying to figure out how to control or limit noises if I use them. Yeah, exactly. Just made a few redeems and never had a reason to disable them. Yeah, so like, I had ones, like I don't know, I don't think I have them enabled right now actually, but I have a couple like that are just like short little songs that I sing. Ooh Woo I always keep on, you know, like the singing ones, kind of intrusive when I'm playing multiplayer games and stuff, so I'll turn them off for that. And then, you know, like right now I've got most of them turned off because I got a bunch of little video redeems, got a couple Macho Man, Randy Savage, one or two, I think it's just one Monty Python clip right now. Oh, and then the lurk thing is also for Monty Python, but yeah. But yeah, I'm still not caught up on chat. Look at me. Yes, Nate did die, but he's back now. Undead and less deader than ever, or something. He got too close to the to the cathedral. The Russians took him out, and we just got him back twice, I guess. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. That's not OBS. That's that window over there. Okay. So let me see. I hope there's not any fucking doxing information over there. I think we're good. So let's change the window for the browser. Okay, yeah, we want that our cathedral. That's a very bright white screen. Yes, I do want to save changes. Okay. Let me see if I can somehow conjure the ability to pull this up while I'm yapping. That's the real challenge for this neuro-ass divergent AF brain. Okay, this is weird. It's, you know what? I bet DuckDuckGo, because DuckDuckGo's like, you know, like a more incognito, like safety, security minded, privacy minded, you know, in this age of surveillance and no privacy at all anymore. I'm guessing that it's actually intentionally blocking the capture, kind of like if you try and capture like a streaming website or something, unless you're doing it on a capture card to another device, it won't pick up. It'll just be a black screen, that kind of thing. But this is for sake of privacy. So let me instead just pull it up in Microsoft Edge. St. Basil Cathedral. Cthulhu's Cathedral. No, that is not Nate Nefarious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got body snatched. Okay. Nate is a clicker confirmed. You know what? I still have not finished. So we have started and stopped in progress Last of Us Part 2 twice at least on YouTube. And I started playing it again on my own off stream. Still haven't finished it. Just fickle. My interest just flows with the wind. And there's so many games and so little time. Music is much louder on this scene. Interesting. Probably because, I bet you. Yeah, okay, capture. Yeah, the capture audio for the browser is on, and also my separate browser sound thing is running. Well, Is it? No, I bet you it's just different filters set up. Okay, well. Got to take that gain off. That was the difference. Okay. Let's change you back over here. Yes. Okay, that'll do. No, we're going to take it. No. No, you're supposed to follow the other window, you bastard. All right, well. Just got to change it again. St. Basil Cathedral. There it is. MSH. It's still on that one. That didn't work. And said, "Hi, Miku. I'm on Nate's stream. This music is giving me nightmares." Oh yeah, here we go. This is how we can have chat on screen. Who needs an overlay? We'll just sit here like this and just yap. We can pretend that we play video games and do other things. Instead, we'll just stare at my hella exciting Twitch stream manager page. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the nation. I don't know if you want to see that. I mean, I don't know. Some people have in the past. Personally, I look away. Bro's really doxing himself just to show us the painting. Absolute legend. What is it? Whiter than a country music festival, his page. White screen of brightness and light. Yeah, it's my favorite D&D, enchanted D&D item. I had HDCP problems even with a capture card. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what specifically about mine I don't have issues with. I'm not sure if it's a Windows setting from the source or if it's something internal in the capture card, but at least with the 4K 60 Pro, I haven't had issues with it. But I can only do like watch parties and Discord and stuff like that when I've got both PCs set up. So I got to get that finished also. Final season of The Walking Dead and TWD. The middle of episode 2. That last season was really good. Walking Dead, if that's what you are talking about, that show lost me around like season 6, 7, maybe 8. I stopped watching for a while, and then eventually I decided I wanted to come back to it, ride out the season I'd been on, and see if it got better, and it did. It was just those couple seasons were a little meh. What do I know about Dead by Daylight? I know it exists. I know that a lot of people play it. I've watched people play it before. I've never played it, and unless I have like a group of friends who's just really pulling my leg to play it, I don't think I ever will. Those, what do they call them? Was it asynchronous? No, not asynchronous. It's oh fuck. Asymmetrical. The asymmetrical games, where you have like a monster or a smaller team of dangerous whatever against, a bunch of helpless, half useless motherfuckers with no weapons, that kind of gameplay. It's not a big draw for me for whatever reason. There have been some exceptions, but for the most part, doesn't really have the YouTube chat on my phone. Hi, hello. There you go, Vince. You can chat back and forth with yourself. Oh shit. Oh, hey. I still have the Twitch chat on this scene. That's interesting. My dad said he thinks I'll like the show. Well, yeah, that is true. They can fight back a bunch. Yeah, you're right. Sorry for being picky about stream stuff. Nah, you're good. You good? I don't know who's Kenny. Kenny for life. Snatcher plate. What is Snatcher? Kenny for life. Who the hell is Kenny? Kenny's unhinged, but he's always got your back. S tier character. Kenny's a ride or die. If Kenny goes kaboom, I'll go kaboom with him. What do you think so like the show? It's actually fully meta for that. Yeah, true. True. Very true. We're just running around helpless and trying to start generators and stuff without, you know, at least temporarily slowing down the killer is, you know. Oh, right. Yeah, Walking Dead. Why am I drawing a blank on Kenny? All right, well, while we're looking up this St. Basil's Cathedral, so what was the painting specifically? Do I have a display capture on here? That would be a lot easier. Just change this to a fucking display capture and get it over with. Or do I have a display capture scene already set up? I don't. Let me try one more time to change the oh, here we go. This should do it. Oh, hey, there it is. Hey, look at that. Looks kind of dim, but all right, that's good. Maybe it won't blind y'all as bad as me. Okay, yeah. So we got St. Basil Cathedral. Hopefully there's no Rule 34 for this. You don't want any porn popping up. Okay, yep. That's cool as shit. Anyway, let's zoom in here. Who is Kenny? Nate, I could get you on a killer bully squad. You know what? If I have some time, you might eventually be able to coax me into playing some Dead by Daylight. To be fair, I've never played it. I've just watched it. I've probably seen a cumulative, you know, several hours of gameplay of it because, like, Game Grumps did a number of sessions with different. Well, I think they mostly. Anyway, they did a number of sessions on it, like back in 2020 during the pandemic. Snatcher is a game. Oh, Kojima made back in the. A Kojima game made back in the day. It's like Blade Runner, but with Terminators, and it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers also. It's a visual novel type game. Dope. Super kino. But I'm a killer main, and I may stream it in the Discord sometime. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, anytime. Anytime you want to fucking drop in and stream in the Discord, please do so. I always mean to do that more myself when I'm just, you know, doing my personal game time. But a lot of times when I do have the time and the willingness to sit down and game just me by myself for myself, a lot of time I'm like in a headspace where like I'm a little, you know, like just got some social anxiety or, you know, just, well, yeah, mostly social anxiety. So it kind of, I don't know, but I would like to do more Discord stuff again, watch parties and all that, but gonna have to get through this new work schedule, to really get to the other end of that. But we'll get there. That's not the exact painting, but that is the right building. The painting has snow and stuff too. Ooh, okay. Oh yeah, so did I forgot to look to watch out for your answer. Is there an artist name I'm looking for, or like a specific name of the painting itself? Let's see. I'm gonna drag this down. Fucking oh wait, no, that's right. I can't do it that way. I gotta do it this way. I am not super secure. Fuck. I am not super security minded, so I'm gonna turn this browser off a little bit because I don't know what's in my search history. All right. Sir, looking for, couldn't find specific names. Think maybe the puzzle company. Okay. Let's Let's see. So let's go St. Basil's Cathedral puzzle 1000 piece. All right. Let's see what we can see. Is that snow or stars? Oh, it's just stars. Stars. I know what's in your search history, Nate. Do you? Do you? Do you? Is it this one? Oh. Oh, they got, okay, they got multiples with snow. Could it be this one? That's right, Nemesis stars. Hell yeah. Sharp. Okay, the other thing that I was going to look up real quick before we get officially fully started and shit. Kenny, Walking Dead. I know I'm going to feel like an idiot as soon as I see him. Oh, from the game. Okay. I thought we were talking about the show. All right. Okay. I don't feel quite as dumb. I was thinking the show. Yeah, okay. I absolutely know who Kenny is from the Telltale. Okay. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Oh, is that why you use 2 T's? I thought maybe that was a typo. So TTWD, Telltale, Walking Dead. Now I understand. Okay. All right. All right. I'm getting hip to the lingo. I'm working on it. Okay. All right. I'm old. Don't judge me. Okay. We want to be back on. Was it this one? I think this is the right one, but oh, no. We were here because music, but can we post links in chat? I don't think YouTube will let you, but you can try. I don't, if there are any specific settings against it, I don't think I have them enabled. Never make me hate Kenny. No, I mean, Kenny's an asshole. Okay. But here's the thing about assholes. Assholes are not always horrible people. At least my definition of an asshole is more about someone who, you know, like maybe they're rude and brusque. I don't know. He does some pretty questionable things, and he's a bit of a loose cannon. But he's not a fucking monster. You know what I mean? But like in general, I don't know. Words. I'm not going to sit here and try and talk in circles trying to figure out what the hell it is I'm trying to say about the difference between an asshole and a shitty person. You probably know, or you have your own understanding of it. So just go with that. Use your imagination and except make it like really dumb, because I'm dumb. So like whatever you're thinking, it's kind of like that except dumber. All right. So we need to pause the music, sadly. Thank you very much, Carl, Mr. Casey, Mr. White Bad Audio. Now we can go on over here to the game. Is it gonna work? It was working earlier. Now why is it not working now? What the hell? Why is it being weird? It was 100% working earlier. Capture specific window. Okay, first off, let's say capture any full. No, I don't want any full screen application. Why do you hate me? Okay, let's toggle the source off and then. What the hell? I've got a dwm.exe, which I believe is Windows like native. I think that's for audio management. Oh, the sound just stopped. I don't remember what DWM is, but it's a Windows process and it's not responding, but it's dwm.x dead exhale. And then there's dead exhale.x, dead exhale. Okay, whatever. Oh, no, it didn't freeze up. Oh, okay, right. The sound goes away when I've clicked off of it. Okay, let's try this again. Dead exhale. Boom. Click the game. Ha! We have a game, ladies and gentlemen, and assorted esteemed guests. It's Sonic. It's Sonic.x. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Derailing the stream for like half an hour to hunt for that painting. Yeah, no problem. I didn't get much sleep today. I'm very tired and spacey, so a lot of caffeine, but you know, at a certain point, it only does so much, you know. Speaking of stimulants for focus, don't do nicotine, tobacco things at home, children, but I'm gonna stick a little thing in my mouth. Or gonna put a little pep in my step. It's definitely not something that's bad for you, but don't do it. No, it's just nicotine pouches. Okay, ramen, fried rice, and milk tea, boba. Oh, milk tea boba, Miku, from my favorite place here. Ooh, God, that sounds good. I had ramen for the first time quite some time, like, you know, actual, like, authentic ramen, when I went for the holidays for a week to visit family in Memphis, and all four, like me and my 3 other cousins, got together in the same place for the first time in I don't know how long. Even at one of my cousins' wedding, I don't remember. No, I think we all did make it to her wedding. That may have been, to my knowledge, the last time all 4 of us were together. So we went out, we got ramen, had a really nice meal, caught up. You know, one cousin's husband and little bitty cute ass daughter came, and another cousin's wife came, and then the other two of us are, you know, single, and I've got a son, but I can't take him to Memphis with me. Yeah, I don't know. We got together for ramen. It's really nice. Absolute. It's funny, man. Like we're more, you know, we've grown up, and you know, we usually got along okay growing up, but you know, there were some dynamics there, some drama, and like now that we're all grown up and just kind of dealing with our existential crises, and you know, just trying to live and enjoy life as best we can until whatever day we, you know, expire, however long we can make this run last. It's like the family name. We are all 100% that. Like, you know, it's just like the flip of the switch. You know, I'm like wondering, like, God, you know, barely talked to the one cousin in years. You know, might, you know, like text or something over the holidays or whatever. And you know, it's just like, I don't know. It was nice, man. Family's super important. Not to harsh the vibes, but I actually just lost one of my uncles a few days ago. I think it was over the weekend, and maybe it was like Monday. He was a very large part of the reason why I went to town to visit family, because you know, he had been in the hospital for a little while. You know, was struggling to recover, and you know, I wanted to go see him. I'm having my own existential crises. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on the earth, or at least walking around free, because I'm very opinionated and loudmouth, and there are certain entities in this world right now that don't really like the ideas that I have. Although that's always been the case, to be fair. Yes, Vince, what is your question? But yeah, anyway, so he passed. So I'm really grateful I got to go see him beforehand. But you know, it was really good. I got an aunt who, you know, had surgery for cancer, and she's doing good. But you know, she's still recovering, and you know how it is. I mean, it's still scary even once you remove cancer, even when you officially you know, achieve like confirmed remission and everything. Is still, you know, am I gonna get this again? Am I gonna get it somewhere else? That's just terrifying. So you know, it's like with everything going on, it's just like, you know, I need to go see my family, you know, before it's too late. So yeah. Costco. Got down at the Costco, got my Costco credit card, and I look like a mad scientist in the picture. Oh, that's awesome. There's this place I go to sometimes called IT. I wonder if the people who started it used to work in IT. That would be a funny joke. You have supposedly good food and yummy boba. Nicotine's for punks. It helps a little bit with the ADHD, not gonna lie, but now I'm addicted to it again. At least I'm not smoking cigarettes, but still. Recently got into Ichiban ramen, the one made by Sapporo. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, drugs are bad. Okay, that's right, drugs are bad. Don't do drugs, or please use them in safe moderation, and use your head. Don't lose your head. Ramen, fried rice, and milk. Oh, no. Okay, I read that. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I'm all over the place with this chat. I am so sorry. The ADD is strong with this one today. I wish I had a better relationship with my cousins. Yeah, there's, you know, there's always time. You still young. We're all in our 30s. We're fucking, you know, like browbeaten, you know, aging millennials. Big family. Oh yeah, a little bit. Rip Uncle Nefarious, sorry for your loss. Rip Nate's uncle, I'm sorry. Thank you guys. Thank you. That means a lot. Love you guys. It does suck. I probably spent the most time because I spent the most time with his son, that particular cousin, growing up. You know, like that was the cousin I was gaming with before stream. You know, we're like basically best friends. I mean, I've got my cousin best friend, and then I've got my, you know, non-family member best friend. Really two best friends, but one lives out of town, so I don't get to see him as much, you know. Freddy Krueger, Pig from Saw, or Leon. I mean, Freddy Krueger's iconic. I feel like I don't know if you have to buy them or if there's like in-game currency for it, but if it's like a priorities thing, I would probably go with Freddy just because, you know, he's, you know, one of the quintessential classic slashers. You gotta have him, you know. Timed this question horribly. Nah, dude, no worries at all. I can flip from talking about, you know, rip, you know, beloved people to, you know, video games in the blink of an eye. That's not, doesn't bother me. IT something technology. So IT something technology. Something dark side. See your family before you die. Costco. We old indeed. Feels like it anyway. I know that I'm not old in probably still more than half of at least age demographics of the current living generations. I'm not old, but I consider myself in the transitioning process of getting old. I am getting old. I am feeling it in many, many ways. The 30s will do that to you. I gotta stop clicking off the game because every time the sound stops, we gotta have our spooky ambience, you know, for random conversations that barely even pertain to horror games. See your family often, especially your older relatives. You do not want your freshest image of them. Yeah, to be in the hospital, physically degraded or hazy of mind. Yeah, and I mean that you know, that's the part that sucks with my uncle. I think the last time I saw him before. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, he came to town within the last year or two. Some of my aunts and uncles actually make the trip out to see us and see my grandma who lives with my mom. You know, to see his mom. They'll come out, you know, every year, 2 years, 3 years for like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something. So, you know, it hasn't been too terribly long since I saw him in better health and was actually able to have a real conversation with him and everything. But, you know, just to be able to be there, and, you know, oops, keep doing it. Just to be able to be there and sit in the same room with him, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, he was the uncle I spent the most time with as a kid. So, you know, I mean, I'm not like, it's not like I'm absolutely devastated, you know, over it or anything. But it, you know, it's loss. I'm sad, but I'm okay. Make sure you remember them first and foremost, what they were like with their health. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Freddy has the best perks in the game. Oh, nice. Oh, he's got the good perks, huh? Well, let's pop the fucking perks then, bruh. I'm joking. Again, don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. And if you're gonna do drugs, again, please be responsible, be smart. Don't use the bad ones. I'm not going to list off the bad ones, because that's kind of subjective, a little objective. Just don't do what I used to do. And if you don't know what I used to do, I don't, you know, whatever. I basically did everything under the sun. Going to my grandpa's house next week. Have a whole week off for President's Day. Nice. That is important to remember them as they were not at the, yeah, exactly. Hug your gramps and listen to his stories. Yeah, exactly. I need to go, you know, my grandmother lives in town. I need to go visit with her. I should actually do that tomorrow. Just pop over there for however long she can put up with me. Sit down and have a chat and just keep her company, because she's lost 2 of her sons now. So she's got 1 son and 1 daughter left, my mom. And that sucks, you know. I mean, she's lived a long life. She's in her 90s. But you know, it's, you know what they say, a parent should never have to bury their kid. It just sucks. But you know, in this uncle's case, I'm pretty sure we have Agent Orange exposure to blame, because he was a Vietnam vet. So thank you, United States government. Big preach. God, I love you guys so much. Oh boy. Anyway, I love him to no end. Very nice. Freddy has the best perks in the game. Nate Nefarious. Community leader. That's an interesting 2 words to use to describe me. Never seen that title before. Having that adult conversation with someone is so real. I wish I had that with my uncle. He was like my dad. Lost him when I was super young. Wish I could have those real convos. Yeah. Feels. My gramps died when I was 5, nearly 10 years ago. Still can't talk a lot about him without getting extremely emotional. I feel that. I wish I remembered my mom's dad. He died when I was like 1, and it was pancreatic cancer too, man. Like, to my understanding, pancreatic cancer is one of the most painful out of all of them. And it's just like, dude, I will tell you right now, I am not about to sit here and advocate or encourage ending things on your own terms, at least not early. But if I ever get, you know, cancer or some painful or wasting terminal illness, you know, there's going to be a certain point where no one should have to go out like that unless they choose to. You know, we have a tendency to like keep people hooked up to machines and, you know, just, you know, it's like if you really have that survival, that you got that fight and spirit in you and you want to try and stick around, you know, props to you. But I know like there'll be a threshold where I'm not gonna be willing to keep, you know, stay in pain wasting away. And honestly, with my past history and then what I do for a living now, like, you know, a lot of exposures to at least mild carcinogens, being around ozone all the time, because we do bottled water, I'll probably end up getting cancer. I mean, let's be real. It's very likely. It's already too high of a likelihood for everyone, as it is, but that's all right. I don't know why I'm talking about my own demise. We're probably still a long way away from that. So, yeah, let's maybe let's get away from the morbid topic. The more wholesome side is one thing, but he was a Vietnam Chad. Hell yeah. Yeah, he flew, he was in the Air Force. So he he flew rescue mission. He wasn't a pilot, but he was on the Hueys, and they flew rescue missions into Laos and Cambodia when we weren't in Laos and Cambodia. If anyone remembers your Vietnam history, the government claimed we were only in Vietnam and not, you know, going into other countries, and that was an utter falsehood. They lied to us and gaslighted us. Go figure. Sad for your grandma. She has you and your mom. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Let's see. I did speak with her, and, you know, like her whole mindset is, you know, I think the best that you really can look at. And, you know, he was in the hospital for months, like, you know, uncomfortable and miserable. We didn't know what the hell was going on. He was becoming less and less lucid. You know, so at least he's not in discomfort, pain, or anything anymore, you know? Back and no longer driving. How's the game going? Brood, we are still yapping. I'm still yapping. I guess we are yapping because I'm not talking to a dead chat, which, again, thank you guys for being here and talking to me. It's really awesome to be back. I think this is the longest fucking yap session we've ever done on a stream. Yeah, so the game is not going yet, but I think it's gonna go good here in just a couple minutes. Appreciate your input on what I should get, but I'm gonna just buy them. Hey, gotta catch them all. Pokemon. It hasn't started yet. God, what's it's already it's 11 o'clock. Jesus. I do fully. I don't remember exactly how long the average runtime is on this game, but I do want to try and get through it and still hit that face interrogation demo. But, you know, if this ends up dragging out or having to become a second stream or something like that, you know, that's fine. We can do that too. Literally just yaps, drugs, and feels. No drugs. No drugs. Well, the good kind of drugs. Healthy drugs. Prescribed drugs. That's kind of funny, a certified ADHD moment. Mm-hmm. Just in time. Yeah, just in time. No game has started yet. My great-grandma had pancreatic cancer, but I don't remember that much about her other than going to my uncle's house and spending time with her. Yeah. And my uncle had, Jesus, yeah, pancreatic cancer. Jesus. Still remember what he looked like toward the end, what it does to the body. Wouldn't wish him on my worst enemy. Yeah, like that shit's scary. And honestly, like, you know, like in my 20s and early 30s, I wasn't at least consciously afraid of death. You know what I mean? Because like, it's just not something on your mind. Like, yes, of course, I logically know that I could die any day from any number of things. We are living creatures. That's life. You're always at risk of dying, whether the risk be low or very high. And that risk kind of inches a little bit bigger the longer you stick around. But, you know, like thinking about, you know, like, oh God, you know, death probably going to be painful. Even the best ways to go aren't, you know, can be painful or frightening. I don't think there's that many people that actually die in their sleep. I don't know if that's even actually a thing, honestly. But yeah, so like, you know, it was really around, I think the time I hit 34, 35 that I really started like realizing, because I had finally lived like, you know, several, like a handful, and then some of good years, you know, like I had some good times as a kid, but I was unhappy, depressed. I was bullied a little bit, and I took it really hard. I was very sensitive, little boy. So like bullying light to me, you know, like even just other kids just trying to, you know, fuck with me and, joke with me. Sometimes I took it wrong as like, you know, it hurt my feelings. You know, just like I was not really a happy kid, at least not half the time. You know, I had a great upbringing. You know, I had a lot of good times as a child. I remember it fondly, but I didn't really find like any real joy and fulfillment like for life at large until, you know, after I had spent 10 years strung out on drugs and all that shit. When I got my shit together, that's when life got good, and I was like, wow, okay. And then I get into my 30s and it's like, I'm getting older. I really love living. I like breathing. I ain't leaving. But every day is a little closer to death. A little bit stronger reminder of one's own mortality with each passing day. And it's something I've really been trying to come to terms with. Like, you know, the end is not always pretty. It's often messy, but you know, sometimes just kind of comes out of nowhere randomly. You don't even see it coming. Who knows? Point being, I am scared to die. I am terrified of my own mortality, and it's something I've really been trying to face and process the last few years, because I don't want to spend my life afraid of dying. That diminishes the quality of the actual living part of life. Made to the point of the night of collective existential crisis. Those guys in the Hueys had the biggest balls and the tiniest lifespans. He must have been a Giga Chad. Yeah, my uncle was a great fucking dude. 2 hours, yeah, it's a collective therapy session now. Couple minutes, you underestimate my stallage, Nate. Hello, Imagine, how are you? How's it going? Hope you're happier now. Yeah, for the most part, my work stress and then, you know, existential dread with the world at large, of course, have made that challenging again, very challenging. You know, I'm at least mostly happy, you know, in my interpersonal relationships, you know, my friends and my family and stuff like that. But I'm trying to come to a place of acceptance, you know, without burying my head in the sand and shit. And you know, that's a balancing act, but we'll get there. You know, it's not like I'm about to, you know, go remove myself from the equation or anything crazy like that. It's just human fears, and new developments in the overall progress of mankind. Yeah, feelings. What are those? Are those the things us men aren't allowed to have? Exactly. Don't have feelings, because then someone can use it against you. Nice lighthearted Friday feels, I see. Yeah. I mean, I guess the Friday night frights, I guess the real frights weren't the horror games that we haven't even gotten around to playing. They're the deep existential collective shared dread. Feelings, yeah, we don't deal with those. No. Exactly, Sydney. Sentient mortal realizes he will die someday. Disaster. Don't forget to name the channel whatever this was before you... That's brilliant. I'll have to make sure to leave, I think Mayo is still a managing moderator on YouTube. I'll have to find an heir to pass it off to. Missed your face. Likewise. How you been? Yeah, it's good. It's really good to be back. The break was welcome and necessary. I'm glad I did it, but it's also really nice to be streaming again. I gotta stop clicking off this game, man. We need this creepy ambience. I'm the opposite. I'm at the point where take me out could... Wait, what? Oh, could mean, date or a sniper. Well, you know what? I mean, with a sniper, probably gonna be quick, most likely, especially if they hit you in the old chrome dome. Not the worst way to go. And chances are you probably don't even see it coming, or hear it coming, or feel it coming. You're just presto changeo, dead, kaput, gonzo. My dad told me I can have them for breakfast. Oh, cookies. Yeah, I've been making the mistake of eating too late, too close to bedtime a lot here lately, and sleep is not happy when that happens. Whatever this was, damn. Hell yeah, cookies. I like me some cookies. The real frights were the friends we made along the day. Exactly. Want to go out like a movie villain? What, like a vat of acid, or getting melted, getting crushed in a hydraulic press and melted? Isn't that what happened in the Terminator, the first one? Stretched out for 8 seasons, then finally died because they ran out of money. I love sleep. I was loving sleep there for a while, and I don't know, man, being on night shift and on a 2-2-3 schedule is weird. I'm hoping, even though I'm going to be working a lot of hours, it's going to be tiring and stressful. I'm hoping that at least having a regular Monday through Friday while still on night shift will make help encourage me to get better sleep hygiene again. It's just hard, man. Like, I mean, it was snowing like hell, like an unprecedented amount of snow when I left work on Saturday. It's like, there is no way in hell I'm going to sleep right now. I'm staying up, so, you know, open all the windows so I can look out there. You know, ended up doing the cigar stream in the snow, a very scuffed stream, but it was fun. Another long ass yap session. Horror stories have never been the scariest thing to face. Yeah, right? I mean, honestly, horror has been kind of a neat way to kind of help process other emotions. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just burying them. It feels like I'm processing them. I don't know. Visage broke me. That was one of the earliest horror games that I played. I mean, I had played Dead Space, you know, I had played Resident Evil 4 when I was younger, but I didn't really play a lot of horror games, just because they weren't really on my radar. I didn't grow up with a huge appreciation for horror, or like a body of knowledge about it, because my mom hates horror. So, you know, it's not like I was forbidden to watch horror movies. It was just, you know, I didn't really grow up watching a lot of horror movies with my parents or anything. So it just didn't really get on my radar until later. But man, I played Dead Space, loved that game, scared the shit out of me, but I stuck with it, you know, beat it, so on and so forth. And then, I don't know, like after going through all the, you know, my teens and 20s and then getting clean and actually being able to hold down a job and not pawn off all my my video games, you know, I could actually game, and, you know, not steal from myself, essentially. I was scared to play horror games. I started Resident Evil 2 Remake when I lived with my cousin, but I was too scared to play it by myself. So when I started YouTube, I was just going to do videos. But I wanted to play horror games. I was like, you know what? Let's do like a weekly horror series. I'll make videos, upload them in the week. There are terrible videos. Don't watch them. You have to be a channel member to see those anyway. There are actually a couple of them that are pretty good. A couple of the Breath of the Wild ones, I'm actually kind of proud of, like for very early editing work, not terrible. But that said, anyway, so it was like, you know, Friday Night Frights was staple. That was like my thing to look forward to every week, more than anything else, more than the other streams usually. For, you know, the first year or two, you know, with few exceptions. And, you know, then when I got on night shift, that's when that kind of obviously went to the wayside because I only have every other Friday off. And now, you know, I won't have a Friday night off for the foreseeable future. But, you know, we'll get back around to it. Either way, we'll still do spooky shit, but oh my God. Yeah. Trigger Happy Tuesdays. Oh my God. It was Trigger Happy Tuesdays. And then did we do, I think we did still stream sometimes. So early on, I played a lot of Call of Duty, with a couple of my buddies, and I got tired of Call of Duty. I have anger issues, and Call of Duty brings it out of me. I wasn't enjoying the game anymore because I'd get mad. That would affect my game performance, which would in turn make me even more mad. It was a negative feedback loop. Wasn't good for my anger, or for my mental health ultimately. So I just kind of stopped playing it, but used to have a separate channel called Tactically Tactless, and two of my buddies, the ones that I played COD with all the time, you know, we would stream at least once a week. It was called Trigger Happy Tuesdays. And I do miss that. I miss gaming with them. They're still very much into online competitive FPS games, and I don't enjoy competitive games anymore. And a lot of that's just my personal issues and self-esteem shit, and then my, you know, anger issues all compounded with that. But I like story games. I like, you know, obviously co-op games too. I don't know. It's just the repetitive loop of competitive online, and then like just the constant sweating, you know, the cheaters don't make it any better. I don't know. It doesn't sustain me like it used to. Now I know I found you on a Tuesday. Oh, was it? Yeah, it was on a Tuesday. It was on a Tuesday. I remember it like it was yesterday. Which yesterday was what's today? Today is Friday, right? We were just talking about it being Friday, and I already forgot. Yesterday was Thursday, but 2 days before that was a Tuesday. So some number of weeks prior to this last Tuesday, one day. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so we're all caught up on chat. I think we've covered the existential dread. We've been yapping for an absolutely insane amount of time. Again, thank y'all for being here and chatting with me. It's actually been fun. But I need to stop talking and I don't know. Let's see if I can get you know, scared enough to go into caveman mode and babble and make baboon noises and shit my britches. Shall we? I just want to make sure. I already set up the graphics and everything, but I've had issues with games lately a lot where like they'll revert settings when I don't play them for a while, and I don't know if it might be the Nvidia app trying to like auto optimize them. I need to look at my settings for that. That might actually be what's causing that, but just want to check, make sure everything's good. Yeah, who knows what time it is? Who needs a watch? Just, you know, time is a concept, man. Just live your life. Hell, if you ignore time hard enough, you can probably pass into the fourth dimension and then, you know, like time travel or just transcend time altogether. You know, just stop aging. You know? It's all in your mind freak. I'm a freak and I have a fraction of a mind, so I might be able to do that. That's right, game time. Time for the spooks and goofs, finally. For anyone who's been just like silently, you know, sitting there or lurking or, you know, just walked away from whatever device you're watching this on because you're like, come on, play the horror game. Shut up, you idiot. Well, I apologize, but here we are. We're going to do it now. And then I proceed to yap for another 5,000 hours. Yeah, what even is time? It's like, Anthrax has a song called Time, What is Time? I can't remember. I think that's an original. Might be a cover. But yeah, I don't know. Anthrax, great band. Thrashter piece right there. School year started slow, the November hit. Now it's February. It is February. It is the Valentine's month. Hold your partners tight if you got them. Because you never know what's coming down the pipe tomorrow. Time is simultaneous. Yes, indeed. You know what? Maybe we could use quantum entanglement or whatever to like find the universe where we don't age, can live forever. Seems we all needed the collective yap. Hell yeah, let's get it going. Yeah, Vince is ready. So won't catch me asking you to what was I gonna say? God damn it. I was gonna say something. It doesn't matter. We're done yapping. There's no more yapping now. It is gaming. Okay, so can the monster hear your microphone? The monster can hear your microphone to make a more challenging experience. Recommended for those at home alone or streaming. Streaming. Not recommended if you have a lot of background sound or if you want a more easy experience. I better make sure that I have my filtered mic coming through here. Got some noise cancellation on there. Yeah, I want the monster to hear the mic. Monster hear mic. You got normal, hard, and hell. We're doing normal difficulty. I'm good on all that Dark Souls type challenge bullshit. I'm not a challenge guy. I am challenged when it comes to challenges. I don't like them. What is more scary to you? A monster with a creepy smile or a monster with no face? Honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, I'd have to see it. I mean, I know what the monster looks like with a face. Seth released a lot of YouTube videos actually leading up to this release, like, you know, detailing his process, you know, like his goals with the game and stuff like that. Really good videos. Actually, I need to add a link to his channel as well in the description. Also, the face interrogation demo, this game are linked in there. I think I've got the link to his dev page as a whole on Steam. Please feel free to check him out. So that's a great guy, and I think he's really coming into his own as a dev. Well, you know what? What do you guys think? Face or no face? Face or faceless? I'll let you guys decide, because I know what he looks like without a face. Pretty creepy. Or I know what he looks like with a face. Pretty creepy. Pretty creepums. I'm done yapping. Nate Yap Farius, the liar. I am Maik, the liar. I would be patient, but I choose not to be. Well, you know, that's fair. You have the prerogative. The prerogative. Prerogative? You have the pierogies. You have the right to remain silent, and you have the pierogies to be impatient should you wish to. That is your choice. We are given free will. Sort of. I think free will's... It's a little free. It's a little bit... I don't know. As a person with emotional dysfunction as a result of a neurological based mental health disorder, it's a lot of shit that I don't have a lot of control over. You know what I mean? I still make choices, and I still can... Anyway, all right. Yap over. No face reminds me of Spirited Away. No face. I want face. Probably should have made a poll, but okay. So we got 1 for face, 1 for no face, 2 for no face. Fish are friends, not food. Bloodthirsty shark. That sounds like a trick. No face. Love that movie. Bloodthirsty shark. Yes. Nate, that was the most inspiring thing I've ever heard you say. What was something about free will? What free will? We live in a simulation. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so far we got 2 for no face, 1 for face. You have free will, but you're not in control of it, if that makes... Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a huge combination of factors, you know? Like, you can't blame everything on your genetics or your upbringing, but those are such a huge part of conditioning and creating the person that you are right now. To change those things often takes time, repetition, concerted effort, and a fuck ton of failures. And we're not, every time we fail, we're not necessarily choosing to fail. You know what I mean? Free will is more of a vector than it is a constant, I guess. When you're talking about, pierogies. Yeah, pierogies are truly inspiring. I haven't had pierogies in forever. They're delicious. It is you making a decision, but you've made the decision before you're consciously aware of it. It's like that concept was in the Matrix, and that is very, very true in a lot of cases, if not most, I think, when it comes to the choices with which we're faced. Okay, so we had 2 for no face, 1 for face. I'm on the fence, but leaning a little bit towards faceless, so we're going faceless tonight. Everyone, remove your faces, remove the mask, and reveal the monster within. Show us who you truly are. Self-sabotage or decision. Okay. So I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna turn up the DPI on my mic a lot. Ooh, okay. All right, that's just a creepy statue. There's some kind of door ahead. Source of the signal is coming from that direction. No, I didn't catch that. Left. What is a squishy sound? Is that you? Are you a freak? Oh, God. What? Oh, I see. When I step... Okay, I'm stepping up on it. I was like, why is it lowering? Okay, all right. There is collision. I thought I was like going through the thing. All right, left button. All right, we can break vase. We can break vases, vases, jars, whatever. Oh, look. Okay, we got a little microphone indicator on the right. Can I help you? Do you require assistance on the other side of that door? Do you require assistance? Do you need... I think you're beyond help, honestly. No offense, but... I too rip my fave off after a long day. What? Oh, face. Rip my face off after a long day. A man with no name. The Oracle blew Neo's mind with that one about whether or not he would take the candy. Yep. Crashing out. Don't crash out. Don't be like me at work. Ooh. Okay. That's disorienting, even though I intentionally clicked it. Okay. See, this, like... This whole aesthetic already, it's different from Mother Hub and Habilis, but it's still similar vibage. Thea, I think I found the source of the signal. Thea, I believe, was our protagonist's name in Mother Hub, if I remember correctly. And Hera, the character's name that's flashing in some of that dialogue, is actually voiced by a friend who streams on Twitch and is a like legit ass fucking voice actor. She's fantastic. And she has worked with several of Seth's projects now. Left button. Anyway, a lot of good voice talent involved with Seth's games. Enhance run speed, enhance crouch speed, enhance stealth. Hey, look, everybody, we got some perks. We're gonna pop some fucking perks. Oh my god. Oh, the sensitivity's so much higher with the mouse. Okay, activate machine power west. So can I choose one of these? Do we want crouch speed? Let's enhance stealth. I'm gonna do that. Oh, I see. I have little... Okay, I have like little red shards. It's red sand, you know, before they break it down. Okay. I see. Okay. All right. So they're basically skill points. I'm not going to do the indecisive thing that I tend to do in a lot of games and like try and make everything, you know, equal-ish. I'm just going to leave, yeah, we're just going to have a little bit of run speed. We're going to mostly do stealth and a little bit of crouch speed. And we'll see how it goes. I'm going to have to be sneaky, boy. I might really have just ought to put it all in run, but hey, that's, you know, I don't know, maybe we can respec or something. But yeah, this whole aesthetic is different from Mother Hub and Habilis, but I get the feeling that we're many, many, many years after the events of the other games. But yeah, this still is okay. Oh yeah, RMB to enter the anomaly. Okay, this is still very much like Seth's vibe, like aesthetically, you know, style speaking. It fits that same general template of Habilis and Mother Hub that was really engaging. Very unique. I love it. We just clicking them, or is there like a... Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a puzzle. Okay. All right. We already got a puzzle. Cool. I love puzzles. So good at puzzles. Remember when I was saying that earlier, that I'm really good at puzzles? Anyone who's new to the channel? Well, now you get to see how master of puzzles I am. Master of puzzles, they're pulling my strings. What did I did something right. I don't know what I did right, but I clicked things and now we're progressing. Okay, are we following the orb? Oh, my sweet shiny ball of light. Am I to follow you? Activate skirt door. Ooh. Ooh. The ambience is great too. I'm loving this so far. I am Sparta. I am Italy. Yes, drugs are still bad. OMG, what's up? How we doing? This is, yes, Seth's stuff is always very Lovecraftian. Another thing I love about it. Yeah, beam me up, Scotty. Stealth is probably OP until the boss fight where it's useless. I don't know for sure. I get the feeling there may not be an actual boss fight for this so much as just getting the hell out of Dodge. I think it's all about escape, but I could be wrong. Today's sideshow wore a cowboy hat. Nice. Follow the glows. It always glows. Oh, we have a flashlight. Right. Okay. That helps greatly. Activate. Is this the skirt door? I don't see a skirt. Hey, baby girl. Show me what's under your skirt. Come on. Yeah, this ambience is good. And it's a lot of horror games, like the ambience will be like real repetitive. This is not. We have not cycled through enough of the ambient. Squishy. Enough of the ambient noises for it to seem repetitive, which is awesome. Okay, all right. Looks like the portal needs power. Oop. Okay, be careful. My scanner's picking up movement. You're not alone. Great. Okay. So. Oh, oops. Well. And there you have it, everybody. Dead exhale. Okay, we did it. It's over. It ended. We died. There's no. Once you die, oh god. Once you die, it erases your save file, deletes the game, and removes your Steam license, and you can never play it again. So we're moving on to the next one, because fuck that spooky shit. No, just kidding. We are going to beat this. Hopefully we can do it in a single stream, but we'll see. Okay, we got more red sand to spend over here. Red sand, my favorite drug on the Citadel. More skill points, yeah. The snickering. You're not you when you're hungry. Okay, so we gotta be very quiet. I'm not sure if it can hear me like with the mic only partially activating. I think it's probably only when you see that red flash there. Yeah, that's it. That's it. No, no, no. 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 Oh, I'm good. I don't want any of that. Flashlight off, right? Can you guys hear me okay when I whisper? No. Please, no. Can I go home now? Here we go. Is that crawling? I'm gonna pause this. So I was talking earlier about the breathing mechanic. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but did you notice she gasped just now? So is she? How does the breath mechanic work? Did I gloss over something, or was it not fully explained? I'm not sure. We got Monster. Here's Mike. I think the sensitivity is honestly perfect. Not sure how that whole breathing thing works. I don't know if there's like a button to hold your breath, if she automatically starts holding her breath when the monster's nearby. I don't really know. I guess we'll probably just have to feel it out a little more. Yeah, the skittering noise is like, dude, the ambience and the sound is fucking awesome here. There's not even any music right now. There hasn't been much, if any, music. It's all just ambience and sound effects, and so far it's fucking great. We need to be very quiet. It causes a whole ass explosion. But I think, did you see the health bar that popped up when I did that? And it said the monster grows more desperate. So I think that's how we damage the fucker. So maybe that's our boss battle right there. From skimming the reviews, I think we have the option of running through, just running from it. I think we can probably destroy it with those egg sack looking things. And I think we can just, you know, stealth around like I'm trying to do now. The egg implosion, yeah. Hey, you got to implode a few eggs to, you know, make an omelet. It is known. Whisper, whisper. Even the quiet talks halfwaying the meter. Yeah, it's probably the compression I've got on it. Yeah, sleepy time is a good time. Getting ready for bedtime. Hell yeah. Get you some good eeps, Meeks. Oh, the Olympics started. Was that today? Oh, where are they doing the Olympics this year? Oh, that's right. That's the thing. Is that in France or Italy? I don't remember. It's one of them, they're European countries. Wish I was a peon, but I'm American. I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I am actually proud in some ways to be an American. Some ways. Let's see. Enemy becomes more desperate and reveals its ability to walk through walls. Yeah, gotta love that. It's a little OP. It's not fair. Seems like the egg juice messed her up. Just fell into my bed. This is life. Hell yeah. Good bed, good life. Yes. Yes. Nate out here thinking I'm blind. It took up 10% of the screen. France, I believe. Okay, gotcha. Italy. Ah! We're at an impasse again. I don't know. Is it France? Is it Italy? Maybe they're the same country. I don't know. I've never been there. I've been to Spain. Maybe they're both just made up. Maybe they don't even actually exist. Maybe the rest of the world, besides like Spain, which I can emphatically say exists. Maybe the rest of the world is all just like ocean. You know, it's all a conspiracy. The earth is flat. There's not that many countries. It's just a bunch of ocean. It's all just, you know, smoke and mirrors, and pretty lights on the TV. Italy. I remember because my friend was mentioning how Captain Orange Face was talking about sending ice to Italy. Yeah, some kind of like, I don't want to get too deep into politics, but I did read that it was they've got like a, you know, like external unit meant for, you know, some kind of operations off of US soil, which I don't really know much about or get, but whatever. I don't know what they need to be at the Olympics for. But yeah, sure, whatever. I got pump faked and I fell for it. What is pump faked? You ever think about the dark in your room too much when everyone else is asleep and then start to freak out? I think I'm still scared of the dark. I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember the last time I actually found myself afeared. Well, he got me. Oh, he got me. Oh, he got me. I got. Okay, so is there any sort of checkpointing? It looks like I still have all the points I last spent. So that seems to be static. We got progression there. Oh, a basketball move. Okay. My mind makes shapes in the darkness. Yeah, I had a little bit of a period where I was sometimes scared of the dark. I had a night light, but not for long. But there was a time since I've lived here, living alone is still relatively new to me. Only lived by myself since like 2022. And for part of 2019 and 2020. So when I first got this house, there were times like, oh, it was when I was still playing Visage. I would walk down my hallway at night and not have the lights on, and I would get spooked. But once you beat Visage, it's... Once you beat Visage, no horror game, at least for me so far, has quite hit me at that level. I still love horror games. It makes it a little easier to, you know, like play them. You know, I don't have to fight myself to continue Visage like I did. I took a break from it because it was so fucking abjectly terrifying. But yeah, that was... Game's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but it is the scariest game I've ever played to date. So yeah, it looks like we've kept our points that we've earned so far, and I didn't see that egg sack over there, so that's persistent. That's a good thing. Gotta head out because I'm tired as shit. See y'all maybe tomorrow if I stream in the Discord. Hell yeah, Vince. Sounds good. I am off tomorrow. I will be doing probably some gaming with my cousin. and my cousin, you know, whose father just passed. We haven't been gaming much together lately. And it's like right now is the time for sure. You know, we need each other, you know. It's a breath mechanic or sanity. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, oh, yeah, the monster heard us talking about the dark. Yeah, I think the monster caught us because we couldn't hold our breath long enough. So it seems to be an automatic mechanic or something. I can't quite wrap my head around it yet. I like when you fake a 3-pointer. Anyway, Vince, I'll watch out for you in the Discord. If nothing else, I'll at least pop in and say hey. Because I may also spend some time later tomorrow night with one of my IRL buddies as well. But we'll see what happens. At the least, I'll pop in and say hey if I see you in there. After you do enough in-game cannibalism, you lose all fear of the dark. Then you just stupidly stub your toes. Bend over to the front, stub your toes. I have this reoccurring dream since I was 5, and it's me in the dark walking around in a submarine that looks all abandoned with leaves and stuff in it. Interesting. I would be thinking I need to wake up and get out of here, and it would scare me. Yeah, that's weird. It's like some weird liminal horror type shit. And it's so weird because when I have dreams like that, I think to myself, I need to wake up now, and I'll try to wake up, and then I don't. That's always crazy. I've never full on lucid dreamed before where like I could, you know, control it. There's been some times where I like kind of had like a half cognition that like I'm dreaming, and I could kind of guide things a little bit. But usually I'm just like completely out of control until I wake up. Like, it's like, oh God, it was just a dream. Like when you live the life I used to, and then even now in the modern day, there's, you know, some paranoia that someone could kick my door down just for, you know, things that I say or believe. So, you know, it's sometimes I have dreams that, you know, like cops are kicking the door down, or, you know, the government, big government, federal government. And those are the fucking worst. Those are the fucking worst. Reoccurring dreams are awful. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I've ever had good recurring dreams. I can't say that I have. If I did, if I do or did, I don't remember those. I think that's pretty normal though. I think usually when you're having good dreams, you're probably having, I would think, having more restful sleep usually. Whereas, you know, negativity always leaves quite the impression on us, clearly. You see that with social media, and, you know, YouTube clickbait, stuff like that, rage bait on the intranet. But yeah, I guess that's what makes them more memorable, and because sometimes they're terrifying enough that it fucking wakes you up, you know? They're so weird. Yes, lucid dreams. Dreams are bad, okay? Except when they're not. But usually when they're not, you don't remember them. Got another squishy egg. Okay. So the question is, where can I move to that's safe? After I do this. Squish. Okay, turn the flashlight off. The enemy becomes more desperate. Desperado. Most is clear. Okay, we got little sneakifiable tunnels. That's good. I like sneaking. I like tunnels. I am a fan. doesn't seem like I can activate them from inside for some reason. Although I did see when we opened that one there, I did see a little like blue rune thing kind of icon pop up on the side of the screen, and it said 0. So it may be that we have to have a... Yeah. You know what? I want to know, can he get me in here? I think he's too big to come in here. Yeah, so she seems to be automatically holding her breath when the creature's nearby. So the question is, what can I do with that mechanic other than just move away as quickly as possible? Fucking ambience is fire, dude. Yeah, see, when I'm nearby this thing, the little blue icon pops up. It says 0. So maybe I have to have... Well, now it's popping up here, too. What does it all mean? It says to click the left button. I'm clicking the left button and nothing. So what am I missing? No, auto scroll isn't working. Boo! Boo! Oh, don't boo me. Boo you. Boo phone. Who this? I don't recall ever realizing within a dream that it was a dream. I do recall once waking up and being really freaked out that the green washers were not under my pillow. Don't know why that was even important. Dream me is probably a freak. So here's the thing. Unless it's like, you know, one of those really weird, disturbing sexual dreams that, you know, haunt you for years after you have them. Like, why is that a thing I dreamed about? Oh my God, that was weird. Outside of those, I never had one of those, by the way. I'm not a weirdo. But you know, I'm just guessing some people probably have that. But outside of that kind of thing, unless of course you want to share the really weird ones, just, you know, keep it PGR. I once dreamed that my house was being broken into by thieves. There were 2 of them. They bore a striking, uncanny resemblance to Harry and Marv from Home Alone. And I don't know at what point. There was a certain point. I was actually, funnily enough, I was crawling through, like, I was running away from them, and I like backed into a little tunnel passage just like this, actually. And I remember like Marv's face coming in this opening. He's like trying to grab me. So I retreat backward into this tunnel, and then he leaves me alone and goes away. And like eventually I crawl back out, you know, like, is it safe? And they are in the middle of this room on a seesaw, on opposite ends of a seesaw, but the seesaw is not going up and down. This isn't already random and weird enough. The seesaw is not going up and down. It is spinning in circles, and they're like smiling and laughing. And that I realized then it was a dream. But what happens to me when I realize that I'm dreaming, I wake up. Or if something becomes terrifying enough, you know, to like send my heart rate and my cortisol skyrocketing, I'll wake up. But yeah, it was so weird. There was another one where someone broke into my house. And I caught them in the kitchen stealing silverware. The man proceeds to, well, them, it might have just been one, but the man I catch stealing silverware proceeds, he turns to me and starts chasing me with a spoon in his hand. I run up this like never-ending spiral staircase for a little bit, and then he catches up to me and he stabs me in the leg with a spoon. And takes a chunk out of my leg, and there's no blood. It's just like wet pink, like wet, you know, like this color flesh. Just, you know, imagine like what you would think this flesh would look like if a chunk was out of it, but there was no blood coming out. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. Like that was probably when I was like definitely younger than 8, probably around like 5 or 6. But at the time it was terrifying. Like usually I don't get like injured in dreams, or I wake up before I actually do. I used to have a lot of falling dreams too. I think it's been a while since I remember having one. But the last one I remember was probably either in my early 30s or late 20s. God, falling dreams suck ass. Okay, we got 2 blue things now. Got 2 blue. Got the blue chew. Okay, I see. So we needed to have our little blue thing to open this. Yes, okay, that's exactly what it was. We used a blue thing earlier to open the door to get into that tunnel in the first place. Okay, all right, noted. So in order to open some of these like rune type thingies, gotta have a blue rune stone. Well, so far so good, Seth. You're scaring me. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, buddy. Okay. Is that a baby? Hey, who brought a baby? Who would do that? Sick. Sacrifice it to the monster? That would be kind of fucking metal, actually. Play-Doh. Okay. Let's catch up with chat. Insert jump scare here. I just cling to my cats when I have bad dreams. Yep. Emotional support. Furry friends. Especially of the feline variety. I love dogs, but I've always been a cat person. And on top of that, with my work hours the way they are, and just having severe executive dysfunction and living alone, I don't think it would be fair to a dog. I feel like I wouldn't be able to give them everything that they need. And on top of that, now I've got 2 very skittish cats. I don't think I could ever have a dog in this house and them not be like permanently traumatized as a result. Let's see, where are we? Talking about recurring dreams, lucid dreams. Yes, OMG, eek. Towards the end of some dreams, I'll realize I'm dreaming and I'm like, wait, I can imagine anything I want. But then I start to wake. Yeah, it's like, come on, man, let me have fun. Why does the brain have to do this to me? It's like, as soon as I have a chance to have some agency and have some fun, it's like, nope, wake up. It's like, wow. Is that reality? Is that just reality? Even your own mind is a barrier to your own happiness and joy? Well, I guess the answer to that is actually kind of obvious. I don't know why it's like that, but probably conditioned self-hate. Yeah, okay, I read that. Just when you get the power of me. Unlimited! Pa! Swear if anything crawls in the vent with you. Yeah, right? I'm just waiting. I mean, we saw those little, like, I didn't really get a good look at them, but we saw those little, like, buggy, wormy type creatures kind of drag themselves along the ground. I bet they can get in the vents. Harry and Marv are enough to scare anybody. These thieves just love you. Yeah, I know. I wonder how many home invasion dreams I've had that I don't remember, you know? Play-Doh. Wait, why are we playing with dough? Sorbate. I had this one dream where I'm in a white void and there's this tall basket of fruit and it's like a game with other people. Yeah, falling dreams suck ass. The game was that you have to get a certain fruit in a certain amount of time. Then you lay on your stomach and there was this tall black entity just watching me and the other people. Oh, God. Shadow people. If you failed, then it would eat you. It's funny because like most of my dreams are always just so scattered and strange. They don't make a whole lot of sense. Sounds like Miku, it sounds like you have dreams that are like maybe a little more coherent, if you will, but like that's actually like, I don't know. That's gotta be a sign of like some inner creativity or something. That's pretty fucking cool, actually. Like there's an actual scenario there. Not just like my dreams are always just like like constantly, like it changes. The whole script gets flipped during the course of the dream. Scary dreams often turn into good ones. I don't know about good dreams turning into scary ones. It may just be I don't remember the good part, but it's always like evolving and changing very rapidly, and it's always nonsensical. Bringing a baby to a horror fight, that's actually fairly normal. Yeah. Well, you know, babies, they got those soft skulls. So it's safer to swing a baby at someone, like a battering ram, than, you know, like, I don't know, an older kid or an adult, because you might crack their skull. With a baby, you know, they can get a little squish, you know. They'll be fine. It's just a baby. Their skulls will get harder when they get older. If they're still alive. I don't know. I was going somewhere with that bit and I lost, the track derailed. So moving on. Don't remember how I got on top of these white stairs and I was like, oh my God, I need to get out of here. And then the black figure saw me and started to rapidly float toward me. Sorry, I'm taking, no, you're good, Meeks. This is interesting, honestly. Cats protect you against... Yep. No mummies here. No mummies in this house. I'm not dumb enough to invite a vampire in. You know, I say that. But thinking about it, it's like, oh, you're a vampire? Oh, that's cool. Come on in. Tell me about your life. Just don't suck my blood or anything. I can trust you, right? Yeah, just step on over the threshold. Yeah, and, you know, come on. Come on in. Come on in. You're welcome. Anytime. Any day, any time of day or night. You're welcome. I love having vampires in the house. Anyway, figure caught me and just stared at me until the dream cut to me in my room playing an arcade game. Then I wake up. Plot twist indeed. My dreams are very, very linear too, but usually nightmares. My mom says I'm creative and cool. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Locations change a lot, but the plot is thorough. You are creative. Yes, exactly. The payment is baby hens. Ah, baby hens. Those are a delicacy where I'm from. Delicious. Got another egg thingy. Squishy green sack. I should. I'm sure that it risks alerting him. You know, breaking a vase, right? But we do need the items. Don't you click at me, bitch. This ain't Last of Us. There ain't no click. this table will protect us. Export is almost done. Hooray. No rickety games video coming at you live. Like me, who will soon be coming at you dead. Had a fun time talking about weird dreams. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I remember the last time I've actually had a conversation about dreams. So I'm assuming we'll probably have more terminals at some point where we can spend more points. I hope I don't have to backtrack all the way there. I would guess. Bet you we're actually not far from the next checkpoint. Ooh. Sneaking. All sneak, all day, all night, all the time. Every day. Till the end of time. Okay, so now we gotta use our... Gonna have to stand for this. There. Oh no. Oh! Oh! Oh god. Oh, it was terrifying. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Take this pouch out. Oh wow. Okay. That was impressive. That scared the dog shit out of me. We still got our red sand. Red sand. I'm gonna say it with confidence. Loud and proud. I love red sand. Red sand is my favorite illicit drug on the Citadel and elsewhere. Across the Milky Way. I'm Commander Shepard, and, I like red sand. Boom. Boom, boom. Honestly, at this point, we haven't even tried running. I don't even know why I'm putting any points in that, but... So, what is with this narrowed vision right now? Is that always there? I'm only just noticing it? Or are we narrowed for a reason? No, it opened up there for a second and then the oval came back. What exactly is that? Blue. Come a little blue chews. Gonna have a party tonight. Orange, what's up? Red sand, count me in, hell yeah. How you doing? Long time no see. I remember it like it was just this morning. In Dollar Store Jello's chat. That was a new noise. I don't think we've heard that one yet. One thing I've noticed about Seth where he really excels is he is really good at like finding people, either finding or attracting people like to his Discord and stuff. We're very talented and, you know, like passionate about indie horror and, you know, like want to help a small developer out. Like, the people who do the music for the games, like I was extremely impressed with the music in Mother Hub was really good. All the ambience and sound effects are very diverse. It's like a whole fucking library of sounds, you know. I'm still not feeling anything being particularly repetitive. The sound quality is really good. Yeah, I don't know. This is most impressive. Okay, where were we? This game is the master of freaking me out. Yeah, it's doing a good job. I'm a little freaked. Fast travel back to the upgrade. Yeah, that's, you know what? That's what it is. The monster is the fast travel point. Death is only the beginning, or the re-beginning again. Back downstairs with my parents. I'm spooked. The more you die, the more you in-game squint. Maybe. Oh God, I hope not. Are my eyes like getting swollen shut from being beaten repeatedly and torn to pieces by a horrifying Lolth-looking motherfucker? Got alert for sleeps, but just wanted to say, hey, well, I appreciate you. Hope you have good sleep, Orange. And I'm sure I'll see you around soon. Spoopy indeed. Yes, Sydney, correct. Spoopiest of the poopy. It might be when the creature is near that it narrows like that. I think it is. I think. Oh God. Oh, it's gonna get me. It didn't get me. I don't know what happened. It looked like it busted one of its own egg sac thingies on the other side of the wall or something. I don't know. That was terrifying. I'm surprised I'm not dead. Redacted. Yo, dude. How we doing? How's it going? 5 months, man. Thank you for the resub, dude. How are you? How's it going, dude? What's going on? What is up? I don't know. What is down? I'm not sure which way is which anymore. No, we are playing Dead Exhale. So this is from Seth at Odale Studios. He did Habilis and Mother Hub, which we played. I think I did a edited video on Habilis, streamed Mother Hub quite some time back now. I actually did a little bit of, you know, minor voice work for Mother Hub, which was really cool. This one, unfortunately, it kind of got steamrolled in the Steam algorithm. Wow. Okay, I wasn't even trying to make a joke or a pun, and it just happened anyway. Guess that's why I call myself Pun-stoppable and no one else does. But yeah, so far it's really good. So you've got a monster that's like balanced and tuned to kind of like, you know, learn your habits and your patterns. Quite similar to Alien Isolation. So we're trying to progress through this place. There's some story here, but I don't know how much lore, how deep the lore is going to go and stuff. So far it's kind of light. So far it is very frightening. And like, if you haven't seen, I don't know if you've seen Habilis or Mother Hub, but Seth has a very distinct like visual style with his games. It's really unique and gorgeous. A lot of Lovecraftian themes too. Yeah. So I got because I've done some voice work and, you know, just do what I can to get the word out, you know, and plug his projects. you know, I get some free keys and like early access to demos and stuff like that. So he had sent me the key for this while I was on hiatus, and I was like, oh man, I want to stream this so bad, but I'll put it on the back burner and I will pick it up, you know, when I mosey back on into the world of stream. So here we are. Provided that I can finish this before it gets too terribly late. Also have his next game, the demo for it, called Face Interrogation, which is like, it looks wild. It looks wild and weird, and it looks like it's going to be a very unique and very different horror experience. Just odd aesthetics, but like in a good way. I don't know. It's friggin' weird. Tell you what, just so I can postpone my terror, let me see if I can pull up. I'll pull up the thumbnail that I made. If we make it over there, I'll, you know, swap the thumbnail out. Games. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Face Interrogation. Demo. Okay. Which thumb was it that I ended up settling on? I think it's probably E. It's probably the last one I made. I'll open that. I really just need to do a display capture page rather than, I have one set to like browser, but I still have to change the source for it and stuff like that. But they could, you know, just, can I change that to yep, photos, audio. See, there we go. And boom. So like this is, I mean, you got this thing, you got a cat, you got a cute little, slightly creepy but mostly cute little cat. You got this fucking thing, and the voice for this character, if you can call it that, is horrendous. And then I only got this goofy guy who looks straight out of a Chillizart game or something. Speaking of Chillizart, I got the new Chillizart game, so we're gonna play that soon. I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze it in this weekend. I might try and do a later stream Sunday night. The new Chillizart game is a horror game. It's Chillizart, but it's open world survival fishing game. And I watched the Game Grumps play the demo, and I was like, wish list. Next fucking day, they didn't even have a release date listed. Next fucking day, I get an email notification from Steam. It's like, hey, one of your wish list items is available. I'm like, what? So yeah, I'm super excited about that one. Yeah, Face Interrogation is store searchable on Steam, demo, and all. Yes. And if you're on YouTube, I believe it's also in the description. The description. Signed up for Psychology 1 next. Oh, nice. Nice. Get that shit in early. That's awesome. I found what little... I wasn't in university long enough to take any psych classes until I started working on a bachelor's a few years ago. I gave it, I put it on the back burner because of work. Trying to do work and go to college all over again was horrendous. And I was also starting to pop off, you know, relatively speaking, like pop off a little bit, you know, like averaging 5+ viewers at the time on YouTube. You know, so like the YouTube thing was growing, and it's like, well, I'm enjoying doing this versus going to college for distribution and logistics, which is just like, ugh. Snooze fest, snore fest. But yeah, anyway, I mean, this is like a little bite-sized sample of the weird ass aesthetic we got in store when we get to Face Interrogation. But last I checked, there were 31 reviews on the demo. You can actually review demos now, as of like last year sometime on Steam. All of them positive. Now, I didn't want to, like go peruse, get any spoilers or anything going through the reviews. So I don't know, how many of those thumbs up were just like lukewarm thumbs up, but out of 31, which is a lot of reviews for a demo, that's more reviews than this game has, the full version. And Seth said he got like a spike of wish lists kind of out of nowhere. So we're very much hoping that the Steam algorithm is going to be favorable to him on this one. So I really, I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping we get to it tonight, but either way, we're going to do it. It's raining in Tokyo. Isn't it always raining in Tokyo? I don't think that's actually a thing. Just said that. Wonder what time it is in Japan. I don't know. You can look it up on the intranet. That's what it's for. Google it. Google. Haven't heard of this one. After 2 weeks of being 70 something degrees. God, it's been so damn cold here, which I love the cold. But with all the winter weather, I mean, I got stuck coming up my driveway like 3 times in a row with an all-wheel drive vehicle too. And I mean, it's a gravel drive, but there's so many layers of winter weather on it from the last couple weeks. We had more light snow again last night. It wasn't much, but what little fell stuck. It's like, okay, now I understand why people in the Midwest and the North don't like snow. I mean, logically, of course, I've always understood it. But being subjected to even a fraction of that, normally here, we might get 1 or 2 snows with like 1 to 4 inches at best. I don't even know how much we got between the weekend before last with the ice, snow, and freezing rain, or the sleet, snow, and freezing rain mix, and all of that still being on the ground, the roads only, mostly cleared, and then getting dumped on with like somewhere in the realm of probably 6 to 9 more inches. It was crazy. I enjoyed the, extra time off work. It was really nice. And I enjoyed the view. I enjoyed going out in the snow. And my first stream back was going out and having a little cigar and chat stream in the snow. That was fun. DM me the link and I'll give it a try too. Nice. Let's see. Okay, you're on Twitch. I was gonna say, I should have fucking pinned the link. I didn't even think to do that. Always want to support the homies. Hell yeah, preach, dude. Oh yeah, okay, I read that. Kitty. Oh, did one of the kitties slip by, unbeknownst to me? The new Chillism streaming soon. Hell yes, dude. Also, a lot of y'all probably know Gamer Libra. It's kind of like I can get easily charitable with friends. I just happened to, go to the game, the Steam page in my library, to boot it up. And I saw that Libra had put it, on his wish list. And I was like, fuck it, I just got paid. I'm just going to gift this motherfucker this damn game. So I imagine Libra will probably also be streaming that sometime soon as well. So I have a feeling that's going to be a fun one to watch from different perspectives. So let me know if you think about it, if you remember, shoot me a DM and let me know once you know when you're going to stream it. So I can, even if I'm like working or something, I can at least try and, squeeze in a break or something to slip in and pop in and say hello. I think I may try and stream it late Sunday night, but We'll see how that goes. But I'm so excited for that. That one was not even on my radar. Came out of nowhere, and it's here. It exists. New Chilla's art, and it's something very different from what they've done in the past. The chance that I won't get any of the electives I signed up for because priority goes to juniors and seniors. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll help push it in stream. Hell yes. Winter is non-existent this year, I guess. It's finally going back to being cold around here too. Right? What winter? Yeah, exactly. What winter? That's not a thing. Doesn't exist. It's a myth. It's like that. It's like the round Earth. There is no. It's flat. The winter. There's no cold. There's no such thing as cold. It's just less heat. You know what I mean? It's just less thermal energy. That's not. Cold is a myth. It's just not hot. It's the absence of hot. You know what I mean? Science. Science. The more you know. Coldest it's been here is probably like low 40s. Oh, that's crazy. We don't usually, I would say we probably don't usually get to single digits. You know, we get in the teens relatively often in the coldest parts of the winter. But I mean, we hit single digits at least a couple days for the lows last week, and it was crazy. My energy bill is going to be painful. My house is not very energy efficient. It's really loud. Thank you. It's the test of the Nelt man. It's the Nelt man. Does anybody see a Nelt man? That's a standing man type thing with his guts all removed or something. That's a sitting man. Why with the aggressive violins? Why? Or mullahs? Some kind of angry sounding stringed instrument. Okay. Y'all see that little yellow arrow? Is that my objective maybe? To back. Do we have to backtrack? Do not know. Game looks great. What's the general story? So far, all we've had is some like brief lines of dialogue that are spoken in like another language, and they passed by too quickly for me to catch them and read. Back the fuck up. Don't need that skittering bullshit here. You nobody got time for that. But so I think that there's definitely some story. There might be some lore to read, or maybe. I'm not sure. So in Mother Hub, the one that I did a couple voices in, one of the voices I did was an audio log. So I believe this actually takes place in the same universe, if I'm not mistaken, but it appears to be very different because Mother Hub and Habilis were very much sci-fi with Lovecraftian themes. This one, I mean, we got like runes and weird shit. I get the feeling that this is probably taking place a long time after the events of the other games. Not really sure, just a guess. If they're directly linked at all. Either way, I do know from Mother Hub and from Habilis that Seth likes, the audio log kind of thing, like Dead Space, and so I think Alien Isolation had quite a bit of audio logs and stuff like that. So one of the voices I did was an audio log. So I'm hoping, I think I remember seeing a little in the Steam trailer for it. I think there is a section where you like find like a note or a document or something. I think there is an actual, spoken voice lines as you read along, but I can't remember for sure. But I don't know. I don't think this is going to be super story rich, but there's definitely going to be some lore. I just don't know really what it's about right now. We're just trying to get away from this frickin' lol fucking lolth looking motherfucker, like spider elf thing. It's horrifying. 7 athletes from Jamaica. Nice. So far, it looks like go to the spooky alien world, crack the eggs of the poor helpless eldritch horror. Exactly. Yeah. So they're like these green eggs, and I think this is probably optional. I think there's a number of ways we can play this. I think we can escape by running from it. We can obviously stay away from it by sneaking. See, Snake should be here honing his skills, but no. Instead, he's busy being lazy, and by him being lazy, I mean I still haven't set up the PNG tube software again yet, but we'll get there. 1 athlete from Guinea-Bissau. What is with all these countries with the name Guinea in them that I've never heard of? Like I knew Papua New Guinea. And then, like, I learned recently that there's, like, a bunch of them. It's, like, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 countries in the world that have the name Guinea in them. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, are they doing opening ceremonies right now? Nice. Okay. All right. I shall steel myself. We still don't have any achievements. Spending so much goddamn time yapping tonight, dude. So you know how Redacted, your streams usually end up being a very long period of yapping at the beginning. Usually in my streams, traditionally the yapping lasts maybe max 30 minutes. Usually more like 5, 10, 15 before I'm playing a game. We sat here and chatted about all kinds of random shit for like 2 hours tonight. Literally probably right on about 2 hours. Subtracting the starting soon shit, but it's been fun hanging out with people and procrastinating this madness. I only knew New Guinea. Oh, so there's New Guinea and Papua New Guinea? Are those 2 different countries? I thought it was the same thing. What the fuck? Are you guys ready for the Super Bowl or whatever? Yes, sports ball. I definitely know which teams are playing, and I have a favorite team that I'm rooting for. I smashed his head. Oh, maybe it was because I smashed his eggs. Ooh. Close. Did it do that before? Okay, I don't know. But yeah, I think this yellow marker is our objective. That would make sense. Levi's Stadium. Interesting. Superb. Yes, very superb owl. I don't think he can get in. Yeah, I don't think we can get us in here because I was being very loud in this tunnel earlier and he never bucked at me, so I didn't have to knock. Yeah. You keep making your stupid noises and being creepy, you freak. Damn. Can we not open? There we go. Oops, I missed it. Just did it. Ruined it. I fucked it up. It's okay. No. That's a big, fat negative. Yeah, I chatted for a little over 2 hours. But yes, I know who I'm backing in the Super Bowl. I know exactly which teams are playing this year. I will definitely be watching. No. No, there was a period I've never been a big sports guy. I enjoyed playing baseball as a kid, but once we changed from pitching machines to human pitchers, I was pretty damn good at hitting the ball. I was above average hitting the ball with the pitching machines. It was like, oh hell yeah, just take a little getting used to, now that humans are a little less predictable than a stationary ball gun thing. Nope, never. Once we had human pitchers, it was a wrap. I sat on the bench pretty much all the time because I could never hit anything. I was never that good in the field at catching balls and whatnot. So I'd go to fucking baseball practice and I'd go to games and would sit on the bench almost the entirety of pretty much every game, pissed my mom off. And I was just like, not only did it like fuck with my confidence, but it was just a matter of like, I'm just sitting here watching everybody else doing what I want to do. I'd rather be at home playing fucking video games than this bullshit. So eventually just fucking wrote it off. Ever since then, I've had, plus it was always like the jocks or whatever. It was always the sports guys that made fun of me the most growing up. So naturally, I developed an aversion and a resentment towards sports. Now, I mean, it's whatever. I get it. People enjoy it. I get why people enjoy it too. There for a number of years, I enjoyed watching football. I would watch the Super Bowl and, follow like that one year that the Panthers were like fucking, Cam Newton was on fire and they were slaying. They went like, I don't know, 14, 15, 16 games in a row undefeated. But then, choked in the final playoffs, whatever the hell you call it, and then didn't make it to the Super Bowl. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun watching football. And I grew up, watching the Olympics. Olympics are a little different than, like the usual American competitive sports anyway. But even then, I mean, I don't know. I'm more likely to just be watching Papa Meat or Game Grumps or one of my favorite shows, playing a game, sports is definitely at the very back of my mind. Told myself I'll never do good in any sport until marching band, which Yeah, that is technically a sport. And honestly, at least in my opinion, as a music lover, I think marching band is a lot cooler than the actual sports that you're like, you know, sporting events that you're part of. You know what I mean? But that is cool because, you know, I mean, I suppose that could foster some, you know, school unity and whatnot. Because you got your marching band, got your cheerleaders, you got your sports ball guys. You know, you got a little motley crew of different demographics, so to speak. There, broccoli, yes, broccoli. Also, don't forget your spinach. You know, Popeye didn't get to be all muscly like he did without eating greens and nothing but greens. That's the real secret to building muscle. Don't bother with the gym. Don't bother, you know, like don't bother eating protein. Protein's a lie. It's a myth. Eat spinach all the time. If you eat enough spinach, you're gonna get your protein. I promise. The best sport indeed. The real reason people went to the football games was to see us totally not. Yeah, was to see us totally not because of the football or whatever they do. 10,000. Yes, 10,000%. That is 100%, 2 zeros. That is 100 times the affirmative. Okie dokie. He's just skitter on somewhere else, man. Skitter on the fuck out of here. Tired of all his skittering. Skittering, scattering. Pitter, pitter, patter of sharp arachnid legs. Bug legs. Is that a door opening? Ugh. Popeye would be proud. Of me? Or Miku? Who are we talking about? Oh, hey. We're back. We're back at the beginning. Full circle. Was that the creature teleporting that I just saw, or was that like just a graphical anomaly? So far, we have not fully physically seen that thing in this room, the starting room. I think this might be a safe area. Well, you know what? Let's test it out. Let's stand up, be loud and proud. Yeah, I hear you, skittering motherfucker. Well, I'm tired of whispering and being scared. Come get me. Come find me. Come on, bring it. God, it's almost worse. I don't think he can get us in here, but he's making all these horrible noises that are almost worse than the threat of getting got. Okay, anyway. Let me just desensitize myself to the ambience so I can focus on what's actually the threat. Let's upgrade our abilities a bit more. I'm going to leave run speed where it's at this point. A little more in crouch speed. And we'll drop 2 more units of sweet, delicious red sand. Crystalline red sand. Has not been powdered yet or converted to anhydrous sniffable form. Insufflation is not yet possible. Oh, I thought I was done for. Oh, God. Is there no way? Do I have to go that way? Can I go this way? No, there's no secret interdimensional bridge thing. There's this the blue thing though. I like blue things and red things, and we can get more skills. At what point do I unlock the skill that just where you yell really loud at the monster? It's like enhanced voice, you know. It's like the voice in Dune. You get to a certain point and you can like just using the tones and authority in your voice just compel other creatures and peoples to do whatever the fuck you want them to do, which in this case is just to fuck off. Literally, that's all this spider fucker needs to do. It's just fuck off. Just leave me alone for like two minutes. Don't come around here no more. That's what we need. We need Tom Petty playing on repeat. Tell that motherfucker not to come back. No more, no more, no more. Oh, Jack. You must be the Nelt Man, I presume. Crafty and God, so weird. This is what I'm talking about, man. This aesthetic is so fucking unique. Like even compared to other Lovecraftian games. I don't know. Seth just has a real eye for the visuals. I wonder, like, I don't know a whole lot about, you know, modern game well, I don't know a whole lot about game development, period. But, you know, I know you have, like, assets and stuff you can buy, you know, and generally the pricing is tiered, you know, on, like, you know, probably, like, detail. I don't know. I'm at this point, I'm really just speculating. I understand that there are, like, assets you can buy. You know, I wonder how much stuff, you know, like he actually, you know, hand makes versus like, you know, using assets. But whatever the fuck he does, it always feels completely unique and original and very much his own. It always impresses me. So far so good. This is the third of his games that I played. Well, I think this is just his third game, I believe. Yeah, because I think Mother Hub was actually his first game, but he ended up putting it on pause because he spent like 10 years on Mother Hub. And it shows, you know, I mean, he had no idea what the fuck he was doing when he started it. And that's part of the reason it took, you know, so long to make it. Not just because, you know, he was learning, but he started from a very, you know, a base of like very little knowledge and like no experience. So there's kind of an anomaly there, where you end up like a lot of times, they'll end up with a lot of like basically spaghetti code. And it makes it much, much harder to like go in and, you know, make patches, changes, adjustments and stuff. And that's like, if anyone's familiar with Tarkov, that's one of the big problems with Tarkov is when Nikita and Battlestate Games first started developing the game, I don't know how much experience, if any, they had going into it. It was very little, if any. They were noobs, still kind of are in a lot of ways, but I mean, the fact that they've managed to pull off what they have pulled off with just absolute spaghetti code, just a mess of a Unity spaghetti dish, is actually like low-key impressive. So I imagine that's probably sort of conceptually similar to some of the stuff I bet Seth ran into with Mother Hub. But anyway, he made Habilis, you know, in the same universe. and that was a shorter horror game, but really, really good. And then Mother Hub was just like when he finally released that game, it was like, fuck, man. I mean, he may have worked on this thing for 10 years and put it down here and there as well. You know, he took breaks. But, you know, the majority of that time was active development, or at least half of it. And it shows. It shows. That game was fucking great. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. I got saw Snoop Fogg on the telly. I saw him on the telly. What was he even doing there? Oh yeah, that's right. Or wait, no. Snoop Dogg. Oh, I was about to say, isn't Snoop Dogg like playing the Super Bowl or something? That was like a couple of years ago or whatever, I think. Who the hell is playing this year? I can't remember. Somebody told me. Some good acts, some good selections. IMHO. No one like heavily on my radar, but Yol Tour Shul. What is? Oh, Dragon Shout. Ah, okay. Which one is Yol Tour Shul? What is that? Oh, is that fire? I see a little face breath icon and a flame. That must be Dragon's Breath. So tired. Well, don't stay up too late. Get you some sleep. How do people even stay up past 12? How are they not honk me? Well, I don't know. I obviously am still awake and alert because I work nights. So this is like just past midday for me, basically. Although my circadian rhythm is so fucked up because, you know, like I'm frequently staying up during the day, like especially, you know, when I have my 3-day weekends, stay up all or most of Friday, and flip my sleep schedule so I can have some daylight hours. It's nice to have a little bit of daylight, get a little bit of vitamin D, you know, even the winter, I can at least open the blinds and get some sunlight in and a kind of mental health boost. But then on the back end, the loss of sleep and, you know, completely throwing my circadian rhythm all out of whack. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know if the trade-off's worth it, but I just want the sun. I miss the sun. Look at how pale I've gotten. I'm actually a little bit paler than I look here too, because I adjusted the white balance a little too far. I have to adjust it manually because it doesn't look natural if I leave it on auto. A lot of people in my math class had crunch coughs. What are crunch coughs? What is that? Bad Bunny. Hey, what are we doing? Is the Energizer Bunny here? Did he finally lose his mind and his fucking batteries exploded and a leaking battery acid? I hope I'm not getting sick or a little cold. Yeah. Oh, a crunchy cough. Okay. So is that like those kind of like dry, raspy coughs? Like there's something in there that needs to get out, but like you don't have enough, you know, mucus and lubrication for it to go anywhere. Is that what we're talking about? That kind of cough, that like rough, kind of tears your throat up. Crunchy, yeah. Fire breath one, okay. Oh, Green Day, that's right. Green Day, of course. Yes. I was never a huge Green Day fan. I mean, you know, Dookie's fine and whatever, but fucking what's the name of the album with American Idiot on it? Is that the name? It is American Idiot? I can't remember, but that album is fucking fantastic. Absolutely phenomenal. I love that album. To be fair, though, I haven't really checked out much of their catalog. I mean, I just know Dookie, the radio singles, and the radio singles that were bombarded over and over and over again on the radio in the 90s. Oh my God. I do not miss FM radio. Holy shit. Between the ads and then just like the same songs over and over and over again. My mom always used to complain about it too, because she was like, fuck, man, back in the 60s and 70s, like they would play B-sides sometimes. They would like do like weird little late night specials. So all the fucking night owls, would get to listen to like, tracks off the album that, don't normally get airplay and stuff like that. Of course, I think though that whole single landscape started with Michael Jackson. Now, I have no idea whether it was his fault personally or not, but it started probably more like with his producer or record company probably, or something like that. But that's where that whole single format came into play, and now it's just like, oh my God, y'all ruined radio. Y'all ruined radio. So it was already just cringe by the time I was forming memories and learning, developing tastes in music and stuff. Dookie. It is American Idiot. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. For a second, I wanted to say Jesus of Suburbia, and I was like, no, I'm pretty sure that's just a song on the album. It's a good song too. Bad Bunny is right. We're talking about music. The headliner for the Super Bowl. He's a great Puerto Rican artist. Okay, all right, yeah, that's right. I did hear there was Puerto Rican artist. I wonder if we're safe in here. I feel like Puzzle Room should be safe, but okay. So you are indeed the knelt man. But guess who's kneeling lower? I do it better than you. Anything you can do, I can do better. The first of us was silent. Only then we heard that something begged the second endured suffering by which... That must be the sneak upgrades in action, because I don't know how. Just die. So he just passes through here, and he's not actually active, but I don't think we're safe in here. Don't think we're safe in here at all. Episode uploading. Hell yes. Hell yeah. Yeah, top 40s and everyone knew all the songs. We kind of lost that collective bond from the radio. Good and bad. We get more individual tastes, but we lost the collective listening experience. Yeah, that is very true. That is a very fair point. I got a fellow metalhead friend who he's been a metalhead for a number of years, but like the heaviest he really went was like Lamb of God. And somewhere in the last probably like 5 or 6 years, I want to say, he started kind of warming up to like somehow or another, he went down the death metal hole, like he always used to say like, I just can't get past the vocals primarily. And somehow or another, he ended up slipping down that rabbit hole. And, so we go to shows together sometimes and shit now. But he's a hell of an audiophile, and he buys almost everything in vinyl. So So Eep are gonna go to bed. All right, Meeks, will you have some wonderful sleep? I appreciate you hanging out. It is always a pleasure to see you. And we'll see you on the next one. Like I said, well, that's gonna be a later stream, so you may or may not be able to slip in before your bedtime, but I may well try to start the new Chillizart game late-ish on Sunday night. We'll see. I'm gonna be gaming with Pilates and Mayo and Smelzy. So I don't know. We might end up doing collabing on something we can stream. Who knows? Time will tell. But anyway. Oh no, that's right. No, because of the Super Bowl. We were gonna game this weekend, but then it was like, oh yeah, right, the Super Bowl's. Never mind. Okay, so well, in that case, I may just see if I can use my clout, my massive viewership to subvert the Super Bowl. I'm gonna do it. Hey, yeah, I should totally do it. We'll do the anti Super Bowl stream. It's like, hey, Super Bowl, but you're not really into sports ball. Let's hey, come here, it's chill as hot. It's totally chill. I mean, it's in the name. Of course it's gonna be chill. What, I mean, come on. Duh. What do you think, this is gonna be a spooky time? No. Come in and shelter from the sports ball chaos and craziness and frustration. All right, Lamb of God, what a blast from the past. Fucking God. They're still putting out bangers. They've got a new album coming out sometime soon. I think they've already released, I want to say, 2 singles off of it. And at least one of the songs has quite a bit of like an old school Lamb of God edge to it. Super excited for that. But and then, of course, fucking Randy Blythe, man. Randy Blythe. People are always surprised somehow by his politics. And I read this whole essay that he wrote about, the current climate. And I don't know. It's just always funny to me. It's like, I've been around since friggin' As the Palaces Burn. I think that was their second album is Lamb of God. Third, if you include when they were called Burn the Priest before that. And As the Palaces Burn was very politically charged. Ashes of the Wake, a big part of the reason I loved that album so much was because it was politically charged. They used to be called Burn the Priest. They changed their name to Lamb of God as a pretty clear criticism of, religious oppression by religions. And, especially if you look at their original band name being Burn the Priest. It's pretty clear. They have a song called Officer Dickhead Gets a Black Fucking Eye. Punk background, et cetera, yada, yada, yada. I'm getting probably deeper into politics than I normally do on this channel, but I am starting to extend past the point of giving a fuck, honestly. Still like to try and keep it light, but it's just funny to me. People don't. Yeah, I don't know. A friend and I were talking about it the other day, and he was like, well, he's like, Lamb of God's badass. Don't get me wrong, and I love their art style, but like it was a little bit chud coded, and I was like, wait, chud coded? What are you talking about? He's like, the bird, war eagle skeletons with the bullets. And I'm like, oh, right. I was like, okay. Yeah. And the music itself is very, it's got very Southern roots, it's very, I don't know. I mean, it's American metal. Like, they branded themselves New American Metal early in their career. And I mean, that's exactly what they are. They're not really like metalcore. They kind of grew up with that 2000s, metalcore scene, like adjacent to it, but like they've always been very much their own thing. I've never really known how to describe them. I mean, it's like fucking metalcore, melodic metal, fucking thrash, groove metal. It's just kind of all over the place. Don't understand the punk, especially, but metal too have political rebellious roots. Yeah, exactly. Napalm Death of all bands is coming through here in a couple months, and I hate to do it, but I gotta skip it because I've seen them at least twice before. But one of my absolute favorite thrash bands, Creator, is coming on the other side of the state the same night, and I have yet to see Creator. I actually had tickets to see them a couple years ago, but I didn't have anybody to go with me, and I used to go to shows by myself all the time, be just fine. I'd maybe make some single serving friends, especially in the mosh pit. I wasn't, and then, the social anxiety started resurfacing, and now it's like, if I don't have a friend to go with, it's a 50-50 whether I go. And it's like, at least the bands get my money anyway. I don't do the, like ticket insurance or anything like that, but I'm still robbing myself of the opportunity, but I really want to go see Creator this time. And they're with Carcass, who I've also never seen. Still have vinyls too, but I collect unique colored ones. Oh, nice. Do it. Streaming in the morning. We'll just head straight to you. Hell yeah. What time are you streaming? What time are you streaming? Gotta check out the new stuff. Then lost track. Yeah. It happens. It happens. God. I'm waiting to see what the hell happens with, I don't know if you're familiar with God Forbid. I'm waiting to see what happens with them, because they, left the scene a number of years ago when the guitarist went for 11 a.m. for a few hours. Sweet. Their guitarist went to Bad Wolves, I think. I've never actually really listened to Bad Wolves. I know my mom likes them. And most stuff that my mom likes, I at least, enjoy a little bit. From what I understand, Bad Wolves is nowhere near as heavy as God Forbid. But anyway, Dot Coyle left Bad Wolves, and there's been a lot of cryptic talk around, new music, new tours. They did that fucking reunion show at Blue Ridge Rock Fest in 2022, and that was one of the best live sets, not only like in metal bands, that was one of the best live sets I've ever seen of any genre. The energy was so good. Like they had Nick Hippa on rhythm guitar, formerly from As I Lay Dying, which, that's a whole tragic situation. Amazing, absolutely mind-blowing fucking like melodic, beautiful, technical, well-written fucking metal. But then the, runner of the whole show is, a egomaniacal crazy person. But anyway, seeing Nick with a band, I think, that are going to appreciate him much more, and he's going to be treated probably as an equal, is really nice. So I think something's happening. Google's AI overview, I actually looked it up to see if I could find any, news or updates, because I haven't looked since last year. And Google AI overview seems to think that they've they're working on new music this year and planning a tour for this year. But then the links they gave were, from like 2025, 2024, and didn't seem to really match up with what it was saying. So I don't know if fucking the AI was just, feeding me some bullshit I wanted to hear or what. But I think something's going to happen at some point. But yeah, that was my first like truly like heavy metal, show. Like I had seen, my first concert was Linkin Park, POD, Hoobastank, and Story of the Year, which was dope as fuck. That was a great concert. A music channel and talk about the band stuff. I have considered that many times. Actually, my buddy I was talking about that does the vinyl, had even suggested potentially doing a podcast. And it's like, man, if I could find the time and balance my time and my priorities a little better, that would be fucking awesome. But certainly always a possibility in the future. But yeah, so then, I think the next show I went to was believe it was Metallica and Godsmack. Wait, did I go to Ozfest? No, I don't think I went to my first Ozfest until after. I went to this little local venue around here that closed down a number of years ago, but it was like, it was like the local version of like, it was like, a knockoff CBGB type or whatever, it was like the local, seedy-ish spot, but it was the place. It was the stop for a lot of like, lesser known and, underground artists and stuff, especially metal bands. And I went to see God Forbid, Chimera, Arch Enemy, and there was another one of those like older, like 2000s metal bands, like right when they were all kind of coming up and getting big. The acoustics in there sucked. Like it was hard to hear the music, but it was still a fun show. But so that kind of being my first like true metal show, and then kind of coming around full circle in 2022 and getting to see God Forbid's first fucking live show and God knows how long. Because I had kind of lost track of them before they even broke up, and then I did the same with like Shadows Fall for some reason. I loved that band, and I just somewhere along the line kind of lost the thread, and then came back around to them, and it's like, oh my God, Shadows Fall broke up, God Forbid broke up. What the fuck happened? Shadows Fall also played a reunion show at that same at Blue Ridge Rock Fest in 2022, and it was incredible. But what's funny is I was more excited about seeing Shadows Fall than I was God Forbid. I was excited about both, but Shadows Fall had always been one of my staples. They're one of their albums I've probably listened to literally hundreds of times at this point. But Shadows Fall did fucking amazing. And of course, their lead guitarist also plays for Anthrax these days. So I got to see him play twice at that fest. But man, God Forbid stole the fucking show for me. That was one of the best and most fun live sets. And it was so surreal because it started raining in the middle of the set. And, my ass is just like fucking moshing in the fucking mud, like jumping up in the air like fucking wild, man. It was just like, I don't know. It was really cool. Really, really good energy. And they absolutely slayed it. I mean, I could not find a criticism for that performance. And it was, like outdoor stages are kind of a crapshoot, but the sound was really, really good on that stage. So that was sweet. An awesome first concert experience. Hell yeah. Yeah. I am grateful. Grateful I got to see Linkin Park. I guess I only saw them once. I don't have they done a full tour yet with the new singer? I know, like, I don't know a whole lot of details. I know there's apparently some controversy around her being affiliated, either a member of or like kind of side affiliated or whatever, of Scientology, but like she's a fucking awesome vocalist, and she really does credit to Chester. I watched the live show that they did after they after she joined on as the front woman, and she doesn't sound like Chester. And that's honestly, for me, I think that's what you want. You want someone who's got a distinct voice and style, but who also blends that with like the original. Like the spirit is there. Like I got heavily emotional watching that fucking live set. It was I think it was on YouTube. It was like, fuck, man. Like she is faithful to the master. I could see you being another Wings of Pegasus type channel, music analysis and history. That would be fun. That'd be interesting. Always a possibility. They did a tour, I think, last year, the year before. Okay, gotcha. I know the tickets are going to be expensive as hell, but one thing where I am very fortunate and spoiled, like most of my favorite bands, well, we're having some issues now. I was supposed to go see I Hate God, and like they're not coming for like 2 or 3 months. They're coming to Asheville with a buddy of mine who is actually good friends now with one of the guys in the band. So like if I go with him to an I Hate God show, I get to meet the band, probably hang out with the band after the show and shit like that. But he's trying to see if, the band can get me like a pass or a ticket or something, because they're all being scalped. They're already sold out months ahead of time. And like, yeah, it's a small Asheville venue, and I Hate God's, old and, on the underground circuit, pretty fucking popular. But like I Hate God selling out tickets at a venue, I feel like is not that common. Then again, there's more people trickling into the metal scene every fucking day compared to the way it used to be. But still, all I could find were resale tickets. And it's like, Jesus Christ, this is what happened. Like the local venue that's like 15 minutes from me a few years ago, Flog and Molly came to town, wanted to see them again. I'd seen them once at that point. Went to get tickets. This was probably 2, 3, maybe more months out, and they were already sold out and available for resale for probably like double the price. And yeah, I could have afforded to pay for that at the time, but I refused because I was just like, this is bullshit, man. These fucking scalpers. And it is such a huge problem. Like, it fucking drove up GPU prices, and then Nvidia's like, oh, hey, look, people are buying that for that price from scalpers, right? Well, we could charge that, or just a little bit under the scalper's price, and just keep raising that bar. If people are willing to pay that, then let's make them fucking pay it. Get more money. Even though all their money is in fucking AI now, and everybody's exiting the fucking consumer market. Like, we're off on a hell of a tangent here, but that's all right. This is a spooky game. And it's scaring me a lot. hold up a second. What did that? Oh, the message for reason sex-based terms expired. Oh, expired and not posted to chat. Damn, I missed. Oh, okay. Okay, that was a while ago. Okay. I saw a message in chat from OMG, but that was like earlier. Snake's got the post-coital sleepies still. I'm assuming it didn't populate in my chat over here because it was held for sex-based terms, as if I haven't already told Automod to ignore far worse things than the word coital. It's kind of funny. Back to the game. Yeah, we all broke. We don't need it more expensive. Exactly. Like I'm very fortunate. Very fortunate that I was able to build 2 very stout, sturdy PCs before all this RAM shit, etc. started happening. Also gave several friends a lot of parts, and they've got really good rigs built and everything like that, so we're good at least for a few years. Oh, the third knew the truth then to find the conduit world's key. Okay, say that again. The first of us was silent. Only then we heard the planet beckon. The second endured suffering, by which we created the machine. The third knew the truth then to find the conduit who holds the key. Oh, that's horrible. He went through me like 3 times. So I think he only passes through this room. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we're not safe in this room. Oh, my God. Oh, why do I have to do this puzzle? While in danger. I don't like it. Oh, it's puzzling. I don't want to be scared and puzzle. I'm bad at puzzle. What do you think happens when I'm scared and puzzle? It's like bad squared. Bad times bad. The lockers here. Locker simulator 4000. Did I do good? Did I do good or did I do a bad? I don't know what is happening. Okay. Yeah, waste more time for this other freak to potentially come snatch me up again. by talking to this freak here and trying to remember and also decipher whatever the fuck it is that they're trying to say. Tell you what, we're going to cheat a little bit here. I'm going to use my handy dandy trusty old Windows Shift S. Okay, there we go. First of us were silent, only then we heard the planet again. Hello? Go. Did it? Did it do it? Didn't do it. Here we go. Okay, all right, gonna pause it. Gotta open my little copy and paste it in Paint. MS Paint. The OG. Who needs Photoshop? You can make thumbnails in MS Paint. Honestly, I kind of miss doing this. It's my hopes that it might increase CTR by being, you know, I don't know, goofy and sort of original, did not come to fruition. But I used to do something for a while that I called dumb nails, and I would just, you know, like just do something really stupid, simple, often nonsensical for the thumb. Like, I think half of my Resident Evil Village streams, it was just like a blue kind of like almost, it was mostly just matte blue, like kind of ice type color background. It was the face of the giant, you know, with all the hoar frost and his big ugly, you know. And then I literally, I don't even know if you're really supposed to be able to do this, but I got away with it. I literally just put his head on a stick figure that I drew in MS Paint. Yo, Baker, what is up, dude? Beans. Pumpkin Baker in the building. What's up, man? How you doing? How's it going, dude? I literally just put the giant's head on a stick figure that I drew in MS Paint, and then just drew a, you know, like a child's drawing of a very large Pinar hanging off the stick figure. And that was the thumbnail for like half of my Resident Evil Village stream series. And I missed that. It was like, I don't think it got very good click through, unfortunately, but it made me laugh. Like just dumb shit like that, you know, like instead of like try harding with thumbnails, it's like, why not just go the complete opposite? And I've seen some channels have success with that, but I don't know. Yes, happy Friday indeed, sir. Happy Friday Night Frights. We're playing definitely not spooky game. So it's also probably going to be the last. I just started streaming again. Dumb nails. Thank you. I just started streaming again, like today's Friday. I think it was Saturday. Yeah, not even a week ago. And my schedule just got changed. So this is going to be the last Friday night I have off for the foreseeable future, until some things get flipped around, until staffing and turnover improve at my work. So that's essentially never. I mean, you know, it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, but I always end up somehow, you know, stressed out and overworked. That said, I'm not trying to complain about it. I'm just going off on a tangent. Basically, this is going to be the last Friday Night Frights. We haven't done a Friday Night Frights in forever, and it's going to be like the only one for many moons, possibly, maybe. Turnover will never. Sounds like perfection. Yes. Well, you know, I guess perfection is probably in the eye of the beholder or the hand of the holder, whoever is getting all up on that giant's his little giant. Yeah, turnover will never improve. Yeah, it really feels like that. I mean, I know it's not just production environments and maintenance departments that are experiencing this, but it is a big fucking struggle right now for sure. At least in our facility, and I mean, from what I understand, it's more or less the industry standard. It is not uncommon, that's for sure. But whatever, we'll get through it. At least the paychecks will be big, and I'll be working Monday through Friday now. And it's shorter shifts at least too. I'm working 10-hour shifts instead of 12. So I'm hoping, the shorter sprint of each shift itself, and also being a little more regular than doing 2-2-3s. Maybe that'll help, just like help me get back, good sleep hygiene and just have a little more regularity. It's a lot easier to know what fucking day it is. Even on night shift, it's a little easier to know what fucking day it is when you're working Monday through Friday and not like, let's see, today's Tuesday and I'm off. So this Thursday I'm working, or like, yeah. But on the current schedule, I work, I work a little bit more ultimately because we have shift meetings and shift reports, work orders and stuff I got to do once the shift is over. Usually I don't have time to do it during shift anyway, but still, the scheduled hours are 36 one week, 48 the next. So, I get nice 8 hours overtime every other week. And then, like total average working hours per week, average out to, what is it, 42? 42, I think, or is it 40? Brain. I think it's 42. I don't know. I can't math right now. Either way, so, now I'm scheduled for 50 hours a week. Been there, done that, and it was a nightmare, but it was honestly more the nature of the job that was so stressful before. Which being like a limited maintenance crew right now, and also having the responsibility that automatically comes with being the most experienced mechanic on night shift. Because I've been with the company over 4 years now, coming up on 4.5. It's I'm getting to that point where, like, I know I'm tired. I don't feel sleepy, but like trying to keep track of my thoughts is getting more and more difficult. So sorry for the derailments. Can build a better routine. Yeah, exactly. Because the shift that I'm ultimately supposed to be going to is 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. So I still get the shift differential for working night shift on that, which is dope as fuck. And our shift differential is 10%, which is pretty good, at least for my company anyway. I don't know what it's like everywhere, but it used to be just like a flat, like, it wasn't even quite $2. It was like $1, probably $1.50, $1.80, something like that. It's cool. But 10% of my base hourly rate is a pretty good little fucking extra chunk. So I was worried. It's like, man, I want this job because like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. is like the perfect shift. Yeah, I don't get 3 days off one week, 4 days off the next, but the 12-hour shifts have been dragging. But we got to get more mechanics on the lines before I can transfer to this other job, where I'm managing the automated forklifts. It is late for me, like just time wise. It's 1:37 in the morning, but because I work night shift, it's kind of basically midday for me. But I also didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday, so kind of, we have spent the vast majority of this stream. Chat has finally, finally, not as if I was like waiting for it or wanting people to stop talking, but like it has taken, hours for chat to kind of like cool down. We spent the vast majority of the stream just fucking yapping, talking about random bullshit, and it's like, I'm trying to play this fucking awesome horror game and keep getting fucking caught up in conversation. But so yeah, I don't know. It feels like I'm never going to make it to that 2 to 10 job. Retention is so difficult. And one of my particular, don't know if it's company wide necessarily, but definitely at our facility, we've got a lot of liabilities that contribute to that negative feedback loop of poor retention and high turnover. And poor retention and high turnover in and of themselves make it harder to hire and keep people. So, it's like even with some of the positive measures that they've taken in a lot of areas, it's still a matter of you've got, different varying levels of undermanned crews. Yeah, very chatty stream. Yeah, Nate's a regular chatty Cathy tonight. I'm feeling a little less nefarious than usual and a little more cozy-ish. But even like varying levels of being undermanned, most of our shifts, all the night shifts, are at least somewhat undermanned, and like finding good candidates, hiring good candidates, and getting them in quickly enough so they don't get snatched up by somebody else. That's been one of our biggest problems. We have one of the slowest hiring processes I've ever seen. And that was when we were doing hiring internally. Like when I started at the company, at some point they started, contracting with temp agencies, and it was making the process, longer. We've changed who we're working with. I'm hoping that that's going to improve the time it takes, because, like if someone is waiting for a job, there's some people, they might have been out of work just long enough, just 1 or 2 weeks long enough, where even if maybe we're offering $1 or $2 more than the next place down the road, they're at risk of losing their fucking house, losing their car, maybe their fucking marriage is in shambles because they're stressed out, about money, and, it's just fucking whatever it is. And they've been waiting to hear from us for 3-4 weeks, maybe, who knows? Meanwhile, the place they just had an interview with the other day down the street calls them back and, offers them $1 or $2 less. And it's like, fuck, I got to take it. I don't have a choice, Kind of crazy. I think I think one of my buddies, that's still, thank God, still with us. Very capable mechanic, smart guy. He, I think it took him like 3 or 4 months to get hired on after he first applied. It was fucking insane. You know, it's one thing if someone is still currently employed elsewhere and they're just looking for other opportunities. You know, you still want to get on that quickly because they could still get snatched up by someone else. But, you know, if you happen to run into someone who's out of work right now after a layoff or, you know, whatever, getting fired, whatever the hell it is, if you're wanting to hire this person, get on it. Get on it. Yeah, especially in this economy. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus freaking Christ. Oh, my God. Okay, what were we doing over here again? Were we playing a horror game? Oh, yeah, we were playing a horror game. The trauma is all coming back now. I remember everything in this spindly little spider-legged freak monstrosity of a motherfucker. Death! Also, whatever those things are. Love them. Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. I was cheating a little bit, taking screenshots of this fucker's instructions so I don't have to keep sitting here. This is not a safe room, and I'm trying to do a puzzle here at the same time. Pain in the fucking arse. The real horror is this economy, indeed. There is a very good reason. Actually, I was talking to my buddies about this today. I was like, you know, those of us who have maybe sort of, you know, the inverse of McCarthyist type beliefs or similar sentiments, gotta stop framing narratives around fucking buzzwords and specific ideologies and start focusing on the one word more than anything else that everyone on any side of the equation is fucking parroting right now. It's affordability. Affordability. That's that fucking word right there is like, is right in the center of the whole ass fucking spectrum of economics, politics, whatever. It's like, you want a fucking unifying factor, you want to point to fucking draw people back in, get us a little, at least a little bit less divided. That's the one. That's the one. Okay. Here. But I was trying to screenshot. Where did it go? Why did it go away so fast? I'm trying to screenshot your words so I know what the fuck is going on. The pain. Okay, we're gonna try again. Give me the information, you fuck. Okay, there we go. Now I can get a screenshot. Beautiful. Okay. I'm too scared and too spacey today to absorb and also try and decipher and like remember what the hell this motherfucker is saying every time I click on him. So I decided to just cheat a little bit and screenshot the words so I can peruse them at my leisure. What the? Oh, I missed it. It's funny. A lot of the whisperings kind of remind me. I've been watching Casper Catalog, our very good friend on Twitch, has been playing through Dishonored. Pretty sure it's her first time playing it, if I remember correctly. But like in that game, whenever you enter like the stealth mode or whatever, I can't remember if it's like a stealth mode or if it's like the, you know, like scanning mode, like the hyper sensitive, you know, makes you more aware of your surroundings. But I never knew if it was just like some random sounds they were making or if they're saying something, but it kind of sounds like the hands dies. It does that every time you go into that mode. And every time I hear the whispering in this room, that's immediately what I start, you know, hearing. Fucking Dishonored games are awesome. Some point, eventually, maybe, possibly one day. Honestly, probably not. I don't know if I ever have time. But maybe one day I can revisit the Dishonored games. I never played them for content. When I got my first like actual, you know, decent gaming laptop in like 2018, probably maybe 2017. You know, I had wanted to play the Dishonored games and never gotten the chance, so I got them on Steam and played through them. They were fucking awesome. But I'm kind of trying to get into a bit of a retro kick lately for a lot of reasons. So that might be a fun one to revisit one day. For nostalgia's sake. First silent, second suffering, third truth. First planet beckons, second machines, third keys. Thank you, Sydney. Seems like the important words. Okay. So yeah. First of us were silent. Only then we heard the planet beckon. So we're silent. The second endured suffering by which we created the machine. So yeah, I think I think I had the right idea earlier. I just didn't know what I was clicking on in what order. But I think we just need to activate the three figures that are standing, I think, behind me here. The third knew the truth then, to find the conduit who holds the key. Yeah, retro is a good time. The first of us was silent. You look like you'd be a chatty Cathy. You don't look like a quiet one to me. Maybe I'm judging here. Even looking at you, what are you? What is this nonsense? Is that where your vocal cords would be? Are you the one who's silent? God, that infernal fucking skittering is horrible. You're probably silent. Strange noise. Dirt suffering. Gotta be this way. Truth. Ah, fuck. Oh, I don't even know if anything was actually like physically happening in there. I didn't see anything rendered. It was all the sound. Like, god damn, the sound design is so horribly unsettling. This is very, very impressive. Jesus Christ. My poor, aching, aging heart. My poor, overstressed, hardening arteries. Sneaky tunnel. Okay, that's good. Hey, buddy, why don't you skitter on off a fucking cliff over there somewhere, huh? Meanwhile, I'm gonna go bust one of your fucking stupid green egg sack things. How would you like that? Want me to hurt you, motherfucker? I know how to do it. I know where your screws are. Some reason they're covered in green goo. You done? Okay, great. Yeah, try not to piss your pants challenge impossible. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a bathroom break soon. But not yet. All right. Oh, thumbnail mode. This could spoil the game for you, so please. Is it going to be like a free camera thing? I'll have to try and remember to go back and investigate that. I mean, this is really fun. I probably could maybe go back and try and edit this into a video or something, but I don't know, man. I wish I had time to still edit and do Let's Plays and also pursue some of these video essay ideas. I mean, I suppose I could, you know what I mean? But I just don't want to like stretch myself thin. I want to try and focus on, you know, not necessarily one singular thing at a time, but just narrow the cone a little bit, you know. Smart dev indeed. That's another thing that sets Seth apart. And I think it's ultimately going to contribute to. I think he's going to end up being a very successful developer. I really hope so. I think if that does not happen, it's going to amount mostly to shit luck. He's really, really good at I was about to say organic marketing, but it's not even that. I mean, it's like just kind of, I don't know, it's legit networking, you know what I mean? Like I originally found him because I got a Salesforce email. I guess he used, Salesforce probably has some kind of thing that, automatically scans for like content creators who play, similar games to what you're making. And, probably just uses criteria. I don't know if it's AI or some other kind of tool, but, and, just sends out emails. So in my business email, if you will, I got a thing about Habilis, and, he was offering free keys. By the time I got in on it, I just, it was just early access to the demo, but that was still cool because, I was one of the few people that had access to this game. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to jump right on this. And that was, Habilis was a really fun game. It was like the perfect length to make, a good solid, like, it's probably I think it was about a 30-minute let's play. And, I had fun with it. So it ended up being organically a pretty decent fucking video. I didn't have to do a whole lot with the editing, other than just trying to enhance the hee ha-has a little bit. And it got like, I think it ended up getting close to 400 views, which at the time was really fucking good for edited videos, for someone who has always primarily streamed. It really was. I know that was also Locker Simulator Lite. Yeah, thumbnail mode is a cool feature for streamers to get good shots. So like Seth knew, going into this, or at least sometime between starting work on Mother Hub and getting ready to release Habilis, he figured out that if you target content creators, we're always looking for something good, something interesting, fun, and hopefully something unique that maybe not everyone and their mom has already locked onto or beaten into the ground. And, that's a real fucking simple way. And, I ended up having the opportunity to do some voice work for Mother Hub. Got free key for Mother Hub, streamed it the day of release. Fucking loved it. And then, this game, the only reason I didn't stream it on release was because I was on hiatus. But he still gave me this key for free. I got, the face interrogation demo has been out for a little bit, but he sent me a key for early access to that demo as well. And like, that's a really good way to plug your product. Like, it's small creators helping a small developer and vice versa. And, we're all scratching each other's backs and we're all, fucking winning at some level, as a result. Yeah, long form is hard to get views on. I've been fucking loving your videos lately, by the way. What was I gonna say? So that's a big reason why I love making the Let's Plays, because it's just fun. I love doing the fucking stupid campy memes, and I have my own like style that's just it's partially it's laziness, and just, not enough time invested to learn certain techniques and, like quality, a little more frills around the edges, whatever. But I kind of deliberately lean into a half-assed shitty editing style um, you know, for the sake of, would that be irony? I don't know. It's just, making certain things intentionally shitty, like, like little PNG shit. Like, I mean, I made some stupid ass, reference. I said the word elsewhere when I was playing an SCP game, talking about like, looking for something. It must be elsewhere. And I'm like, I'm not talking about the province in Cyrodiil or Tamriel or whatever it was. And then like I spell out the word elsewhere incorrectly, intentionally. And then I think, what the fuck? I ended up doing a really shitty spin effect. I went in Photoshop and cut out the province of elsewhere. And I don't know. It was just, it's like stupid, like campy shit like that. And it's like, there's no statistics there that can tell me whether or not those moments pay off, but it makes me fucking laugh. So I'm just like, okay, word, sweet. I'm happy with that. It's fun. Even when they don't do well, I mean, yeah, editing's a lot of work, but I don't know, framing it in the hee fucking ha ha way is just fun. Just, spooks and goofs. And then stupid ass edits. I love that shit. But I also want to do something a little craftier, a little more in-depth, insightful, creative. Obviously, I'm still going to try and bring, my signature dumb humor to the mix. But, like video essays, not only have I found myself really enjoying watching them when I find the right ones, and like Papa Meat's format in particular, I love that motherfucker. Is one of my absolute favorite YouTubers. And I think I've only been watching him less than 2 years now. But I mean, I was a fan almost immediately from the first video of his that I saw. And I love his format is real basic. And they like you can tell they kind of generally script things out. And then, he just fucking talks about the shit. And they edit it together. And, like here in, more recently in the past, seems like year, just a little bit more, it's less just him, and it's almost always him, and then his friend Nick is off screen, and that old friend dynamic and discussion and joking, the rapport between the two of them fucking makes that so perfect. And I'm wanting to do something similar. Yeah, it's copycat. It's going to start out copycat, because I think it's a template that I fucking love, and I want to start there and see, what I can do with it, how I can make it mine, sort of. But my best buddy, hopefully gonna coax him into the mix, because we've known each other for a long fucking time. We have that same kind of level of rapport and familiarity, dumbass similar senses of humor and shit. And on top of that, he's out of work right now, so like he could potentially learn to edit or do thumbnails or whatever. We've been discussing that. I already gave him access to my Adobe software so he can play around with Photoshop, and he's been making like subversive graphics and slogans and stuff for other unrelated things, but just getting those creative juices flowing. And like I don't know, there's something about there's something about a two-person dynamic specifically. With even with Let's Plays, there's something about the two-person dynamic. I was introduced to Let's Plays with Game Grumps. I didn't even realize Let's Plays were a fucking thing until 2017. And even then, I was like, why would I want to watch somebody else play a video game? You know, I didn't understand at first. But, you know, my cousin got me onto Game Grumps, and it's just like that. The two close friends playing video games or talking about some weird, dumb fucking shit and having that familiar banter. There's something about that dynamic of two. I always hate, you know, and like, I don't fault, Big Mayo for this, you know. I mean, like, he really tried to get his channel up and popping. And I mean, you know, gradually over time he was, but you know, it just became an issue between, you know, prioritizing family time and stuff like that, and also trying to, you know, work on the channel and get it, you know, up off the ground, so to speak. But back when he was actively making content, you know, we would do co-streams together. We just did one recording session, but we started doing Wind Waker, which is a game I've never beaten. And you know, I mean, those, like, again, with Game Grumps, my favorite Game Grumps, most of my favorite Game Grumps playthroughs are Zelda ones. And it's like, Wind Waker's awesome. I had played maybe like 10 hours or so of it and got stuck, and never come back around to it. So I was like, well, hey, this is my opportunity to play it. And not only that, I can do it with a friend. And like that, I still may get around to actually editing that and making a video out of it or something. Maybe make that part one, and then just, you know, stream the rest of it or something myself. I don't know. But, like, it was great, you know, just having that two close friends dynamic. There's just something about it. At least for me anyway. Like, you know, I love like fun, chaotic, you know, group streams, or, you know, group videos, like playing all the party games and sitting, you know, like the Left 4 Dead style stuff and things like that. I love that shit, but it's still like, for me, when I'm watching something, I'm most likely to be entertained by that two-person dynamic for whatever reason. And I mean, I know with Let's Plays, it's specifically because it reminds me of growing up and spending so much time at either my cousin / best friend's, you know, house, where neither of us were ever really into competitive games. You know, of course we played GoldenEye multiplayer a little bit, but even then we've always been like, for one thing, like kind of non-confrontational people for the most part. You know, so like that kind of, I'm not as into competitive games, never really was in the first place. But also, like, we're just both very like analytical minds. We love like the storytelling aspect of shit. So we would fucking sit and pass sticks, like playing Grand Theft Auto and Metal Gear Solid and stuff. You know, we would play the same campaign and just pass sticks every so often, and we would talk about the game. We would make stupid fucking jokes, you know, fucking coming up with dumb bits. I mean, it was like, you know, the child version of Game Grumps, pretty much. So like, especially with the gaming content, it's that dynamic that's just like, I don't know, it just slays. Because it just reminds me of the old days. And then the weekends I wasn't over at his house or he was over at my house, you know, I would be over at another best friend's, one of my best friends who wasn't, you know, blood related. I would be over at his house. Now, love him to death. Did then, always will, do now, and always will. He was a bit of a controller hog. Not that I never got to play. It wasn't like that. It was just, you know, he was disproportionately more often playing. But it was, you know, for the most part, it didn't bother me because I enjoyed watching someone else play a game and just absorbing the experience. Really, he played the Final Fantasy games, Resident Evil, and Resident Evil I loved watching, but I was scared to play it. Now if he had offered to pass the sticks on Resident Evil, I might have done it, but I didn't ask because I was intimidated. But man, fucking watching somebody play Resident Evil games, Final Fantasy and stuff, and just kind of absorbing the story. I believe he actually introduced me to Metal Gear because I had an N64. He had an N64 and he had a PlayStation. So he had Metal Gear Solid. And I watched him play through that whole fucking game and I was like, this is fucking awesome, dude. Like, what is happening? But you know, it's just like that. It's I guess, I mean, it's nostalgia. It's very nostalgia coded for sure. But it's, for one thing, when only one person at a time is playing a game, as far as like commentary and stuff, you know, I'm spacey as fuck. And I mean, yeah, you'll see it even when it's just me and like Anthony playing Resident Evil 5 or 6. Like, you know, we're focused on what each of us is doing separately and trying to coordinate with one another. And I'm trying to fucking keep up with chat. And, you know, so it's like we words cross over, you know, we step on one another's toes. And, you know, it's no harm, no foul, but it makes things more chaotic. And so, you know, if you want your chaotic, bam, there it is. And that's its own type of fun. But then, you know, if one person is playing the game, it's the one person who's got a little less focus, you know, to, what am I trying to say? The one person whose focus is divided. That's what I'm trying to say. His focus is divided, has someone there to fill in gaps, you know, bounce ideas off of, you know, riff off of. It's just a lot easier to do commentary that way. And, you know, and two heads are always better than one, ultimately. Yeah, Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood. Oh my god. I need to start looking around for more multiplayer games. With sitting here fucking yapping like hell and not playing this spooky game. I will say this game is like, there are some horror games where there's like, I can still kind of talk to chat pretty decent and move and operate. This shit requires, I don't know if it requires a lot of focus, but I think it's honestly the ambience like throws me off because I'm constantly like, what was that noise? And I'm like freezing and I can't I can't talk too much. I can't talk too loud because the fucking creature will hear me. And that's part of the fun of it, but it's like, you know, it's hard to balance everything. I don't know. I'm still gonna try and finish this thing tonight. You know, even if everybody ends up having to go to bed or whatever, it's fine. Just because I've got so much stuff to play and so much stuff to catch up on, and I'm enjoying it. But I'm almost thinking, if I don't finish it tonight, it might be worth finishing the rest, you know, off stream and then just editing it together as a video. Because like my attention is so violently split tonight. Yeah, we all rise together indeed. Always nice to bounce off of people. Just dudes being guys. Just guys being dudes. You know? No homo or no, you know, none of that. Well, you know, I mean, it's okay if you're into that, but I'm not. You know, people don't necessarily care about the game. They care about the camaraderie and fun that is had playing the game. Exactly. For me, there's definitely like there's a mixture there. You know what I mean? It's like trying to get your ratios right in a fucking you know, chemical concoction or something. Because there are some games where even if it was like Game Grumps playing them, I would probably just fucking throw it on in the background for background noise, which I do a lot with Game Grumps, but it's not necessarily because I don't want to watch it. It's I don't really have time to sit down to dedicated watch it, but those are good voices, and anytime I actually actively tune in, you know, I can enjoy it. But like there are some games that I have like zero interest in that might throw me off, or I might like, you know, if a streamer's playing it, I might be like, I think I'll find another stream, you know, or something else to do today. But for the most part, it really does ultimately boil down to whether there's a single streamer or, you know, that two-person dynamic, whatever it is. It's always primarily, for me at least, about it's about what the creator brings to the table. Whether it's, you know, being fucking funny, whether it's being, you know, just like cozy and wholesome, you know, or just friendly and welcoming, or, you know, even sometimes there are, you know, streamers who are just like, if it was in a vacuum, I might not watch. But they've got a really good chat community. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of factors there. It's different between videos and streams a lot, but ultimately it usually comes down to you know, the value of either like the interpersonal communication in a stream chat, and, you know, not being so explosively active, you know, that you can't at least occasionally you know, link with the streamer. Like fucking, you know, Papa Meat's fucking huge. Everybody knows fucking Meat Canyon. But his stream chats are just low key enough, because a lot of people just, you know, either put it on for background or they just put it on a watch. Because a lot of people are YouTube viewers, you know, who aren't really interested in necessarily chatting. You just fucking throw the stream on and watch or listen or whatever. So like, you know, every now and then I'll say something in chat and he actually fucking responds to it. It's like, hey, cool, hey, neat. You know, fucking parasocial shit and all that, but, you know, you still want to have a little bit of interaction, you know, from time to time with the streamer. At least I do. I will watch Burnt Peanut streams. But it's really about all I watch. That are, you know, really super big. Otherwise, you know, I'm always looking for smaller, like generally if it's smaller streamers, I have so many, you know, friends and friendly acquaintances that I already know. I try not to not to get too far out, overwhelm myself, but yeah, I don't know. Well, what time is it? It is 2:22 in the morning. 3 2s. This computer renders animation so fast. I just watched the boys' streams. Plenty of no commentaries, but people who watch what we do come for the camaraderie and personality. Yeah, exactly. I think, funnily enough, my first, if you consider, I don't consider a no commentary, playthrough let's play. For me, let's play, maybe it's by definition, I don't know, but I know my understanding of let's play is, commentary, not necessarily cam, but like there's a person there adding to the content, not just playing the game. But the first someone else playing a game and me watching on the internet was Dead Space 3. I had played Dead Space 1 and 2 before, beaten them by myself on my own, but for some reason I was at a point in my life where I was too scared to play horror games alone. That's why I started streaming, actually. So I wouldn't have to be alone when playing scary games. Because I wanted to play scary games. I realized that I loved horror, but I just I couldn't get through that block. It got such shit reviews. And I can't really say for sure until I actually play it myself eventually. I don't think it was as good as 2 or as 1, but I still thought it was really good. It was certainly enjoyable to watch and no commentary playthrough of it. I enjoyed it. When it was getting close to bedtime, when that period that I was watching it, over a few weeks or a couple weeks or something, I'd just turn it on for a few minutes, watch it until I was tired, and then go to sleep, pick back up on it later, kind of short play sessions if I were actually playing it. And then it was like a year or two later that my cousin introduced me to Game Grumps. And I didn't get it immediately, but the clips and stuff he would show me, little animated shorts, they're funny. It's I'd laugh at it, but when we actually got a place together for a couple years, after I finally moved my bum ass out of my mom's house, we started watching their Dead Rising playthrough together. And we're sitting here yapping. I'm gonna hit the music, turn it down a little though. This one, this nice John Carpenter type shit. But yeah, I think it was their Dead Rising playthrough. It was the first full game playthrough, of theirs that I watched. So the first real entire Let's Play, and it was absolutely fucking hysterical. I didn't get it at first. If my cousin was sitting, if we were chilling in the living room together and he turned on Game Grumps, I wouldn't fucking complain about it. Because it was entertaining, but it wasn't until we watched that particular playthrough that I was just like, okay, this is clicking now. And I realized it was these guys are so much like me and my fucking cousin, trading fucking sticks, making stupid jokes, and just hanging out on the fucking couch playing a single player game together, and kind of and it clicked. These guys are fucking pretty funny fucking comedians just playing video games. That's really all it is. It's a fucking comedy show. You know, it's a comedy show between two people who are actual friends, as well as their, you know, professional relationship. But yeah, I don't know. I love that people can watch our stuff however they want to, actively or passively at any time they can. Yeah. I remember I think the first time it kind of dawned on me that, you know, not everyone is actively watching a stream, but not everyone is necessarily just throwing you up on a tab, you know, just for support or watch time or ad revenue, whatever it is, you know. Not everyone is doing either of those two things. There's a middle ground, and I do this a lot, especially because, you know, like, sometimes I don't want to get too deep into a live stream because I lose focus, I lose time, and you know, it just it sucks me in. So like I have to be really careful about how often I'm watching streams, who I'm watching, so I don't get like too, you know, carried off and neglect my own shit. But you know, sometimes I like to throw someone on in the background, toss my phone, you know, like half a room away so I can hear it, and I can occasionally walk over and type something in on chat and then go back to what I'm doing. Kind of give myself a little bit of buffer. And you know, I mean, you've got like, I go to sleep to Game Grumps videos sometimes. I go to sleep to Markiplier videos sometimes, Papa Meat even. Like if I'm laying on the couch and feeling comfortable, don't want to get up and go to bed and put the CPAP on and all that shit, fucking crash out on the couch, turn the volume down to just where it's just a slightly audible, and you know, watch until I fall asleep. You know, and it's like, so when I first, you know, realized that, like, you know, like some people were, you know, kind of like half actively participating. I call it active lurking now. You know, it's like, it's not like a lurk, like I'm just, you know, throwing you up on a tab, you know, but gonna be like mostly absent, or, you know, like just whatever I'm doing, I'm so engrossed in it that I'm not really gonna have mental space for it. You know, it's like I'm listening, at least mostly, maybe occasionally dropping in chat, but you know, I'm working on something else or whatever the fuck it is. At first I was like, I don't know, it was like I was almost offended by it or something. I don't know. It's like, you know, I guess I didn't really, when I started streaming, I was not a stream goer, a stream viewer. I don't know if I had ever actually watched a live stream before I started streaming, come to think of it. So I didn't really understand the culture. I didn't even really understand, you know, the entertainment value, but more importantly, you know, as I've discovered later on, the community aspect, the interpersonal aspect of it. You know, and again, you know, you've got your parasocial dangers, especially between viewer and streamer. But when you have a good chat community, and you know, a streamer who's good at like, streamer is good at communicating and caring, but you know, also like kind of subtly keeping that boundary, you know, because that's important. But like it's that whole interpersonal fucking community thing that I've found to be actually more appealing, you know, when it comes to streams. Like, yeah, I mean, you got some, again, like Burnt Peanut. I don't go to Burnt Peanut streams for the community. Like, I mean, yeah, every now and then I might see some shit in chat and me like type something goofy in there or whatever. But, you know, like 9 times out of 10, the chat's moving too fast. No one's even going to fucking see what I said, let alone, you know, have time or bother or care to respond to it, you know? Certainly not Peanut himself. So, you know, I'm just passively watching for entertainment. But, you know, when you're looking at smaller and mid-level streamers, it is all about the community. And that's fucking, I mean, that's where the fucking fun's at, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. I was in, I don't know if any of y'all know her, but Danny, White Rabbit over on Twitch. I was in her stream. What time is it? Yesterday morning. And I mean, it's pretty much always like this, but it's like this combination of wholesome and unhinged vibes. You know what I mean? Like, just from, you know, like people showing, you know, like care and concern for one another to, you know, making raunchy ass fucking, you know, like dick jokes or just some wild off the wall shit. You know, it's just fun. Like that kind of, the whole package, all the people. Yeah, you know, community, basically. One word, community. I could fucking keep talking in circles forever, but that's, I mean, that's all it is, you know. And every community's got a different like vibe, and it's always makes for a very different experience. Often makes for a very different experience from stream to stream. Yeah, comfort noise for a lot of people, exactly. Yeah, Markiplier 3 scary games. Never watched streams. Yeah, parasocial is what's marketed nowadays, which is, yeah, which is pretty dangerous. Exactly. You know, and I mean, that's always a risk, especially in streaming. I mean, God, like, I mean, just some of the Game Grumps, again, is a perfect example. So often you'll get people like long time fans, I guess, of the show, but you'll get these kind of like cringy ass comments in there, like of people just like being like low key practically disrespectful because either they don't like the game that they're playing currently, or they don't like the way they're playing the game, and blah 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 blah. And it's, you know, and there's kind of a fine line between like poking fun at them for how they're approaching the game versus, you know, like actually getting frustrated. But you can see when some people are legitimately getting frustrated and it's turning into a hate watch for them, and they get all fucking resentful and spiteful about it. It's like, bro, Aaron is not, generally speaking, not a great gamer, maybe not even a good gamer. He's just a fucking gamer. Like, he loves playing video games, plays a bunch of random ass shit. Do you really expect him to have any like incredible level of skill or mental awareness of anything but what's going on in the game when the motherfucker's ADHD as hell, you know, that kind of thing? Like, that's some of that's, you know, me projecting, because that's exactly how I am. I'm not a great gamer, and I've actually gotten worse over the past few years. Ever since I stopped playing Call of Duty, I've actually gotten worse at gaming, I swear. Well, for the most part. Yeah, I don't know. Grew up on edited videos, and streams were something else. Yeah, built my channel that way too. Edited first and streams are the other half now, but that wasn't start. Yeah, that's right. Or trying to think. I don't think you had. No. Yeah, you had not started streaming yet when I found you. I think I discovered you. Believe I'm almost positive it was a Dead Space remake short. And then I think I want to say I know I always watch your shorts when they popped up, and I think pretty sure I watched some of your edited videos as well. But I remember when you did your first stream, I was like, oh fuck yeah, hell yeah, because at that point I had gotten become friends with like Mayo and Pilates and buddy Inyo Hawk and Queenie K, some of the and Smellsy, like my OG YouTube group. So I had gotten used to being part of a extended streaming community, like multiple creators, like shared viewers, like that, just that rapport, the friends. And so like at that point it was like that's what I gravitated towards at the time. So I was like, oh fuck, she's doing a stream, hell yeah. And that fucking God, I was like, holy shit, look at these damn viewers. Like that was an awesome first stream. I'm trying to think. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but I want to say back before Smellsy started the Minecraft channel, back when he was still doing indie horror, when I first linked up with him, I'm pretty sure he played he streamed Choo Choo Charles, and I think it was his very first stream, if I remember correctly. Shit, dude popped off. I was like, god damn, hell yeah. Redacted Origin, same way. That dude, fucking natural streamer. I mean, he's been working on like setting up to stream and stuff for the longest time, but he he does awesome. I think he's focusing more on streaming right now, but he does awesome, indie horror let's plays also. And he was always camless, but we would talk sometimes because he, like pretty much everyone else I just named, we all found each other through the Let's Play subreddit, and we would chat sometimes, and he was like, yeah, I got a webcam, I'm thinking about like doing some streams or adding the cam to the video and stuff, but he stays busy with other shit in life, like we all do. And it took him a while to get around to it. Man, when he first went live on Twitch, I'm pretty sure he was averaging, if I remember correctly, I don't think I saw him dip below 30 long enough for that average to be anything but 30 or more. Like it was just like, that is nuts. Like, tiny shred of natural human jealousy aside, it really makes me happy to see people, especially people I know and want to see succeed. It makes me happy to see people like start streaming and like get off the ground early before you ever have a chance to burn out or just like feel like this is never gonna fucking work out, this is never gonna amount to anything. Because like I was one of those who, I started out zero to one viewers. I mean, there will always be one because there was me. I always have my shit open on a device, so there's at least one viewer. And that shit was a struggle. You know, I mean, the mindset I adopted going in, of course, was like I had no expectations. I was like, I'm just gonna try this. You know what I mean? Just gonna try it. So it wasn't until I actually started to get, you know, a few viewers relatively consistently, you know, across streams, and then start getting, you know, closer to like 5 average CCV and stuff like that. Got lucky. Fucking that was your first stream that he found you? That's dope as fuck, dude. That's awesome. I don't remember for sure if it was you, and I don't remember if I actually had time to pop in, but I remember him posting. Was it his Discord? It might have been my Discord. Anyway, he was plugging somebody's stream. I mean, I think it was doing Minecraft. So it may well have been you. But you know, he was plugging the stream, you know, trying to get people in over there, and it's like that's that dude right there. No, he shouted me out in his. Okay, yeah. Yeah, man, like it. I don't know. Even people who, you know, have hung up the hat in content creation, you know, like we know how to support one another. You know, it's like we want to see each other succeed. And yeah, I don't know. It's just. This is the nature of the game, you know. Shared common interest, shared common purpose, the shared common struggles and frustrations and everything too. It was a great time. I was terrified and thought, yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, it was again, like, you know, and it's totally different because, like, you know, you had like an established audience when you started streaming, you know, so it's much more likely that people are gonna be like, oh shit, you know, like they're familiar with you. It's not just some like random face or whatever, you know, like who is this channel with, you know, what did I start out with? I think so. It was a whole long story, but I was involved in a documentary completely unrelated at one point, and years ago, and I think that's right. Yeah, someone like uploaded it on YouTube, and I was all up in the comments, you know, mostly like being positive about things, but like I guess a bunch of people like subscribed to my fucking channel off of that, and then apparently I think I posted like a couple gaming videos or something. It was just clips or whatever at one point years back when I first got that gaming PC, just because I wanted to have somewhere to put you know, some cool clips I made. I was like, okay, upload it to YouTube, whatever. And then, you know, years later, I'm like actually trying to start a YouTube gaming channel. I'm like, how do I have like almost 300 subscribers? You know, I didn't spend that much time with YouTube before I went off, like, you know, drugging my life away, you know, being damn near a street urchin for like 10 years. So I don't really know much about YouTube or how any of it worked. So even then, I didn't really think much of anything about having several hundred subscribers. But they had just followed me because I was, you know, featured in a documentary series, doing a lot of dumb shit back then. And, you know, I don't know how much, if any, of that ever translated over to actual viewership, because completely unrelated fields, so to speak. What was that saying? I don't remember. But yeah, Smelzy is the fucking GOAT, dude. I fucking love that dude. Always want to see friends succeed, indeed. A friend in succeed is a friend indeed, right? Yeah, very fun creating stuff. And that's it's fun. It's funny. I never really actually started working. I worked a little bit on drafting and never got very far with it. But part of the reason I took my streaming hiatus, mostly it was just like self-doubt, fear, like really kind of feeling like I was streaming for the wrong reasons. I kept getting like bogged down. My mind kept getting trapped, latching onto fucking analytics or, you know, like, you know, the fucking what the fuck's wrong with me when the viewership started dipping again, you know, or like chat would just cool down just to like it either there was no one here or it felt like there was no one here, you know what I mean? And it's like it goes from being like this great community experience to all of a sudden here I am back again, like feeling like I'm the only person in the room. And it's like I'm like questioning like what's wrong with me? What did I do? You know, what did I do wrong? What could I do better? And it's like I don't fucking know, but like if this is how I'm gonna feel and react about it, it doesn't really feel healthy, so I should probably take a break until I can get some distance from it, because I don't want to feel that way about this shit. I mean, you know, those feelings are gonna happen sometimes, but like I don't want that to be the majority of the experience, and sometimes it does get really frustrating. Oh my god, sleepy times. You know, I don't know, like in a big part of it is, you know, I originally started this shit just to see what would happen. You know, I was like, hey, because okay, so deep channel lore, same cousin I was talking about introduced me to Game Grumps. You know, we grew up doing basically more or less the same shit. I talked him into trying our hand at it, the two of us. So, you know, like whether we were playing games together or like whether I'd, you know, stream my game footage to him and he'd do commentary and vice versa, whatever. That was the general idea. But we really early on, after like a few different games we recorded together, he realized like he wasn't enjoying you know, like hanging out gaming with me, you know, and we're like remote. He's in Tennessee now, but you know, he wasn't like, he didn't feel as present because he's like trying to focus on delivering a performance, you know, which I totally get. That actually makes, most of the time, actually makes it more fun for me. So like it, you know, it didn't really bother me, but you know, of course I was like disappointed because it's like we have such a great dynamic. I think it could have become something really fucking good. Like if he and I had done you know, a channel together and stuck with it as long as my stubborn ass has stuck to this shit, you know, by myself. Not by myself at all either, because like without all the people I've met along the way and, you know, friends and fucking co-conspirators I've made. It would have been boring. For one thing, you know, BRB got to break the seal. Hell yeah. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, that was the original plan. And, you know, and he decided he didn't want to, you know, go any further with it because he didn't enjoy the gaming part as much. And he wasn't as present, like wasn't really able to enjoy my company as much because he's, you know, he and I are both, he's ADHD too. You know, and he's trying to focus on being like Mr. Funny Man and delivering a performance, you know, is kind of taking him out of the rest of it. Which is totally fucking valid and understandable. I mean, I have that issue too. It's just like the net benefit, of just, I don't know, just like opening my mouth and saying some dumb shit that occasionally makes me chuckle, like, or just laughing at myself because I tried and absolutely failed to say something funny, like that in and of itself entertains me when people try and fail, you know, to make a good joke and then laugh it off. It's, I don't know, it's fun. It detracts from the experience in some ways, but in others it enhances it. And now I run into this problem where even during hiatus, sometimes it's hard for me to boot up a game and play it because there's always this little bastard in the back of my mind that's like, no, you should wait to play that until you're streaming again or until you have time to stream it. You know, like for whatever reason. Like I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 right now, and it's so hard to fucking pick it up and just play it just for me because I think it would be I think it would probably be fun to fucking, you know, stream it or whatever. But you know, ultimately I was just like, no. I spent like 5-6 hours on this game when everyone else had gone to bed when I was in town visiting family in Memphis, and just kind of got lost in it. And it's like I owe myself at least a couple games, you know, like just for me. Like that is extremely important. Yeah, this should be streamed or recorded. And like there's a bunch of, you know, like the games that are nostalgic for a lot of people that I missed out on, mostly because they were like PC games. Seem so much happier now. Always take care of you first. Thanks. I do feel, for the most part, I feel that way. Like at the very least, I had reached a mindset, you know, last year where you know, again, huge component of it is work stress and existential dread and just like fear, just a lot of different fears, self-centered fears for other people, you know, that just fear of mortality shit, and somewhere along the way, streaming had become, and it wasn't like this every stream, and sometimes it was kind of like, you know, part of the stream I'm just like, I don't know, I'm happy and free, and then like next thing I know, towards the end of the stream, maybe I don't know, maybe it's because people have kind of, you know, drifted off, trickled off over time, which, you know, I mean, right now is a perfect instance. Like between two platforms, actively chatting with you and Pumpkin Baker, whereas, you know, earlier on, I mean, I don't know, I'd say anywhere from maybe 3 to 6 average, you know, active chatters earlier on. It would be so easy for me right now to you know, be like, oh man, where did everybody go? What the fuck? And it's like, A, you've been streaming for how long? 5 hours now? Like, B, so it's late, it's fucking 3 a.m. in the morning. C, you got two fucking awesome people like sitting in chat just fucking chatting, bullshitting, you know, just yapping right now. Like, that right there. And then on the flip side, like, look back, like, I don't know, when I go back later and look at the analytics and stuff, that activity from you know, the earlier parts of the stream probably gonna look pretty, you know, pretty nice compared to, it's gonna be good enough, you know what I mean? I don't think I'm gonna go back and look at those analytics and be like, oh god, it was terrible, you know. Like, it wasn't terrible. I got to hang out with a bunch of fucking people who apparently give enough of a shit to be here and hang out and yap. Like, I'm trying to play a horror game and spend more time talking than playing it, and y'all are here. Like, how is that not, you know, how is that not awesome? Like, what is it about my brain that can twist that into a negative thing, or just not appreciate it for what it is? Yeah, the late night vibes for show. So, you know, I mean, like, you know, so again, like, I started, you know, because I wanted to do a thing with my cousin, and it's just like, you know what, these guys we're watching are fucking hilarious. You know, I know it's a long shot. I'm well aware this is a long shot, but, you know, you and me, my cousin and I really think, you know, like, had he enjoyed it and wanted to stick with it, I think we would have had potential. Whether we would have made it, I don't know, but absolutely potential. I think, you know, if we were still doing it now, even if we weren't like successful or, you know, like crazy huge, I think what we'd be putting out would be a fuck ton of fun. I think it would probably be really good content because we have that rapport. We have similar senses of humor, and where our senses of humor differ, I know that he's going to find whatever stupid shit that is funny before it even, you know, before he discovers it or before it happens, whatever, you know, like, I know his sense of humor, even where they don't, you know, the Venn diagram doesn't match up. I know what that other side of the diagram looks like, you know, just all that little shit. So, you know, once he backed out, I was like, well, you know, I've already gotten like a cheap mic and learned how to, you know, use OBS a little bit to record. And it's like, I mean, I don't know, you know, it's like, I don't know if I can do this on my own. I don't know if I have the personality by myself to do any of this, but why not try? So, you know, and like, I still doubt some days. It's like, do I have the personality to be a streamer? Do I have the, you know, dedication and creativity and focus, drive to, you know, stick with it and, you know, make videos, you know, get into these video essays that I want to do and do something a little more, you know, crafty and curated, so to speak, you know, semi scripted, you know, and you know, like something nice project planned out, you know, like that kind of shit, a little more refined than like a let's play. And you know, I mean, I still question it sometimes, but it's like, even like, okay, I keep getting ahead of myself. So like timeline, cousin, okay, maybe I'll just try this by myself for shits and giggles. I don't think it'll really go anywhere, but who knows? Maybe. And then I met Mayo, and Smells, Pilates. I had started to get, you know, some new viewers here and there coming into streams. So, you know, sometimes I was averaging like 2 or 3 concurrent viewers. And then I found these other guys through the Let's Play subreddit, you know, and not only like made friends and, you know, people who could, you know, share ideas and, you know, like experience. We were all, you know, in varying levels of noobdom, but we all had a little bit of understanding in different areas, you know, that we could impart to one another. And for the most part, it was kind of collective growth. You know, we did run into issues where, you know, it's kind of like not recycling. That sounds awful, but like we're sharing, you know, a community now, you know, of viewers and, you know, fellow streamers, supporters, whatever. You know, and it can get kind of messy when you're like looking at your analytics and it's like, oh fuck, you know, like I started collabing with these people and my numbers have plummeted and, you know, and shit like that. But you know, and I'm not speaking for anybody else. You know, I just noticed for a time when we would do group streams, that most of the time, you know, my you know, average CCV and, you know, people in my chat, it was a lot tamer when we would do group streams, you know, and it was worth it because I was having fun with my friends, you know, so, and that was still my number one focus. But, you know, looking back on the analytics, I'd get frustrated over it and like, you know, second guess, you know, should I keep doing this? You know, blah, 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 blah. But analytics on a single fucking stream are not everything. And I realized that, you know, making friends on Twitch, because like, again, that's community building. You know, when you're forging bonds with other streamers, other, you know, like other people's viewers, so to speak, you know, like that's only strengthening community bonds, and, you know, it like makes you an integral part of the whole. You know, it at the end of the day, it's like a, you know, it's kind of a like long-term bigger picture type of thing. Like the individual fucking stream, the single video, the single stream, those numbers really don't fucking matter that much. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, you gotta look at your analytics, you gotta fucking look at trends and all that bullshit, but one bad stream is no real reason to have a crash out. I mean, unless something horribly catastrophic happened, like, I don't know, like, you know, a friend and trusted mod, you know, said, I don't know, did something fucked up or said something, you know, horrible out of left field, and now you're like, I think I have to ditch you as a mod, dude. Like, wait, why did you say that? You know, why did you do that? You know, something like that. Like that kind of shit. The interpersonal drama when people cross certain boundaries, that happens sometimes. I've seen it happen. I've never had anyone, you know, like cross my lines. But, you know, there was an adjacent situation. Well, I mean, it was a situation in, you know, part of a larger group that I belong to. I still do belong to. We're just not as active lately, but it was just some questionable behavior on the part of one individual. No hard feelings from me, and it was just, I had concerns about how this might how the particular type of behavior could become problematic within larger communities in the future, and I just didn't really want to have any, you know, risk of that, like just having to, you know, deal with it, having it bleed over, you know, like into, you know, whatever. I don't know. You know, just everyday normal people drama, but the online version. And you know, I had to kind of choose a side, basically, unfortunately. And I know I chose right, but it did not fucking feel good, you know. Yeah, analytics are a good guide, but don't let them control you. I have spent too many hours of my life poring and obsessing over fucking over analytics. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a fun high when you're having a video, even a short popping off. It's great, it's cool, but it's fleeting, and there is a fantastic chance that that next video is not going to do nearly as well. You know, it sucked finally clearing 1,000 views organically on a Let's Play video for my SCP Go Home Annie. That was awesome. I'm still happy that happened. That's cool. I mean, it's just a number, but like 1,000, that's a milestone, you know. And then I think the next, I believe the next video I posted, it got over 100, you know, which was more or less par for the course at that point. At that point, I had done, you know, a good couple of handfuls of like really dedicated editing. I think I made the thumbnails for most of those myself. I would occasionally, you know, pay someone to do a thumbnail or whatever, but that just wasn't sustainable. And on top of that, I started to notice that even my shitty thumbnails often did better than the ones that I would pay people for, because it's like the ones I was paying for, yeah, they were objectively better, actually. They were better quality, you know, better from an artistic standpoint, but from a thumbnail standpoint, it's not really about, it's not so much about what looks good or what looks the best. It's about what draws the eye, and especially not just the eye, but you have to get back behind the eye and hook the brain somewhere. There, you know, you have to, and that's the hardest part with thumbnails. That still eludes me, but I at least understand that you have to have that hook. You have to subtly deliver a message of like, why do I want to watch this? You know, I don't know. It's Jesus, the fucking yapping, man. I have been around the world tonight. It's 3:11. It's nowhere near my bedtime yet. Again, I really appreciate y'all hanging around and chilling. If there's anyone still fucking lurking who is awake and, you know, and can hear me, thank you for lurking. I think, you know, I'm not trying to hold anyone hostage here. At this point, I don't give a fuck if I'm playing this by myself and everyone's left or gone to sleep or what the hell ever. But I'm gonna try and get a little more progress in this game. Just enjoy it because it's very fucking good. it's very good. I looked at some of the reviews on Steam. Actually pull them up. It's a good stream though. You're a good stream. Thank you, Sydney. Likewise, quality streamer. Appreciate you, Baker. I appreciate y'all saying that. And for once today, my self-hate is oh man, what the hell's the word? I used to say this all the time. I used to use this term. My false humility is my false humility is basically it's not around to you know, try and say, oh no, you're just saying that. Like, no, I legitimately appreciate you saying that. Like, I'm not like, you know, the best streamer ever, but like, I do put a lot of time and effort and energy, and I fucking care about this. And I love the fucking people like involved, you know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. What am I trying to say? Like, thank you for the compliment. For once, I will take it instead of like downplaying it, or like even, you know, even when you don't say anything, you're just thinking in your head like, no, they're just saying that to make me feel better. You know what I mean? I don't believe those bullshit voices today is basically what I'm saying. That fucking nagging doubt and, yeah, again, self-hate. It's just, I hate that shit, man. And that's what brings me out of the experience so often. And, you know, if I can be less prey to those lies, or at least exaggerations, you know, if I can have a more like a truly humble perspective of myself, where I can see like, you know, yeah, I'm not fucking greatest streamer in the world, but I've also been doing this for a while. I enjoy doing it. I love doing it. And, you know, I have friends and people who come out to hang out and have fun and support. Like, clearly I'm doing something right. You know what I mean? Like, that balanced perspective. That, you know, that's something I had that was like hard learned in recovery. Because before that, I was always balls to the wall. I was either over here with self-hate, I'm a piece of shit, you know, and that's all there's to it, or I'm over here like just up on cloud nine, like thinking I'm the shit, you know. Like it was one extreme or the other. There was no in between. And it's like, what people taught me was that humility is just simply like knowing and accepting your actual self to the best of your ability is really all that is. It's, you know, trying to understand your assets and your liabilities to the best of your ability, and, you know, having a holistic perspective of what and who you truly are. You know, that's really fucking hard to do when you start changing over time, but it's I don't know, it's yeah, fuck the voices, exactly, fuck them. Yeah, I don't know, it's I'm just, you know, for right now at least, you know, it's really nice to be back. It's really nice to not be a slave to fear and self-doubt, you know, at least so far so good. The last several streams have just been fun. And you know, anytime even like the smallest like nagging doubt comes up or something, you know, I just wave it away. I just don't want to get caught in that trap. I don't want to get caught in that trap. You know, it might, you know, happen a little bit here and there from time to time, of course. But I don't want that to be par for the course for something that I legitimately enjoy. Again, whether I ever make it to a full-time status content creator or not, this has been one of the most fulfilling fucking journeys I've ever taken. And you know, am I reinventing the wheel here? Absolutely not. Am I breaking the mold in any way, shape, or form? No. But, you know, I'm just putting in a little effort to try and do something, you know, outside of the 9 to 5. You know, whether I ever make it to that point, I don't know. I don't want to say I doubt it, but I also don't want to delude myself and say, "Oh yeah, I think I'll get there." I have no clue. So the most important thing is to accept the fact that I gotta go and fucking work 50 plus hours a week for God knows how long that's gonna last. And you know, I'm gonna have to find the time and energy to stream when I can / when I want to. But it's for fun. It's for friendship. It's the power of friendship and community. Imagination. Yeah, not work, not bills. This channel stuff is ours. True that. Finally get to do something just for us. Exactly. Yeah, no matter what happens, I'm so happy to have done this. Yeah. And one thing, and you know, I mean, this is a learning experience, but you know, I spent months and months, you know, averaging, you know, one to two, maybe 3 viewers. And when I started, you know, meeting other creators and collaborating with them and learning and just having fun. And again, you know, like having that community rapport and mutual support and everything. Not only did it feel great, I mean, that was honestly the best part of that time period, again, was the community, the new friends and shit like that. And I mean, it's still like, you know, we're trying, like Smelzy, Mayo, and Pilates and I are all trying to make it a weekly, at least bi-weekly thing to get together and play games for a couple hours one night. You know, and it's still tough to coordinate, but you still fucking play games together, you know, even though only 2 of us are currently active. Well, no, that's right. I forgot. Pilates is cooking something. Pilates is cooking something. That's all I'll say. It's actually pretty brilliant. You do what you can, we'll be here. Appreciate it. Likewise. But yeah, I mean, you know, you never know what's going to come down the pipe. And I mean, like I've had the opportunity to help other creators in some small ways, and at least in one particular instance, apparently a pretty fucking big way, that it's like, I mean, there's one thing that I was able to do for another person. I'm not going to get into the specifics because I don't want to, like, you know, brag about it or, you know, put it's a good thing, but, you know, I don't want to put this other person's business on blast either. Because it ultimately doesn't matter, but it's just, I got to do something that was just kind of it wasn't nothing for me, you know, but it was, you know, just, it felt like a small thing, coming from my end, that I was able to do for someone else. And it, like, according to them, massively helped them, you know, with their, like, a lot of their frustrations and doubts and, you know, technical issues with the process at the time, had them very, very close to quitting and giving up. And what I was able to do for them, to hear them tell, is possibly, you know, or at least a big part of the reason they're still doing it now. And they're doing it very fucking well. And that's a crazy good fucking feeling. You know, it's like, even if I can't possibly say that this journey was all for nothing, if I was able to help someone else, you know, find some success at it, you know what I mean? Yeah, sure. I'd love it. I'd love it to be me. I'd love to, you know, go full time, you know, stream, make let's plays, make video essays, and, you know, make my own hours, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But who knows if it'll get there. But if something I did helped somebody reach that point or get damn close to it, I mean, that's just as good. Yeah, from a selfish standpoint, no, it's not as good. But when I look at it bigger picture, I don't know. It's hard to explain without going into specifics, but it's a good feeling. It's like, fuck it. Even if I crash and burn, or just, you know, eventually say, okay, it's time to move on to something else, you know. I never can allow myself to say or feel like, oh, this was all for nothing. This was all a waste of time, you know. All the money I sunk into all the fucking hardware and accessories and blah, 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 you know, it was all a waste. It's like, no. It's been fun. For the most part, it's overwhelmingly been fun and fulfilling. And then on top of that, again, like, I had an opportunity to help someone else with their dream, and help get them a leg up in that direction. You know, if somebody makes it, that's enough at this point. You know what I mean? That's enough. Like, as many friends as I've had drop off from this thing, you know, whether it just be due to burnout, you know, or just frustration with feeling like you're just spinning your tires, spinning in place, you know, to see even, you know, just like a handful of people, continue to grow, is fucking awesome. And it's crazy how many people I'm meeting these days like early on in their streaming career that are kind of popping off quickly. And it's like, again, I could sit here and be jealous and fucking be like, well, I had to fucking grind, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, well, be happy for them that they don't. Well, we've all got to grind, don't get me wrong, and there's going to be ups and downs, but they didn't have to slog so hard and so long through those, you know, zero to one CCV, just to, you know, slowly start building, like, you know, whether it's like a random raid or, you know, whatever it is, whatever gave that person a fucking leg up, just be happy for him. Because man, you know, again, I had the mindset, you know, just whatever, when I started it. So, you know, I knew it was a pipe dream. I looked at it that way, and it was like, it's always possible. And it seemed like it might be fun too. And that second part was 100% correct. There, 98% correct. It's 98% fun. Only 2% of it is frustration and work, I promise. Meeting other creators is so much fun. Getting to talk about the ins and outs of it is special because only we understand it all. Yeah, it's you know, it's a niche thing. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, you know, who stream and or, you know, make content of some sort on YouTube and that, you know, but it's still very niche. You know, it's like you couldn't sustain the world and, you know, the economy and all our human systems if everyone was a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer. You know, it wouldn't work. So it's still a very niche thing. And, you know, like being able to talk about it and learn about it, bounce ideas and stuff off of, you know, people who are doing more or less the same shit. It's nice. Including viewers just making another day. That's another thing that I have to remind myself of, you know, and again, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, say that, oh yeah, I probably helped somebody today. There had to have been someone there, you know, who I brightened their day. You know, it's like, maybe not. I don't know. If no one says thank you for the stream or hey, I was having a hard time, you know, like just thanks for you know, being there for a little boost, you know, or a little fucking anchor or whatever. If no one says anything like that, you know, I'm not gonna assume it's either or. I really don't care. But there have been a handful of times where someone's, you know, said something to that effect, and it's like, that right there, even if it's just, I don't know, a handful of times that I've been able to help someone else out in some small way, that's great. Like, hold on to that. Remember that. I know I have a tiny, like, pea brain, like, as far as my memory capacity, but like, remember that somehow. You know, those handfuls of times where, you know, someone's been like, yeah, I having a hard time lately, and this stream is just what I needed. Like that's awesome to fucking hear. And I hate it too. Like sometimes either I might be up in my head, you know, with self-centered fear, or I might just be like focused on a game and not entirely absorb something someone says and not really appreciate that fully until I come back around to it later. That's another thing I'm trying to do, because I've had issues maybe the past year and a half where, like, it's like my attention is so split. Sometimes I'm not really absorbing, sometimes not even properly understanding what people are saying in chat, or I'm not like quite cognizant enough to realize like kind of like someone saying that I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, I'll say like, oh good, I'm glad I could help you, but like the self-doubts kind of back there, like already trying to invalidate it. I'm focused on like playing a game or whatever it is, and I don't really get the full recirculation of that thought back to my brain to where I can actually appreciate it and be like, oh shit, like that's kind of a big little big deal. Like I helped somebody, whether it was the intent or not, like awesome. And so I think sometimes it seems like, and also like when I'm watching streams back for clips, sometimes I'll see my interactions with chat, and either sometimes I'll be like, why did you barely responded to that, like whether it looks like maybe I was glossing over it or I didn't care, and it's like I have to go back through that headspace. I'm like, what was I doing? Was I being a selfish dick here or what? Other times I think it's just I actually sometimes don't communicate emotion entirely like accurately. Because there have been some streams where I remember specific moments and being like, I don't know, being like feeling really in tune with chat, or like vibing with the game, being in a good mood, or like being happy or something. Then I like watch it back and it's just like like a monotone resting bitch face. I'm like, why do I look like that? I know what I felt and it wasn't that. But yeah, so I don't know. It's weird, but like here lately I'm trying to be more mindful of I'm trying to be a lot more mindful of everyone else in this process. Somewhere along the way I'd kind of gotten stuck, like it's like there's this pipeline from my head to this game, and then there's like a separate line over to chat, and like that's all there is. And like I'm just, it's hard to explain, but I'm just trying to like bring more gratitude. Because honestly, like some days I would, after a stream that didn't do as well as I wanted it to, or whatever, for whatever reason I'm feeling down, I crash out about it. And then later on, I come back feeling fucking guilty about it because I feel selfish as shit. And kind of realized, like, once again, I was so caught up in my own fears and doubts that I wasn't really fully present with my friends, strangers, viewers, whoever the fuck's in chat here, watching, interacting, the spectrum, however well I know you, like we're here for a community experience of some sort, right? And I want to put more concerted effort into that part of it. And that's part of why I've really been trying to rethink. Hi Cass, how you doing? How's it going? We have just spent an inordinate amount of time yapping compared to actually playing this game. that I don't think I'm very close to beating at all yet. It's very good. It's very scary. But yeah, we've been chit-chatting about all kinds of shit. Did you what you been doing? Did you get you some sleep? Here for Yap. Keep going. I don't mean to interrupt. No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, I really I kind of locked in on this idea that so when I first started, slowly, gradually increasing, it happened faster than it felt at the time. But it was still gradual. It was still slow. And it was still frustrating, but because my expectations were low, it wasn't really that frustrating yet. But that slow ass growth that I had at the beginning, but it was for the longest time, it seemed like it was always steady upward. It was slow, but it was always up. Almost every single stream, like it's like it was this weird thing where like almost every metric, this was when I was just on YouTube, almost every metric, it was like, a gentle, gentle gradient, maybe linear sometimes, but it was always going up. And I don't know, I just felt like that was like a really good sign. You know what I mean? Like I expected a little bit of a roller coaster, even early on like that. And it was so steady upward. I was like, that seems promising, right? And it lasted just long enough to get to my fucking head. And I don't know, like somewhere that was also right around the time that my job started getting so incredibly stressful that there were times where I knew that I was this close to either walking off the job or doing something permanent that I literally can't come back from, which of course I want y'all to know I would never do. So obviously the option would have been walking off the job, but it was like so distressing. It was so fucking stressful. There was so much weight and work and all like, a million other people's fucking jobs all like laid on my lap on my desk. That it was, I had never been so. I spent 10 years of my life in various stages of drug addiction. Never experienced that amount of stress so intensely or chronically as when I was doing that parts job. It was awful. So I was, like the streams were my escape, almost therapy, a little bit, it was my time to unwind, have fun, see my friends, talk to new people sometimes, like it was the antithesis of what I had to walk into work every day and deal with for 10 hours, 50 hours a week. So I started, I was seeing this like gradual, constant growth. And I was like, I think I really have a shot at this. Is how I felt at the time. Like it was pretty starting to get kind of confident about it. And somewhere along the line, that went to cocksure. But when I saw that, it was like, okay, well, if I have a chance here to get out from under the corporate boot and do something that I love something that I enjoy. This is fulfilling. I'm passionate about it. And it's something that I reasonably think I could do. I would certainly love to fucking do content for the rest of my life, even if it becomes stressful and not as fun sometimes. I would certainly rather do that than sit at this desk and not want to, but kind of the thought popped up sometimes, like, wow, a bullet would almost be preferable. It like that, it's a no-brainer. So like, it was like I was trying to escape that stress, by, all of a sudden it had gone from like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could do this full time, to I have to do everything I can to make this happen. And that was that became hugely problematic. And I think I latched so hard onto that mindset, that it's still easy to slip back into that. It's like, yes, I absolutely want to do full-time content, of course. Or at least do like, part-time content and something else, freelance or creative or whatever, so I don't have to fucking work for, Johnny Corpo, like that would be real nice. And it's entirely within the realm of possibility, but I'm not going to sit here and say it's a likelihood or it's going to happen. I want to stop trying to force it to happen and just go back to trying. That's it. Just put the effort and the energy in, but remember why I stay here. And why I stay here and keep going back, even after, needing a long hiatus to get my fucking head some semblance of right, at least in terms of streaming, like my perspective on this, and trying to get back to a place of enjoying it and appreciating people's company. But I completely forgot what I was saying. I lost the thread. We are playing games, I swear. The game of life. Yeah, the game of life. The game of yap and life. Get that? The way I try to look at it is that it's a win-win. Either I get a sick full-time job or I just have a sick hobby. Exactly. It's like, yeah, it's fun. I kind of just had a mini like revelation, epiphany, or what the fuck ever there. Trying to remember what was it that I said. It was something that I was aware of before, but it's something I've thought to myself, but I realize I've never said it out loud to someone. And saying it out loud kind of cemented it. Just trying to remember what the hell it was that I said. Because it's something I need to remember. I was talking about kind of running so hard from the job that was like killing me, to trying to force content creation into a full-time thing. And it's like, I don't know, maybe some people can do it. I feel like if you're like doing something that's like not community based, like specifically streaming, and it's not like super creative, it's just kind of like, you know, a lot of people make like, you know, basic bland videos for like, you know, company presentations or, I can't think of any examples offhand, but you know, I don't want to say like low effort or soulless content or something like that, but just, you know, it's literally just, they're just doing it to, you know, they're just doing it to make money. And which is fine, but like, I don't want to just make money. It's not even really about the money as much as trying to find something trying to be able to do something better than what I feel like I'm doing right now. Because I mean, let's face it, bottling sodas, sugar, and like all the plastic waste, all the sugar people are putting in their body, the sucralose, even the bottled water. It's like the bottled water is great for emergency situations. It can be useful for people, you know, who like work, you know, out in the heat. It's a much more convenient, you know, way to stay hydrated and not die out in, you know, like cutting grass in 105-degree weather or something like that. But I do take pride in my work. I do take pride in my knowledge. I do my best to bring some care into it, you know, and of course, you know, I definitely try and be mindful of, you know, the safety of others and like the, you know, not contaminating product and stuff like that, proper hygiene, good manufacturing processes and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's not that fulfilling of a job. It's just a paycheck. It's just a paycheck. And you know, I had a job a number of years ago that I could go home every day and say, hey, I just got paid today to ensure the safety of kids on getting on and off their school buses every day. We made oh my God, brain. We made an aftermarket school bus safety product. It's basically like, instead of a little stop sign on the side that comes out, it's not just telling you to stop, shit's gonna make you stop or it's gonna damage your fucking car. It's a whole ass arm. It takes up like a lane and a half of traffic depending on the width of the lanes. So it is a physical barrier. I mean, obviously it's not gonna like stop the car. And the arm was designed with a breakaway to you know, mitigate any unsafe factors for the driver. Because I mean, at the end of the day, if you're fucking passing a school bus and you run into that arm and you hurt yourself, I'm gonna say it's on you. But you know, we don't want to hurt you for it. You know, we do want the arm to break away. We're just trying to deter you from fucking hitting it in the first place. And it was anywhere from like a 55 to 95% illegal passing reduction rate. The company was started by a couple guys who were already retired. They dumped a bunch of their own money into it, all because they had a friend, you know, they knew personally, whose kid got hit at a school bus stop and killed. So these dudes came out of retirement, sunk a bunch of their own money into this company, and struggled for a long time to get it, you know, like to turn a profit. I'm assuming, I hope they eventually did, because we were kind of still in that process when they had to, you know, lay me off. And that really sucked. You know, I mean, I've got some better developments, and I'm probably making more money now than I would be if I were still there. if I had to guess. But I miss going to work, for people that I cared about. Like, not that I don't care about my coworkers, okay? But the people I worked with were there for more for altruistic reasons than they were to make money or anything. They just wanted the company to be able to turn a little bit of profit or break even so that they could keep doing what they were doing to, for the fucking kids, so kids are less likely to get hit and killed by dinguses, either not paying attention or just in such a hurry that they don't care about other people's safety. I mean, that's all it was. So it's like, I'm not some saint, because it's like, yeah, I was there for a paycheck, but to be able to collect my paycheck but to put in my time and labor into society and it have a pretty much very little negative impact, like such a negligible, negative impact, like, maybe, I don't know, the exhaust fumes and, from all the miles we drive, maybe some, pieces of, some fucking, broken zip ties I had to cut off and left in a parking lot, like little shit like that. And when the net win was, knowing that we're helping some fucking kids stay safe. That's a lot better feeling to go home with. And it makes it a lot easier to stick with a job, even when something gets frustrating or whatever it is, because it's like, that's always in the back of your mind. I was always grateful for that job, like perfectly so. No. Whereas, I'm sorry, making plastic bottled beverages with not great ingredients that I don't want to put in my body and I don't want to see other people putting in their bodies, I don't feel good about that. I mean, honestly, I just don't. You're putting too much stake and pressure on this. So what should be the fix? Just taking pressure on this. Be the fix. Solution to work and life problems, and you've learned that that's not the way to think about it. Yeah. It's something you love to do, something for you, and however it works out, it's yours, your time and effort and art. Yeah, exactly. It's a creative outlet. This is a place you get to express yourself. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. So, I was running so hard, at that point to escape, the prison that I felt I was in. What is that noise? Hang on a second. What the hell am I hearing out there? Weird. I don't know. Just a weird noise. It almost sounds like I don't know. Large equipment or something out there somewhere at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you know what? There were still plows running around early. It might be, I bet you it's plows out there somewhere dragging this shit on the asphalt. But yeah, this has been a weird stream in the best way. This has been a weird ass stream. Like, we have gone all over the world and back. Barely even played this awesome fucking horror game. But it's been fun. I've spent plenty of time over my streaming career, talking about some of the ins and outs, some of the like deeper, emotional frustrations and a lot of struggles with my own bullshit. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of the shit I've been talking about is just shit that I gotta get over and move past. Because it's my hangups. And I guess I feel like, I mean, you don't always want to fucking sit on stream and in front of, everybody in God's green earth and say, yeah, oh yeah, I'm a piece of shit. There's a period of time where I was resentful against my entire audience, and yeah. It's like on the one hand, you don't want to say that, but then like there was a brief period of time where I was like resentful against everybody. And it did not feel good at all. Just because the fucking channel performance dipped and, for whatever reasons they had, a lot of the regular viewership kind of fell off all at once for a while. And, eventually most of those people, came back around, I don't know what it was. If it was just like, I don't know, maybe I wasn't entertaining enough. Maybe I was so caught up in my, it's very likely I was so caught up in my, self-centered bullshit that I just wasn't like connecting, you know what I mean? Like, or maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I'll catch myself. And again, this is usually when I'm watching streams back, looking for clips and stuff. It's like, I don't know if I'm just like in a hurry to get to the game, or maybe I just don't think that people want to hang out and chat too. But yeah, I don't know. Optic Love, good luck on the runs today. Big preach. Hey, Cass, thank you for the hydrate reminder. I have not been hydrating for a while. Thank you. I forgot I had a whole second can. I brought 2 cans in here. Start at 9. It is now 4. What? One is hate. Oh my God! Why did I shake that can? I don't feel like I shook that can, and it fucking spewed everywhere. Hydration. Yeah, hydration. Yap Master needs some hydration. Okay. I need to go get a towel real quick. Yes. Oh, it's fucking raining. That's what I'm hearing. I think it's pouring down rain right now. No, it's not that either. It's my goddamn oh my God. The outdoor unit for the, heating and air conditioning. That thing is running balls to the wall. I hope it's not on the front. Holy shit. It's only after getting up, standing up, being on my feet for a minute that I realize I'm very tired. I'm not really getting hit with the sleepy tired today. It's like more of a physical weariness. but I do think it's getting close to bedtime. At least wind down, have a snack, watch TV time, something. Time for the resting. Okay, I think that's most of my mess cleaned up. Wrong can. This one. But yeah, I don't know. Again, it feels weird to like talk about the inner workings of my brain, like the part that I'm not proud of, those parts of myself that I don't fucking like, the parts of myself that I want to hate. And I try not to hate the lesser Nate, Shadow Nate, because I've learned from experience that doesn't do any good. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, it is what it is. I am what I am. I am who I am. I got some shit up here. And sometimes it trips me up. But I don't know. I guess at the end of the day, I don't really care, you know? I don't care so much about, you know, like airing the uglier side of the inner workings of my brain as I do, you know, just being transparent about it. Because when I talk about the shit, and not just think about it, you know, like I can think about shit all day and realize, oh shit, I was wrong, whatever. But it hits different when I'm talking to someone else about it. Like, I don't know. It's been a very interesting journey, like trying to balance everything and not be a dick. I mean, simply put, not be a dick, at least in some way. You know, because even the times when I go back, I'm looking for clips and I notice, you know, the just chatting part at the beginning of the stream. And I'll say hey to people, but it doesn't seem genuine sometimes. And I noticed that especially near a few times near when I took the hiatus. I was like, what was my mindset there? Was I just like, you know, was my mind just elsewhere? Or was I just not practicing gratitude for people coming and being there and saying, hey? So that's one of the big things I'm trying to be mindful of is like, y'all are here. Thank you for being here. Like legit. I don't want to just like, oh, hey, how you know, whatever. Like, you know, I want to both feel and express that gratitude. And you know, I'm not going to manufacture it, but if I'm thinking more consciously about people besides just myself, and I'm not completely trapped up in here, whatever bullshit it is, whether it's just, you know, energy focus, whether it's, you know, just full on selfishness that day, whatever. I don't want to be stuck up in here, because then what do I have to offer to you guys? You know, like this is a community, and I am really trying to, I am making a commitment to treating treating it as such. Because when the most fun times, and from a selfish or at least utilitarian point of view, but like some of the most successful in general, some of the more successful at least times in, you know, the whole whatever this is, Nate Nefarious timeline, have been when I was much more community minded. Like I was more present with other people, for other people, you know, whether it was doing collabs or, you know, whether it was just like engaging and connecting with chat. And then like the times there's that disconnect, for whatever reason it is, where there's just distraction or whether I'm, you know, just caught up in anxiety or, you know, whatever. Or those times that I really fucking hate that I do. I get pissy. Doesn't happen often, but so there have been times where I got pissy out loud on stream over like viewer count, you know, and it wasn't like I'm like projecting directly at a person, but it's like, stop bitching about your fucking viewer count on your live stream, you dildo. What are you doing? Fucking just find a positive focus and fuck that other bullshit. You know, I don't know. Like I do love myself. Still trying to get rid of a lot of the self-hate. But there's still a lot of my behaviors and thought patterns and stuff. It fucking bothers me, man. It really bothers me. And I don't know. I want to do better. I want to do better for me. I want to do better for y'all. And us collectively as a people. I don't know. I'm a relatively antisocial and reclusive person. But I'm on the complete ass flip side, a very social person. And it creates some odd dynamics in interpersonal relationships. Really does, of all caliber. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing the thread of what I was even talking about. Hydration, to be grateful for for hydrating. Yeah, right. So yeah, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Did not expect to get that candid about the inner workings, the more embarrassing inner workings of my brain. Or at least, I don't know. They feel embarrassing to me. I know I'm only human, of course, but self-doubt, imposter syndrome, self-hate, that shit fucking sucks, man. And I think it's been a little more pronounced in recent years than it was. There for a long time, it was kind of like it kind of like the channel growth was slowly up with self-acceptance was also like kind of gradually always on the rise. And I think it took a dip somewhere in the last few years. It's been kind of up and down, wishy-washy. I think it's probably part of why I've had more social anxiety, is because I'm like not feeling as okay in my own skin. That kind of shit. Yo, Torellis, what's up, man? Oh, I completely forgot our music. How long have we not had music? How long have y'all been listening to my dry how do I make fun of my voice without being mean to myself? How can I do that? I don't know. Insert the right words there. But yeah. I don't know what we want to listen to. Or you could jump back into the game. This fucking game, y'all. Throwing me for a loop. I mean, it's not the main reason we've done so much yapping, but the game's scary as shit, and it's very how to put it? The sound design especially is very like overwhelming. Maybe not quite overwhelming, but it's like an assault, and it just keeps you on edge. It keeps me on edge anyway. Let's see, where were we? Kitty. Oh, did we have another cat appearance? Another pussy appearance. It happens, but you don't let it get the best of you now. Yeah. Appreciate you. You're doing better. Let's keep it going. Indeed, most definitely. The same introvert at heart, but can switch and be an extrovert when needed. I have a very low social battery. Exactly. You know, and there's just like, it's weird because like there's some days where I'm just like, you know, absolutely. I mean, there's always social anxiety there, but there's some days where it's just like, yes, it's there. I acknowledge it. But I'm going to go do whatever this is, you know, anyway, and just power through it. And then there are some days where it's just like immobilizing. It's like, I'm going to skip this concert that I'm supposed to be going to with friends, not even by myself. I'm going to skip this concert because my anxiety is so high, and I just don't want to be around this, you know, big group of strangers. Saying it out loud is powerful. We all struggle with this stuff from time to time. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like, it's easy too to like pick apart, you know, your less, what's the word? For lack of a better word, it's easy to pick apart your ugliest flaws sometimes. Ugliest, whatever. And like kind of, at least for me, I know a lot of times I've always viewed myself in some ways as an outsider, or like so different from other people that, like, you know, a lot of the shit that I deal with is something that most other people don't. And okay, granted, I'm a weird dude. I say that mostly in a good way. But I'm a weird dude. I'm eclectic. Like there are probably plenty of things about me that the vast majority of other people maybe don't experience exactly the same way. But for the most part, I think I forget that, like, it doesn't really matter. We're all experiencing more or less the same shit. Just, you know, maybe process things differently and whatnot. But, you know, I'm not that fucking special, you know, for better and for worse. I'm not that fucking special. At the end of the day, I'm a human with a brain that's kind of fucked up. It's kind of pretty cool also. I don't know. You know, I'm just going to try and do the right things with it today as best I can. Maybe wake up, try to do that again tomorrow. Been enjoying this podcast. Me too. Thank you all for being here and listening to my weird ramblings. Don't be embarrassed. Talking it out and taking ownership is good. Yeah, that's legit. Been okay settling into my new home. Oh, you moved. Your internet actually works, you say. Oh. Well. I wonder if we could have some easier, less difficult matchings on old Tarkov. Not matchings, but you know, call it, I don't know, ping. More stable multiplayer experience. Hello again, Mr. Libra. How are we? Welcome back. Honestly, I went grocery shopping, had dinner, fell asleep in a Discord movie night, and ended up with this podcast. That's an interesting journey. Doesn't sound half bad. Yeah, the game is good. I definitely like. I'm getting tired. a lot of yapping. It's been a long ass stream, but like I'm not so tired that I don't want to fucking play more of this game. Before we end stream, commend you on your ability to say no for yourself, though, even when it feels upsetting. Learning that I can't live with people that I'm expected to be social with, like good friends. My safety at home is hermiting in my room. Yeah. It's been, so living alone for me has been, it's definitely a mixed bag. And I absolutely, so another thing that's interesting is, let's see. I moved in here early 2022. So just over 4 years ago. I was already kind of starting to like retreat from, you know, like going out a lot and, you know, spending time with people IRL and stuff like that. I had gotten nice and comfy towards the end of 2019 and most of 2020. Yeah, I lived alone for the first time ever. I spent part of both of those years living alone after my cousin had to move back to Tennessee. And holy shit, it was amazing. And that was at a point, that was at one of the highest points in my life as far as like physical health, mental health at the time was, you know, comparatively pretty goddamn good. I didn't have all these insane work stressors, and the existential dread wasn't there back then. I mean, maybe some people had it. Maybe I should have seen the writing on the wall, but at the time, for me, everything still looked pretty fucking peachy. I miss that. I miss that mindset. I will say I miss that Nate. I don't know if he was just deluded. I don't know if it would have been realistic to actually see the warning signs at that time. You know, it was just like, oh yeah, okay, well, the world be like it do, politics be like it do, the economy be like it do, you know, fucking like the shadowy cabal of elite, the Illuminati type ass rich motherfuckers that maybe don't exist, definitely exist. You know, they're trying to fucking tear our whole goddamn world apart and rebuild it in their image. You know, that's been going on for the longest time, and you know, we're still here. Wasn't really worried about it. Got off on a tangent again. See, that's what it does. That's what the existential dread does. It grabs my attention and fucking pulls it away from right here, right now. But yeah, I didn't have that way. I didn't have those fears. And you know, that was right around probably pretty much the pinnacle of the highest my self-esteem has ever been. And so I was very comfortable. I was very comfortable in my skin most days. I mean, you know, there were times like seasonal depression and stuff like that. But most of the time I was very comfortable in my own skin, and being by myself in my own space for an extended period of time. God, it was awesome. Fucking awesome. It still is in a lot of ways, but I'm used to it now. And I do, you know, I get a little lonely sometimes. Like, that's like full disclosure. Like, I'm not sure I'd want to trade it for the world. I really do think I prefer living on my own. Part of that comes back to, like, you know, I got fucking anger issues. I like to yell at shit when it doesn't fucking work right. Not people. Poor cats. Every now and then, like when I come home and find the RGB cables chewed completely off my brand new PC case fans, I yelled at them for a couple minutes, and poor Cheddar ran off into hiding for a couple hours. I felt terrible. You know, I'm not a physically abusive person. I'm generally not a verbally abusive person, but that fucking got me. Generally, it's just like, this computer's not working right. I yell at the computer at varying levels, sometimes at the top of my lungs. You know, it is rarely projected towards a person or another sweet, gorgeous little furry being. However, it's still not fun to be around when someone else is screaming their lungs off at something they can't control, or they feel out of control of, is basically what happens. You know, like, it's that emotional dysfunction of ADHD. That was a big sticking point. And I was really good for the most part about, you know, like, dialing that back when I was with my fiance at the time. We lived together for a while, but it was just like my overall, like, negativity. I just kind of like argued a lot, and not, you know, just like not starting shit, not, you know, like fighting, but just like, no, yeah, that I think you're wrong, and here's why. You know, it was just like I was always naysaying, pretty much. And I don't know, just kind of got this like negative mindset. Gotta hit the hay, pumpkin. Take it the fuck easy, dude. I appreciate you hanging out, man. It is good to see you. Take care of yourself, and hopefully I'll talk to you soon. Make sure I'm caught up on chat. I'm rambling again, but you know, basically, like that's one of the biggest things about myself that I don't like is that I have to scream sometimes at a problem. And I do it at work sometimes too. Again, I don't scream at my coworkers. I don't curse people out. I'm just fucking yelling at the goddamn machine that won't do what I need it to do. But I've been on the other side of that. Like my father, for instance, I wonder where I got this from. My fucking dad, perfect example. He knocked, we were golfing. He knocked the ball into the sand traps, whatever. He knocked the ball into the sand. And then immediately, like, you know, just yells, snaps his golf club across his knee. You know, he's not targeting anybody. He didn't hurt anyone, except maybe himself just by, you know, destroying his own expensive belonging. But it still left a negative impression on me. You know, I felt uncomfortable. I felt awkward. I wasn't, you know, I knew in my head I didn't need to worry about him, you know, like lashing out at me, but there's still that component in the back of my brain that's like, you know, a little bit scared, a little bit on edge. You know, that fight or flight shit. And you know, I don't want anyone else to have to feel that just because I struggle to control, you know, my reactions to things. I don't know. It's that it is the most difficult thing about myself to reconcile. It's the hardest thing not to hate. I'm still trying to figure out how to approach that part of myself with compassion, patience, and kindness, and not just shame and hate. Because don't get me wrong, guilt and shame are good in moderation. But I have learned that hating the perceived negative aspects of yourself, that's not really a good look either. It's really about fucking acceptance and forgiveness to the best of your ability, because if you can accept something about yourself and you can forgive it to a certain extent, then you can fucking work on it. And I don't know, it seems so backwards, but I had a lot of other people help teach me these things. And I've watched it work for them. I watched it work for me in the past, but the anger component has been the strongest holdout. It's just like taking like minor frustrations crank up to 11 so quickly. Still don't entirely know what the solution is, but I just keep looking for it, I guess. Commend you on your ability to say no for yourself, though, even when it feels upsetting. Oh, wait, okay, now I read that already. Yeah, none of us are special. I think that's the best part. It takes the pressure off of trying to be anything other than ourselves. Yeah, exactly. You know, like I think a lot of us were raised on one, some form or another of the general line, like, you're unique, you're special, blah, 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 blah. And that's true. Each and every one of us is unique and is special in some way, maybe a lot of ways, Thing is, we're not unique and special in the fact that we're unique and special, because we're all a little unique and a little special. Does that make sense? It makes sense in my head, but I'm a crazy person. So like, we're all important. Just because I'm unique and special does not mean I am more so than you. We're just all very, slightly different, at least. Many of us are very different. I don't know. The longer we go, the spacier my brain is getting. Over time as well as the majority of conspiracy theories that we used to think were just crazy people, and now it's literally not even denial because it's right in front of us, is also making us feel helpless. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's shit that's been going on, similar, same shit, some of the same people, some are new faces cycling in and out, but it's more or less the same or similar, power plays and parties that have been, probably guiding humanity towards their idea of a better future for a long time. And now, it's just, we live in an age where it's very hard, even for the government, to hide things from anyone. I mean, that might end up actually being a saving grace for the human race, because we'll see what AI does to accelerate, internal security and stuff for like government agencies and things, but it's really hard it's really hard and becoming harder as a citizen to get away with just about anything. The just smallest things, the cameras everywhere, the license plate readers, like most of our faces are probably in a database somewhere that is constantly scraped by Palantir or someone who's partnered with Palantir. So all that shit's going to end up in multiple worldwide databases probably sooner rather than later. If it's not already all there anyway, so there's like all these data points, constantly tracking your movements. I mean, even if you've got, you're tech savvy and you got a small footprint, there's enough data there that, if someone was really looking for you, they could probably figure out, where you've been within the last day or two minimum, right? Maybe. But at the same time, it's a lot harder for the government to get away with shit without someone at least seeing it, or, there being a paper trail or something. It goes both ways. My only concern, and you've also got, a lot of tech savvy people who can hack shit and leak things and, just whistleblowers and whatnot. But I am just concerned, that AI may accelerate things on the institutional side and skew it in their favor. And then we lose leverage access to free and truthful information, etc., 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 blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I did say goodnight to Baker, right? I clearly remember saying goodnight to Baker, but I just want to make sure. That's a good dude right there. Appreciate him hanging out for a while. I appreciate all of y'all. Just, you know, I think I want to say I may have already been on hiatus, or like it was right before I went on hiatus. When I was introduced to Baker. So it was really cool to have him in here, and, you know, chat. I did. Okay, good. Accepting and forgiving yourself allows you the space to let go and see it and work on it. Yeah. Keep working on ourselves and keep going. There's no such thing as perfect and doesn't need to be. Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, like it may be small or maybe it's big. I don't know. I think most people are not like most people. I do not often see people with an explosive temper on the level that I have. And like, I'm gonna say this. I could have turned out like my dad, who gets actually violent, or he's gone now. And he, you know, got better in his old age, of course, as people do. You know, and that's a complex, you know, kind of thing. That's everything from like changes in biology over time, as well as just, you know, getting sick of your own bullshit over a long period of time. I think also, you know, kind of forces your hand to an extent. You know, it gives you some impetus to start changing. But there's a lot of factors there. But I don't know. I guess I can at least be grateful for the fact that, yeah, I've got an explosive temper. I make an absolute ass out of myself sometimes. I feel fucking horrible for screaming at my cats the other day. You know, it's one thing if they're fucking, you know, doing something they don't need to be doing, and I give them a quick, you know, yell like, hey, you know, stop it, cut it out, or whatever. You know, like raise my voice at them a little bit, like that's fine. But I mean, I screamed. I felt horrible. I don't normally do that. I think I did it a couple times with Lucy for, you know, it happens. But I can at least be extremely grateful that I am not a physically violent person. I am not I'm not a confrontational person. That's a double-edged sword. But for the most part, it works out very much in my favor. Because it makes it pretty easy to get along with the vast majority of people. But yeah, I don't know. Also makes it easy to, you know, lay down and get rolled over by manipulative people. But so far, still here. Palantir. It's being used by 2 companies in what country? And also, yeah, and by ICE. Trying to think, and they're partnered with a lot of other big tech firms, and so the question with that is, what information do you have access to exactly through some of these big ass tech firms? And, you know, like cloud computing, whatever the fuck, you know, I don't I still have to do a lot of specific targeted research, for this MGS2 AI, video. Now, I'm not going to be going like super crazy deep and in depth, at least not with this first one anyway. I'm not trying to go full on like fucking, Steve from Gamers Nexus on his GNCA Investigates channel and, anything like that. Like, I just want to compare some of the broader strokes to, of what's going on now to Metal Gear Solid 2. So like, I plan on keeping it pretty simple. And I also want to kind of keep some, a little levity there. Leave some room for some, goofy fucking jokes and shit. Just I don't want to make videos that are primary. I don't want to make it all serious. I don't want it to feel dark and bleak and negative. It's like, yeah, this is what's happening, like sad, either sad or like alternating, tense music, like a lot of videos do. They'll add that like tense, music that kind of puts you on edge. It sets the mood, and it's like, I don't want to do that much. I just want to lay out the idea and be like, holy shit, isn't this crazy that this fucking wild ass weird storytelling having motherfucker, this eccentric guy who wanted to make movies and ended up making video games, this brilliant dude who's maybe a little smug, a little full of himself, maybe takes a little more credit for shit than he should, but is still brilliant fucking storyteller at the end of the day. And both a creative genius and a hack at the same time. Let's be real. That he predicted so much of this. Now, I don't know. I cannot sit here and say that, oh, he was like, Aldous Huxley or George Orwell, or some of these storytellers who were literally intentionally saying, hey, this might, this might, probably will, or definitely will happen in the future. So like, watch your ass and try and make sure it doesn't. I don't really know if that was Kojima's intent. But whether he was just like, hey, this is a thing that could happen, or whether it was just like, hey, this is just a cool thing for a story. What if this happened with AI? Whatever it was, that is very, very similar to what has actually taken place, in broader strokes, just in the general concept of how they turned AI. They used AI as a tool to manipulate and filter information to protect their power, their wealth, to stay at the top of the, power food chain, basically. The patriots, the lolly lule low, and to manipulate the populace en masse. That was, the primary goal. And again, I got to play back through the game and, go through it again, and probably actually need to run through MGS4 again, because, some of the other AI systems besides just, our Arsenal gear was GW, I think. Don't remember entirely, but anyway. Yeah, I think Arsenal gear was GW. Anyway, you've got the other AI systems, that are involved in whatever processes in MGS4 also. So I want to make sure, I've got it all my ducks in a row. That's why I'm playing back through the game and all that. Yeah, there goes the focus train again. I lost my train of thought. I'm very, very tired. What do y'all say? Let me catch up on chat. We'll jump back into this spooky game. While I'm a little sleepy and loopy. Should be fun. Highly doubt we're gonna finish it. But anyway. Where are we? Yeah, okay. Excited for that project for you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a bit of work. Well, I mean, of course it's gonna be a bit of work, but you know. Oh, yeah, I mean I stated the literal obvious and then was about to you know, I don't know, somehow turn that into like a negative. It's not really a negative, it's just a fact. I just have to put some work into it to do this thing that I want to do. So let's do that. I don't know what I'm talking about. I feel like my subconscious was trying to like complain that some of the work would be not even difficult necessarily, just sorting my thoughts. Sorting my thoughts is always challenging. And when you have like a big picture thing, it's really easy to see sometimes the big picture, and then when I get in the weeds, it's like, oh shit, I gotta start like pulling weeds, you know, clipping back branches or what, you know, whatever. It's fucking insert metaphor here. It, you know, becomes quite a bit more detailed, busy ass process once you get really into it. Vibes. What's up, Radical Think? How we doing? That name's kind of familiar. Do I know you? There's a lot of people come in here and I don't recognize them anymore because YouTube changed the naming format. So now we get our @ handles instead of, you know, channel profile names or whatever. But that name's familiar. It's not Odom, is it? Strange, yes, strange Saturday podcast with Nate. Very strange, very strange. The vibes are strange and strange. Strange is vibing. Strange is vibing. That makes more sense. I don't know if I'd say it makes sense, but I guess it makes more sense. Or I could have just not said it at all and not seemed like a stupid. Okay, all right, yeah, it's Otis Bright. Hell yeah. What's up, dude? All right. That's why it looked familiar. Okay. That would track. Let's see, where were we? It's cold out here. Yeah, I bet. What? My phone. What is the temperature right now in my neck of the woods? 36 degrees, apparently. Duh. So, colder. I mean, a little bit warmer than kind of trending average here lately. But holy shit. I'll be happy to not get stuck in my own driveway. Because that was fun. And 3 times in a row, coming either home from doing errands or coming home from work. I get like right up to the top of my hill. And you know, it's gravel. I've got all-wheel drive. kind of surprised. I was kind of surprising that like I got completely, not completely stuck, but like I could not go up any further. And it was a struggle just to back the car up and turn around facing down the hill. Kind of wild. We got that much fucking snow. Choo choo. Hell yeah, choo choo. Choo chooing. It's okay, Nate. It's been a long stream of thought. A long stream of many, many, mostly coherent thoughts. Mostly coherent, but very disjointed. And what would be a word for that? Halting? That'd be a good way to describe all the ums, and brain farts. Handle change was so annoying. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because you've got a lot of people on YouTube with like the same, display name, channel name, whatever it is. I guess technically it's channel name, but not everyone. Most people, I don't think most people on YouTube actually have a video on their channel. So, it's like a channel name. You're not a YouTuber. That's not a channel. That's a profile. You know what I mean? It's ultimately the same thing, but semantics. Handle change threw me and everyone else for a loop. Going back inside, it's cold. Heard. You at home or you at work, Otis? Stranger vibes. I don't know why they changed everything on YouTube. I don't know. I mean, I do like to see some motion. I mean, at least with the using the @ handles, you can properly, like, before I never actually ran into an instance of this, but before, like with channel name, if you're trying to respond to someone and they've got the exact same alphanumeric name as someone else in the chat, I don't know, what actually would have happened in that case. I never saw it myself, but could be, I don't know, minorly confusing, I guess. I guess they were thinking more like long term as opposed to, well, okay, so here's another thing. I could not begin to reasonably predict the split, but if I had to guess, I'd say that Twitch probably has a more like even, curve, so to speak, of like small streamers to large streamers. Whereas I feel like YouTube with the algorithm is probably generally mostly going to be pushing people, at least, if it's sending new viewers anywhere, it's probably going to be pushing people either to smaller streamers, if the algorithm's not a dipshit and recognizes, that this person likes small streams, or it's going to be, just dumping them off, like, a burnt peanut size stream, you know what I mean? Like, and I feel like there may not be a whole lot of, unless you're trying to thought, I was trying to call it back for you. Oh, right. See, I need to stay a little better caught up with chat. That the delay is making I'm forgetting already, you know, something I said like 20, 30 seconds ago, maybe more, before actually reading the response to it in chat. It's like, wait, oh God, what else did I say that I forgot? But yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the handle change. So, you know, either you probably got people getting really pushed on YouTube, either like smaller streamers or big streams. You know, based on whether you've got like a, you know, more of a passive type viewer, or, you know, it's someone who prefers smaller streams because they can, you know, have a little more space to communicate, you know. So this is just a theory, but I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube either did not consider or just didn't give a shit about how many, you know, like existing stream communities would, you know, be like, all right, who are you again? Do I know you? Probably. Oh yeah, it's you. I've talked to you like fucking every day for, you know, X, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of thing. You know, it's like I mean, it's, I guess, suppose it's a pretty quick hurdle to get past, but it's kind of disruptive to existing stream communities. But like larger streamers have chats like flying by and shit. It's not as it's not as communities, or it can be as community centric, arguably, but you know, the people in the community can't be as close because chat's flying by. The streamer can't talk to everybody. So it becomes by nature more of a passive experience the bigger the stream is, and they're going to be largely unaffected by any like, oh wait, who are you? It's like, well, there's thousands of you in chat, hundreds of thousands of you fucking, like, you know, chat's flying. Like, how am I going to know and remember almost any of your names anyway, unless you're one of the crazy people who's like dropping, you know, insane donations constantly, so they're bombarded with your name because you're like trying to get attention, you know, whatever, that kind of shit. So I mean, it's really only going to affect the smaller communities where it's like, you know, all right, who are you? Do we need to like make a list? Play Wobbly Life? Never. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll revisit Wobbly Life, but I'd only do it. I'd only consider it if Big Mayonnaise would join me for the excursion, because it is his fault. I blame him that I ever had to play that game in the first. No, I'm kidding. Wobbly Life. I didn't play it a lot, but it was fun. It was a blast when I did. Very interesting thoughts to listen to. Well, I'm glad you think so. Thank you for listening. Let's see. I'll get thoughts. Yes, life. Wobbly Life. It, you know, is that game a metaphor for real life? Because I feel like life is pretty wobbly. You know, if you really think about it. Like a little, almost a house of cards. Like just the whole thing falls over. It's over. In the gutter. Into the line. Yeah, yeah. Handles can be more unique than set names. You know, there's advantages and disadvantages. And I mean, I guess it's ultimately just, you know, some growing pains. The biggest issue, you know, in stream communities is, you know, for the most part, like, we'll figure out pretty quickly, like, oh shit, you know, it's you, you know, like, you know, radical think. Is that? Oh, okay, it's Otis. All right. Well, what's up, dude? Okay, now we know. You know, like maybe someone will forget at some point, but someone will probably remember and remind them, and it'll all be good. But a lot of times in stream communities, you got people that may not come back around for months, sometimes a year, but they still, you know, they're still regulars. They're just not all the time, you know, and they might come back and see like some crazy foreign name. What if the you know, what if the channel like grows a lot and one of like the OGs, I'll use Rank Smells as an example. He always comes back. He doesn't come by often like he used to, but dude always still stops in every now and then. And it's always good to see him. You know, what if his @ handle, you know, were something I don't recognize, and you know the channel did have like, you know, a little bump of growth, and like one night, you know, chat's just flying the fuck by and he wanders in with a name I don't recognize, and you know, maybe, to be fair, if I see a new name I haven't seen before, I'm probably gonna, you know, make some extra effort, you know, to make sure to say hey to that. But also, you know, maybe I miss it. You know, maybe I'm not in the right headspace and I'm like, it's centered in, you know, I'm locked in on the people that I know, and I see an unfamiliar name, I dismiss it, whatever it is, you know. That's kind of a staple of the community. Like I said, he doesn't come around much anymore, but he still always comes around, and you know, he was like ride or fucking die for a long time in the early days of the channel, like in 2023. And you know, it's like that would suck if someone's you know, name change I suppose it's a bit of a stretch, you know. Maybe not that likely. I don't know. Still, it does seem like they didn't really take these things into account, or you know, maybe they were just like, well, you know, we're more worried about the big streamers anyway because they make us more money, which I'm assuming is probably true. So you know, it is what it is. But I do like to see that there is motion, there is momentum. They are doing things actively. They've actually made quite a lot of changes in kind of a small period of time, at least for YouTube. When it comes to YouTube streams, I mean, there have always been periodic, you know, rollouts of new shit. Ever since I started streaming, but it always feels like they're taking such a measured approach that they're kind of hurting themselves and not expanding the tools, not expanding fast enough to increase like our arsenal, you know, as streamers to, you know, do better, get better, build better, words. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Just to enhance our experience, the viewers' experience, the community's experience. And here lately, they seem to be cranking things out much faster. That's always been my biggest gripe. It's like, yeah, YouTube keeps adding features over time, but it seems like they've been timid to roll anything out. You know, and of course, you know, you don't want to roll something out that's gonna rock the boat or break the ecosystem or whatever it is. But it's like, you know, let's face it. you still currently have in most aspects, in my opinion, a slightly inferior streaming platform. YouTube has some really good advantages over Twitch, but I still think Twitch has the most important aspects, and that's, like features that foster and support community. Whereas YouTube, I think, is still wrapping their brains around how streamer communities really work. They're still looking at it as more of a viewing experience. I think I actually talked about this earlier, how for a long time, and still sometimes subconsciously, I mean, I even look at my stream performance, like when I'm fucking gaming and reacting to shit, I try to keep it grounded, but of course I'm also going to embellish my natural reaction, both consciously and subconsciously. It's actually become kind of natural now. When I was playing, we'll get back to it shortly. When we were playing Dead Exhale earlier, I don't know what I was doing with my face, but I was fucking terrified. All of that was legitimate. But I've started realizing with streams, it's generally not so much about fucking performance. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're the fucking burnt peanut, yeah, you gotta keep them fucking, hee haw haws coming and crying. I don't know how that dude fucking does it, but if I really want to do a let's play, where I'm just fucking balls to the wall, turning into fucking performance art of some shit art. I can do that. Not saying I'm not gonna, embellish, and I'm not gonna crack jokes and shit like that. I'm just trying not to force it as much where I can help it. It kind of comes with the territory because, when I first started streaming, I didn't know what I was doing. I had absolutely zero idea, and it took a long time to get any idea of what stream culture even really was. Because when I started streaming, I didn't watch streams. I was just streaming because I wanted to make videos, but I wanted to stream horror games so I didn't have to play them alone. Yes, life do indeed be wobbly. It is known. Been a good time, Nate. Happy to hear your thoughts and see a cool game. Gonna head to bed now. Oh, I think that was a while ago. Sorry, I missed that till now. If you're still here, Sydney, thank you very much. Thank you for the insight and the chats and the combo. It's been a pleasure. Thank all of you, BT dubs. Larger streamers probably don't notice as much as those of us. Yeah, exactly. How was it? What was I rambling on about this time? I don't fucking remember. It seemed important, but with the speed at which it dropped out of my brain, I am questioning that assertion. No worries. Thank you for a great convo. Good luck if you get back to playing the game. Thanks. And with more thoughts and vibes, catch you next stream. Hell yes. All right. I'm gonna try and make your stream in the morning. Yeah. I might have to wake up a little early, but I do wanna stop by. But don't hate me too much if I do end up remaining, passed out well past time. But I would like to be there if at all possible. YouTube ignoring community interaction importance. And I mean they're getting there. My big concern is I don't know if they realize, like, and I don't know, it depends upon where you go, but YouTube chat, like even the chat ecosystem and the way people interact with each other, I have noticed is generally, not always, but in general, YouTube chat is a little less, like, they interact less with one another, and tend to vie more for specifically the streamer's attention. And I feel like I've seen a little more toxic behavior from YouTube chat. So I mean, it could also be they're prioritizing things based on, a little bit different demographics. So, you've got different types of folks with different mindsets, thought patterns, backgrounds, whatever it is, that influence a person's, the way they interact with other people, whatever all that bullshit is. Maybe they're targeting that, maybe they're seeing that most or more of their audience is maybe not that interested in, a tighter, like, community, like, of, I don't know, cross engagement. Does that make any sense? Just people actually interacting with one another and not just, the streamer. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's so markedly different that it would be worthwhile to neglect fostering better, community building tools, because I mean, let's face it, the redirects, the redirect system, YouTube's version of rating is not great. It works. It's fine. But it feels outdated. And raids are huge sometimes, for Twitch, man. Like, even, forget about numbers. Forget about fucking oh, brain loose. What's up? Can't decide what's hotter, you or that wall by. What's up, dude? How you doing, sir? I have somehow managed to spend. What time did I go live? I went live at 9 p.m. Been live for, well, not including the starting soon bullshit, about right at 8 hours. I bet I've played maybe 2 hours worth of gameplay. I don't know if even that. I have gotten caught in so many fucking conversations with chat and going off on my own brain tangents and stuff like that. This has been like the longest yap sesh I've ever done by a landslide on stream. It's weird. Very weird. Checking in before bed. Hope you have a good evening. Likewise. Yeah, chatting is fun. Trying to, I don't know. focus more on community, rather than like, I don't know. Sometimes I've had this mindset that like, I don't know, I guess people don't really care what I have to say or something, you know? So like, I'll kind of fly through the just chatting part, or I don't know, maybe it's just social anxiety and I just feel like, okay, let me get to the game so I have a, you know, a buffer. So I don't feel judged or whatever. But I mean, fuck. The Yap streams are fucking fun, man. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it just gets fucking real. Gotten very extra real in some ways tonight. But I think it's a good thing. Yeah, I don't remember what I was talking about. I don't think I finished the thought, but at some point, I'm realizing what I'm realizing after 8 fucking hours is if I don't shut the fuck up, I could probably keep talking until I'm decided. So, you know, like friggin' passing the fuck out. So, let me dial it back. Start winding down the Yap sesh. I want to play a little bit more of this game before we close out, at least. Oh, the word engagement, talking about YouTube. Let's see. Damn, I almost had it. Almost had it back and lost it. You know what? Maybe one of these magic pouches will bring my focus back. Gods of nicotine, I pray to thee. I pray to thee to give me the focus to be all that I can be. Like the army or whatever those commercials were about. Being a pool boy or something like that, I don't know. Come on, engagement. I was talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I can't quite. I almost caught the thought and then it like escaped. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. See, here I go yapping about yet another subject. Real quick though. You know, when you're like trying to remember something, like it maybe, I don't know, a word, just something you're trying to remember, and it's like it's like you can see it or hear it or feel it almost. You know, it's like somewhere in your brain, it's like, you know, it's adjacent, it's close. You know, it's not like there's a physical proximity, but it's like, I don't know if it's anything like what the experience of like a phantom. No, because phantom limbs are like, I think, pain sensations or something. It's like there's this idea there. It's like you're trying to remember what it is and you can't. But then there's this like there's a vague something in the back of your brain. It's like your memory still has some data that it's looking for or something, because you almost find it. I don't know if I'm explaining this right at all. I don't know. Let me know if that makes sense. I'm really not sure how to word it. I'm just like running into a wall trying to explain it. But it's basically like, I cannot for the life of me remember what the thought was, but I know for a fact I almost remembered it. It's like, how does my brain know that? How does my brain know that it almost remembered something and it slipped away? It's like, well, what the fuck were you doing, huh? Come on, brain cells. This is your job here. You're supposed to retrieve the information sometimes. Come on, be a little more reliable. Am I going to have to fire you and replace you with new brain cells? Huh? Can Elon Musk do that? Hey, can I get a Neuralink? These guys, they got to go. Let's replace them with AI. Take their jobs. Fuck them. They don't know how to do their jobs right now. How? All right. Well, let's get back to some spooky shit. I know this has been a long stream. It is late. Ah, we left it down so long and stopped responding. Let me see. Yeah, no, it's dead. But I'm pretty sure our checkpoints should be saved. If not, if we're looking at having to completely restart, might as well just maybe, you know, start the game completely over next time. Well, we would have to, but I still want to beat the game. I still want to play and beat it. Yeah, I think we can. Yeah. Very, very enjoyable yap session. Thank you, Cass. Thank everybody. Well, I clicked load game, but this is the very beginning. Are you making me start over? How dare you do such a thing? I clicked load. Load, you know, the game that I was already playing? You, how dare you? Who knows? Maybe we'll get in the other room and I'll still have my things, stuff. Nope. Nope, this is a fresh start. So, I guess. Okay, so we gotta remember to save. I left it paused and tabbed out so long that I guess it just like, oh, I guess he's not using this anymore. We'll just, you know, put it in idle or something. Park it in a CPU core that sat too long and it froze up or something. This is so fucking cool, though. Very unique and, dare I say, nigh unmatched aesthetic. Okay, so stealth was working out pretty good. I don't really want to run from that thing. I'd rather just be sneaky boy, honestly. Yeah, let's do the same. Same strat. Maybe even... You know what? Hear me out. What if we don't spend a single goddamn point on run speed? Just go all in on stealth and crouchy times. I think that's what we're gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh. I don't like these noises. Not only do I not like them, I hate them. I wish to never hear them again. Okay. What the hell did I do last time? I basically just fucking clicked them several times. No, it's probably just the order that I'm supposed to do it in. So maybe do I go like left to right on these? So like the XE thingy looking, and then we look like sideways. Or no, sideways anchor was last. Fucked it up. I fucked it up. Like that, like so. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's simple. It's a baby puzzle for babies. That's why I only figured out how I was actually accomplishing it the second time around. I accidentally fell into the solution almost immediately the first time. Or, you know what? Maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe my subconscious mind is just so fucking OP. Like, my brain is so big that, you know, I just Basically accidentally stumbled into genius, you know? Yeah, sure. Quite squishy. Sounds delicious. Somebody... Is someone tenderizing the meat? No. Angry stringed instruments again. It's scary, it's startling. I almost can't help but wonder if I should even be breaking those green thingies at all. The enemy's becoming more desperate. At best, that... Shut up. At best, that kind of sounds like a double-edged sword, you know? Yeah, maybe it'll make mistakes, but at the same time, it's going to be more angry and powerful. Theoretically. And the thing's already very angry, aggro, and powerful. Pretty much helpless against it, so... Is there a way? Is there a way to appease the beast? What if I bring it? Stop skittering. Go away. What if I bring it a worthy sacrifice? Do you like babies? I can get you a baby. You can raise it as your own. You can rend its flesh for fun. You can consume it. Its flesh for sustenance. It's up to you. I'll not judge. No, I'll neither judge nor dictate the terms of the sacrifice. Only that you please leave me alive and very well alone. That would be a good compromise. It's just a baby. It's pretty easy to make more of those. Only takes a few minutes of fun and 9 months gestation, right? Simply slightly advanced organic matter at the end of the day. Nothing you can't make plenty more of. I mean, hell, there's already too many people on the planet anyway. And what's one baby, really? This. Suck it. Got him by the green goo balls. back. Ooh, that was this game was a doozy. More than a wee bit spooky. God, I mean, like, even the atmosphere is just really fucking good, even when the monster's not nearby. It's just so fucking unsettling. Constantly on edge. This is really, really well done. The reviews seemed pretty mixed on this, if I remember correctly, when I was looking at it, and I was like, well, damn, you know, looking through the reviews, I was like, these sound pretty critical. Like, it's this one, I don't know, maybe not quite as good as Habilis or Mother Hub, but so far it's fucking great. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people's issues seem to be more about the like balancing of the game. I think most people seem to be saying it was too easy. I don't know what they were talking about. But all I know is I'm scared shitless. This is stressful. Usually I'm arc of a good horror game, you know? It's supposed to be scary, stressful. So it's that. Oh, I'll just be taking my red sand, going somewhere else. No, 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 no. Stand up. My flashlight on that whole time. That's not good. No, we must pass the test of the knelt man once again. Okie dokie. Why am I stressed out now than I was earlier. The fear. The fear. I see it. The fear. Go away. Go away. Just go. Just get out of here. Shoo. Get her on down that way, away from me, please. Thank you. Okay. Let's go find this Nelt man. Shoo. Would you care to so kindly fuck off, please? Go away. Please go away. Just let me do what I'm trying to do, man. Go away. Leave me alone. Like you. It's scary. She's just hanging around that same spot. Dude. Back doors. Fuck 'em. It's so fucking stressful. I'm scared. I'm more scared than I was Oreo. Okay. Yes. We need sound alerts back for future horror games. No particular reason. No. No. I don't need any more jump scares than I'm already getting. What? It's paused. What was that? What the fuck? Why did that happen? Was it the game troll me? Was it a fucking glitch or something? You were first. Ow. That hurt. What was that? Okay, well. All right, back to it. God, that's a lot. That's a lot. There's a lot of red sand. Shepard, we're getting fucked up tonight. Max out stealth. Working, right? Okie dokie. Anybody else been watching Fallout Season 2? Anybody else finish Fallout Season 2? God damn, what a romp that was. Just 8 weeks goes by so fucking quickly. 8 episodes isn't enough. It's never enough. Thank you for the clips, Cass. Big breach. Okay. I'm okay, I swear. Oh, you are a person. And you're just a bloody dead meat sack. Get to the other side of this door. Just need to go round. Remind me why I do this again? I think I said some things about it being fun, fulfilling, and I'd like to rescind all of that and replace it with terrifying, stressful, and probably stripping years off my life playing on these awful horror games. I mean, awful in the best way, of course. Did that do anything? That had to have done something. I can't activate it again. Whatever I did was probably correct. Maybe. Okay, my vision's like narrowing again. So I think that means Inventory relative. Yeah, proximity to the creature. Okay. Skittering fucking bastard. Just go. Just leave me alone. Just please stop. I like I can tell how stressed I am simply for the fact I catch myself like trying to physically lean to look around these corners and shit, like ah ah okay. All right, we're good. Oh, I should probably click save. You're whispering and looking so tense. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Oh, right. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, you know, like, I do try maybe a little too hard sometimes to embellish my reactions. But, you know, it's like I'm just amplifying what's already there. I'm not like, I'm just fucking terrified of this. I mean, not like to the point of being immobilized, but it's like, okay, maybe I'm a little, slightly immobilized. Okay, I'm gonna unpause it right about now. Breathe. One step at a time. Stay away. Did that panel we opened perchance open that gate? Or unlock it? It's green, but it's unlocked now. Pop it like a fucking temple. Motherfucker. Yeah, I'm gonna get your leg, bitch. That's a weird one. You ratted me out, you little worm claw head fucking freak thing. You bastard. Dirty, rotten son of a bitch crawling thing. All right, let's get sneakier. Oh, so that reduces enemy vision by 1% each time. Okay, are we maxed out? If not, we're damn close. Okay, okay. Well, because I got my... I had to reposition my nicotine pouch. I had it in my upper lip, and because my mouth is constantly agape, it kept sliding around. So that's not going to work. We need gravity to work with me here on this one. Very brave. Sure. Yep. I'm a big brave boy. That's me. Stressed that you can't look up. Well, looky there. For some reason, my activity feed was frozen and wasn't at the top. I see that we got a hydrate redeem from Frost. Thank you, buddy. Big preach. I do need more water. And here's my damn delicious Spindrift over here. Isn't even cold anymore. That's okay. It'll still probably taste good, maybe. Okay. Brain is having trouble braining. Part of me wants to regret not spending a little more time in the stream actually playing the game. It's worth it. The yapping has been fun. I'd like to finish this. Tell you what, I'm gonna look at something real quick. I'm gonna check Steam and just check and see. I've played for 8 hours. No, I had it on pause, chatting for like 8 hours. Let me see if the reviews give me a general sense of. Oh, damn. Only got 7 reviews total for this. I hate that. It's like it just didn't get any exposure, even with all the YouTube videos he made and everything leading up to it. But yeah, like the very, very mixed response here. And I'm honestly surprised because I'm extremely impressed with the entire experience so far. I don't know. Either way, let's see. 4 hours on record, 1.5 hours on record. It seems like this person beat it, so it may be a relatively short experience. 0.2, 0.6. Obviously, they didn't finish it. 1.5. 1 hour on record. 1.2. 0.5. 0.6. I don't think y'all finished it. And 1 hour. Oh no. There's 17 reviews. Why did it say on the main page there were 7? That's weird. 0.4, 1.1, 2.1. I mean, not all of these people necessarily beat it, but seems likely it's probably about hour and a half experience. I could probably stick it out and push through. But I'm getting quite sleepy, so I'm not going to hold myself to that. Spend a little bit more time with it. We need to pick it up on a later date. That is okay. No. want to. What do we say to the god of death? Not today. I don't think that sound's even coming through the microphone. I was trying to make a teeth clicking noise. Oh, it's awful. So what is going on around my vision this time? It's like weird, like there were weird, like snowflake looking things. I'm not sure what that is. Could I be like taking permanent damage over time or something each time I die? Is it kind of like damn it, what's that game? Fuck, man. The one where you're like a Viking lady trying to, you know, find her husband, I think she's looking for her husband. And she's basically got schizophrenia. So, you know, she's like, there's just massively blurred distinction between what's real and what's not. But one of the core mechanics of that game is like the more you die, the closer to like permadeath you get. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if that's why my vision has these weird doohickeys around. I don't know what's going on with that. But I find it stressful and I don't like it. It's just the door, Nate. It's just the door. Gotta stop getting scared by doors. Doors are not scary. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Connect the Western transmitter. Oh, hi. I didn't see you guys up there. How you doing? Hope you're having a better day, night, undetermined time and eternity, whatever it is for you. Hope you're having a better one than I am right now. What are we supposed to be doing here? Okay, so this is some sort of puzzle, apparently. But how work? I gotta unlock. Now we've got to unlock the bathroom. Guess when you gotta go, you gotta go. Yep. It sure did do something. It did whatever it was that it were supposed to do. So that's cool. Go ahead, save again. No worries. I don't remember for sure. I think there might be a tunnel down that way. That fucker's still hanging out there. I might be able to go this way. Is there a way I can check my inventory, my bits and bobs, my red sand and blue rune? For once, my memory did not fail me. Imagine that. Let's try this. No. No. You done? Oh, I missed it. Fuck. So what exactly is that that's coming out of the chests? Oh, okay. Over here. Certainly did a thing. Some sort. Oh, I missed it again. Wait for a second. Instead of rune as a result. No. No, none of that. We don't want you here. Jello. Let me pause this so I don't trigger the friggin' monster. What's going on, Jello? How you doing, baby boy? I'm doing good, I think. Question mark. Had a very long stream. I'm very sleepy, tired. I'm trying to see how far into this game I can get. I don't think it's super long. I really wanted to beat it tonight, but it just ended up spending a fuck ton of time yapping. This has been one hell of a yapping stream. Like record setting, unprecedented. We have done far more chit chat than actual gaming. So that's probably kind of a first, except for like when we do cigar streams. But yeah, no, it's been fun. It's been interesting. Talked about all the things across the spectrum with all the people. Hello, Gabriel. What is it, Gabriel? How's the game so far? I think it's great. Yeah, it's not it's not scary or anything. I'm not scared. I'm just just a little stressful. Just a little stressful. No, so far I'm extremely impressed with this. I got the key from Seth at O'Dale Studios. Like he sent it to me while I was on an extended streaming hiatus. And I was like, damn, I want to play this so bad. When it released. But I needed to have some time away, get a little break, little disconnect, reconnect, little people power cycle. I'm not scared. What I tell myself every day. Exactly. What's a little fight or flight response, existential dread. Please. Who's scared? Not this guy. Never this guy. Me scared, you're scared. Okay, I'll wait. Would you so kindly care to fuck off? Friggin' freak. How responsive is the monster to sound? It's not the only game that does that, so how does it distinguish itself? I mean, it is definitely it definitely seems very responsive to sound. I'm trying to think if I've really played anything I can like actually compare it to. I mean, the only thing off the top of my head that's anywhere even near similar, I guess, and I mean really only vaguely so, guess would be Alien Isolation. And I honestly I don't really remember, now that I think about it, how much role sound played in that game. Which is odd, because if it did play a role, I must not have been very cognizant of it, or I just forgot. which is also a distinct possibility because my memory is trash. I don't know. It definitely is, you know, it seems to me to be very responsive to sound, but I don't have a real, I guess I don't have a wide body of experience to compare it to either. So far, I don't know. I'm still so caught up in fear and paranoia that I haven't really gotten a chance to figure out how the monster works. I'm mostly just relying on luck and constant crouching and hiding and you know, the occasional respawns when I die. The alien heard you walking if close enough or running. You could use noisemakers to distract it. Lots of games have stuff like that. Wonder. I wonder what the hell this purple thing that's on the right side of the screen is when I unpause. I wonder what the hell that is. Can I get out of this tunnel, please? That would be really nice. Another thing, I think I'm starting to figure this part out. So there's a breath mechanic that is seems to be entirely automated. Haven't seen the monster, but what other gimmicks does it have? Well, it definitely seems to be able to climb walls and stuff. And I guess it seems to be able to phase through certain walls. Other than that, oh, it's got, I mean, it's got like a, it seems like it's got like a stealth camo type of thing going on. I mean, it obscures it a little bit. I mean, you know, with the sound, you can still more or less kind of, you know, track it pretty well. And I mean, like when it's in the light, you can clearly see it, but I think it's more difficult to see in the dark. Because I really, most of the time, I mean, pretty much if I catch a decent glimpse of the damn thing, it's because I'm about to die. So far. Breathing mechanic sounds interesting. Yeah, not many games do that. So it seems from what I can tell, it seems as though your vision kind of narrows when you're in like relative proximity to it. There it goes again. Can I maybe just leave this tunnel a little bit? That's right. So, and I really don't know how much of an advantage I'm giving myself smashing those eggs versus how much I'm harming myself. just as the enemy grows more desperate. So far, that seems to be the only offensive option I've come across, is just smashing the green eggs when you find them. That little health bar that pops up, it's lower every time, assuming that's the monster's health. So from what little I read in the reviews and just, you know, from what I've seen and played so far, I'm guessing that there's multiple, so you've got 3 different stats you can level up as you pick up these like red crystals, and holy what now? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. As a cookie, how the fuck are you guys? Please excuse my like absolute lack of any on-screen chat, any alerts or anything right now. I'm coming back from a long hiatus, did some like a Windows reinstall and all that, and I'm just like, I'm starting from like square one, just getting back into the swing of things. So no fancy bells and whistles today, but you know, we here. And Kylosaurus, thank you for the follow. Big preach. So, guys, please, for the love of God, do yourselves a favor and go follow Azza and Cookie. Did it work? Did I do it right? No, I capitalized half of it. Did that fuck it up? See, it's been so long, I don't even remember how to do a proper shout out anymore. Hope you've been well, brother. Been pretty good for the most part. Yeah. It's been a good few streams back, that's for sure. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Purple Cookie X, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Scroll back up chat because I know I missed a message from Jello. Love a good breathing, blinking mechanic. I wish it would get utilized more. Yeah. As much as I have a love-hate relationship with the blink mechanic in what was it? SCP Containment Breach. Let's see who we got. We got Ankylosaurus. We got Purple Cookie X. Best cookie. Speaking of separate account for chatting and modding. Okay, gotcha. So what were y'all up to tonight? Yeah, Azza and Cookie are absolute fucking Aussie legend streamers. So please go check them out. Forgive me. It's been a very long stream. I've barely played any of this game. I have spent the vast majority of the stream yapping near endlessly, which has been a lot of fun. It's actually kind of a change of pace. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, forgive my spacey brain tonight. I need sleep. I'm going to be running. I'm going to run a little bit longer. I was wanting to try and like beat this, but I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. So we'll see. We'll see how far my energy levels and my fog brain can get us and go from there. Ooh, this cheeky lemon. Haven't heard of Dead Exhale. Isn't any good. So far, I'm really loving this. So this one is from Odale Studios. Seth also developed a game called Habilis and a game called Mother Hub. And those were both like sci-fi horror. To my understanding, I believe this takes place in the same universe, but it seems to be like a completely different time or offshoot of that whole deal. but it's got so far, as far as I can remember, Habilis, Mother Hub, and this are his first 3 games that he's actually published. As far as I can remember. They've got like a very distinct style, very unique. So far they're all gems in their own right. Yeah, I don't know. Still kind of trying to figure out like how the monster works and that kind of mess. But it's brutal. It's scary. But yeah, so far I would definitely recommend it. I don't know. It's just very unique. In a way I can't just explain. And you know, I mean, I love the aesthetic. We got a few, you know, stats we can upgrade. Like you can upgrade your stealth, which, you know, basically just reduces effectively it just reduces the enemy's vision. You can upgrade your run speed, which I'm being a little sneaky boy, so I'm not even touching run speed. I'm just upgrading stealth and crouch speed thing. Gonna prop a lurk. All right, good to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. Again, peeps, folks. Do this fucking right this time. Yeah, but anyone who is not already following As In Cookie, please go do so. Did it shout out? I can't. It just. I'm very confused. Have I completely forgotten how to do a proper shout out? Cass, would you care to give them another shout out for me, please? Yeah, we got the exclamation SO. What am I doing wrong with the Twitch one? I don't know. But there's the link. You can click on it. I forgot about my little AI generated thingies. All right, we'll do this in snake voice. This Aussie duo has been on a mission, crafting planets and harvesting lettuce. From planet crafter to hightail, they're gaming through the cosmos and beyond. With a positive mindset and 4 feline comrades, they're a force to be reckoned with. Just don't let those subs and bits reduce your health. Yes, well said. Definitely not AI Solid Snake. Well said. Anyway, love you guys. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you for the raid, and have a beautiful time. Huh. Gotta stop leaving my flashlight. So the last objective we have, it was on the left of the screen. It said unlock bathroom. Did we? I don't remember unlocking a bathroom. I mean, we just went through those couple little tunnels and found the, you know, sorta not that secret, like, you know, loot boxes or whatever the hell they were. But But the unlock bathroom thing has disappeared. I don't see a marker on my HUD indicating the objective. So what the hell are we doing? I'm left with questions. Bathroom privilege denied indeed, apparently. Damn. That's unfortunate. Apparently has to go in real life too. Hooray. Get out of here, you friggin' freak. Picking someone your own size and hideous, ugly fucking shape, you loaf-looking motherfucker. You should go down into the Underdark and let the drow worship you or whatever it is the fuck those freaks do. Leave me the fuck alone. You know what? Thought about something. Yeah. Produce through my controls real quick. Just make sure there aren't any like mechanics that I missed or just I'm not aware of. Just run. Out slide. Oh, you can slide. Okay. That would be fancy if I were actually trying to run, but I'm a scared little guy. Oh, breath ability. Right. Okay, right mouse button. Interesting. Okay. That would have been good to know a while ago. All right, so it does seem to have been activating automatically, though. And I don't see an option in the I don't see an option in the menu. I seem to remember when Seth was still working on this, he was releasing his YouTube videos. I swear, I thought I remembered him saying it was going to be, you could switch between the breath mechanic working automatically, or you could, you know, manually control it. From what I remember, but as far as I can tell, it seems to be just running automatically, and I haven't found a setting to change that. So I don't know if the right mouse button, like, what am I trying to, like toggles it or what? Let me just click the right mouse button, see what the hell happens. Nothing. Yeah, see that she did on her own, but yeah, it is looking pretty clear to me. So like when you get those like kind of yellow cracks, and she, you know, takes a sharp breath, she's holding her breath, and then I think she holds it until the monster's either out of proximity and then she automatically exhales. Or, you know, after a certain point, you run out of air and she exhales anyway, regardless whether the monster can hear it or not. That seems to be the case. I wonder if maybe it's just like locked in like automatic mode. In normal difficulty, you maybe have to. If you have to do like manually, on harder difficulty, I'm not really sure. I don't know how this works. Yeah, is he like clicking and holding the right mouse button? None of that is like activating it or anything, so please go away, leave me alone. But yeah, so it does seem like it may just be based on the mode. I'm not really sure, but it definitely seems like this only operates automatically right now. So maybe that's just a normal mode thing. Oh, yeah, I need to turn look sensitivity up. And turn my mouse DPI back down. Piss off. So I'm still, so I don't know if I've just like missed something, or if our like overall goal is just not super clear. I'm not really sure. But I also don't know why the objective that was on our screen earlier disappeared. I don't know if I somehow accomplished whatever I was supposed to do there. I mean, it did. You know what? Did I hit a switch at one point, maybe? I think that one was unlocked door, but I mean, if I was supposed to like go there, I would think there would be another HUD marker. I mean, did we complete everything and now we just gotta leave? Doubt it. Okay. Do we have any more goodies to spend? Oh, holy shit. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. Alright. Stealth is maxed out. Apparently I'm rich, bitch. Damn, we got crouch speed maxed out too now. Huh. Weird. Sound effect kind of glitched out just a little bit. Alright, well, that was a big boost. Ooh. Oh, I noticed that. I noticed that crouch speed increase. Very nice. Okay. Bet. Very, very quiet. I'm hunting whatever the fuck that thing is. And we just acquired more red sand. It just keeps getting better. I'm Commander Shepard. This is my favorite drug on the Citadel. Would you care to kindly fuck off? Okay, maybe this door down at the end of the hall will open now. Methinks it will. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Decisions. Not really sure what to do from now. I'm nowhere near positive, but I do kind of suspect we could have run into a glitch. I don't know. I am definitely reaching critical mass energy levels wise, and the brain fog is growing exponentially every second. So I should probably call it for tonight. It has been a Jesus, it's been a long one. So yeah, let's just we pop over back here. Back to the app cam. Oh yeah, right. I completely forgot the eggs. So maybe the eggs are the end game. I was thinking maybe they were like because from what I was reading from the reviews on Steam, it kind of seemed like some people were sneaking, a lot of people were just like maxing out run speed and just like pretty much bolting through the level, through the map or whatever. So I don't know if there's like an escape option versus a kill option, or if it's like, you gotta pop all the eggs and kill it to win, to escape. I'm not really sure. That said, I feel like my brain is so non-functional right now. I feel like it's going to take me probably too long to try and destroy the rest of the eggs, because I think we've only gotten roughly half of them. I think it was about half health on the last one I popped. So what we'll probably have to do is do a second stream of this to finish it up. Then we can do the face interrogation demo on the tail end of that stream. I might even start with the face interrogation, honestly. That might actually work better and be slightly more fun for me. Just to try the new thing. Then we can jump back over to this, finish that out, and go from there. I'm not sure exactly when I will be live again. But I'm shooting. I think we're gonna shoot for late-ish Sunday night. Here in the US East Coast. Let's see. The original plan for Sunday was gaming with the boys, but then somebody remembered it was the Super Bowl, and that's more important than gaming with the bros, apparently. So, other thing. I swear I thought that I had a tentative plan. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to figure it out. My work schedule's getting ready to change. I just got back from a very long stream hiatus, longest I've ever taken. And done a couple streams Saturday, and then last night, this morning. And just the other day I got news that my work schedule is changing. So still kind of gotta find my stride again with streaming. I still obviously got a lot of stuff I gotta set back up. And all that good stuff. I mainly just wanted to get back into it and just fucking do it. See everybody, have some fun. Catch up on some games. I've got a bunch of free keys from developers. Some of them I missed the content deadlines on, but I still want to, at least follow through and make the fucking content. So I got, a number of horror games and stuff. I'm gonna swing back around to MGS2 soon and whatnot. Assume it's oh no, I'm sorry, I read that already. Don't know how the game is structured, so it's all I can see. Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. I don't know exactly how many different, win conditions there are. But if there's only one, then it's gotta definitely be destroying the eggs, because that's the only thing that damages it. I don't know if maybe there's some option to just, run away, slip out, sneak out, whatever, and just forget the whole thing, forget that thing is that it still exists. Maybe go home, drink a big old bottle of, vodka, to drown out the guilt that you left that horrifying monster alive, so it can kill somebody else. Next person comes through. Okay. Let me bump some music. I'm gonna do that already. All right. I don't know how I just streamed this long. I usually can't quite pull that off. And I did the 24-hour stream the one time. That happened. That was the thing that apparently happened. I was a very sleepy boy. It was fun though. And so was tonight. A lot of fun. Spent way more time yapping than gaming, like by far. And really enjoyed it. I don't know. Sometimes I feel, I have the tendency to overshare. So I hope some of the stuff, for anyone who was around for the convo earlier, the deep discussion, some of the deep lore and inner workings of my strange mind. I hope I didn't overshare anything. I don't know. I like to try and be candid, open, honest with, the realities, of being, just a small content creator, the frustrations, and dealing with the emotional side of that shit. And, recognizing when I'm being stupid or, being kind of an ungrateful asshole sometimes. Not properly appreciating things, yada, yada, yada. Long story short, thank you everybody for being here from start to finish. Enjoyed all the insane amount of yapping. Enjoyed the spooks and goofs. Special thanks and shout out to Seth at Odale Studios. I'm loving this game. We're gonna come back and finish it out, do some yapping, but maybe keep it, balanced, so we can finish the Vigi game, and also the face interrogation demo. Face interrogation in particular, I'm super fucking excited about. If you're on YouTube, I should have it linked in the description, as well as I don't know. That's right. They did something weird with the fucking YouTube stream page where it's like the edit button isn't there, so I can't look at my description and everything. I don't know. Whatever. YouTube, they're YouTube's really trying. They're really trying to catch up. And there might still be an extended period of continuing to try to catch up. I won't say Twitch is superior, and